Chapter 319. Ning Chen's fists turned pale as he watched his friend disappear into the first shrine. His heart was heavy. Let's go back. Imperial Prince Yin waved his hand, retrieving his swords. Ning Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to bring Zi back today. He sighed and left. The army retreated into Grand Xia territory. The appearance of the Third Hall of Evernight would definitely change the war. Marquis Victorious Return's expression was solemn as he hurried back to arrange a countermeasure. Imperial Prince Yin brought the two back to the Grand Xia Imperial City. He hadn't returned for many years, so he had to go back. The road ahead was long, and Ning Chen's brows were tightly knitted. Wild reached out and smoothed his furrowed brows. Not good. Ning Chen suppressed his thoughts and forced a smile. The only person who hadn't changed after all these years was Wild. The road ahead was difficult, and Imperial Prince Yin wasn't in a hurry. Wild wasn't in a hurry, and it was useless for Ning Chen to be anxious. He walked at a steady pace through the wilderness, his simple yet noble robes fluttering in the wind. He was a living legend, stunning both the past and the present. "Senior," Ning Chen said anxiously. "Quiet." Prince Yin did not turn his head. He only replied calmly. Ning Chen sighed. He had no choice but to continue forward. 10 days and 10 nights later, the three had walked out of the western frontier and into the central plains of Grand Xia. However, they were still quite far from the imperial city. Because of Xia Zi's demonization, Ning Chen's anger rushed to his heart, and he used extremely bloody methods to forcefully suppress the rebellion of the Confucian school in Sanskrit City. However, the greatest taboo on the path of cultivation was to be tainted by karma and not be able to guard one's original heart. Imperial Prince Yin could see that Ning Chen wasn't far from the fourth tribulation. If the latter were to attempt it in his current state, failure would be the only outcome. On the 11th day, a ghostly aura appeared in front of them as a beautiful red figure appeared. It was a Rakshasa, her eyes cold. "Follow me once you're done," Yin Qin Prince said. He didn't stop and continued forward with man. Ning Chen looked at the ghostly woman who had suddenly appeared with a hint of shock in his eyes. Her red wedding dress was still bloody red, and her charming face was no longer covered by the red silk. Her beauty was enough to make one lose their soul. This was the first time the two of them had met since they parted that day. The ghostly chi around the ghostly woman, who had returned to her Rakshasa form, became even colder. Those who were unsettled would instantly lose themselves in it. Rakshasa had always been a symbol of viciousness and ruthlessness in hell. They were merciless and bloodthirsty. If they were to develop feelings, they would have to suffer for themselves. "If I turn into a demon in the future, will you attack the Eternal Night Church like you did to save Xiazi?" the ghost girl asked. Her calm words carried a tinge of coldness. Rakshasa had feelings, but fate was merciless. 8 or 9 out of 10 things in the world did not go according to one's wishes. Once a Rakshasa lady in the netherworld returned to her original heart, her humanity would gradually disappear until she ascended to the throne of the netherworld. Luocha was evil by nature, and her kindness was nothing more than an illusion. Although Luocha was reluctant to part with her, she could no longer stay. Ning Chen didn't know what Ghost Lady was implying, but he still nodded seriously and replied, "We are friends. Ning Chen will not shirk from the matters of friends." A glint flashed across Ghost Lady's cold eyes. She said softly, "Your words are enough. If I turn into a demon in the future, you don't have to be merciful. Ghost Lady is willing. We will meet again." With that, the ghostly mist rose again. The red figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Ghost Lady," Ning Chen went forward, but he only touched a trace of red. He could no longer see the figure in the ghostly mist. On the road ahead, Prince Yin walked forward step by step. He didn't care about the junior behind him. Whether it was a tribulation or fate, he had to experience it himself. "A man, he followed you for 10 days. Did he feel the sore breath once?" Prince Yin asked. A man shook his head and said no. Prince Yin didn't ask any more questions and continued walking. A fool and a fool. Most of the time, the distinction between them was not clear. If it was only in terms of intelligence, wisdom, and scheming, then even 10 Amans added together wouldn't be able to compare to a single Ning Chun. Besides that military advisor of the Northern Ming Imperial Court, perhaps no one else in the world could surpass this junior. Unfortunately, intelligence did not mean talent. Ning Chun was smart enough, but he had too many obsessions in his heart. His sword heart could not be clear. If he couldn't let go, he might not be able to feel the sword breath for the rest of his life. Behind her, Ning Chun followed. Because of Ghost Lady, the worry between his brows deepened. A man reached out again to smooth his frown and said softly, "It doesn't look good." Ning Chun came back to his senses and smiled. However, his smile became more and more forced. "Give me your sword," said a man as she pulled his hand. Ning Chun was startled. Before he could speak, a man had already placed her other hand on his chest. "I want the one inside." The knowing destiny sword was the sword of the bloodline. Its importance was self-evident. However, a man had already asked for it. Ning Chun had only rejected a man once in his life. Since then, no matter what happened, he never said no again. This time was the same. Yes. Ning Chun didn't hesitate at all. He flipped his right hand and circulated his true essence. A bloody mist filled the sky, and the knowing destiny sword slowly rose into the air. Blood-red lines crisscrossed the azure sword. Dazzling bloody light revolved around it, as if it was alive. It was extremely extraordinary. A man took the sword. In the next moment, the knowing destiny sword entered her body and chose a new master. Their bloodlines were connected, so there was no problem of bloodline rejection. A moment later, the bloody light dissipated and vanished. Ning Chun's face was slightly pale. Having lost his knowing destiny sword, his aura had weakened quite a bit. In the next few days, the three of them slowed down even more. The Yin Imperial Prince had given Ning Chun time to recover. No matter who it was impossible for them to recover in a day or two after losing their sword. Fortunately, Ning Chun's foundation was extraordinary, and he also had the protection of the Phoenix blood. After 5 days of recovery, he was mostly fine. Rumble. Just as the three of them were continuing on their way, the eastern horizon suddenly darkened. Thunder rumbled, shaking the 9 heavens. Ning Chun was shocked. He immediately recognized the location of the thunder. It was in the direction of the Ascension Valley. In the Ascension Valley, thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens. The Realm Master had arrived in the Divine Prefecture. The Realm Master of the 4 extreme realms had reappeared. His aura was even stronger than before, and he looked much younger than before. At this moment, all the innate experts in the Divine Prefecture felt this unshakable aura. They were all shocked. "Oh!" In the 3rd palace of the Eternal Night sect, a soft exclamation was heard. Apparently, he was also surprised by this sudden change. Divine Prefecture, The casual smile grew bigger and bigger. No one could doubt the arrogance of a supreme expert. The Divine Prefecture's sad cry seemed to indicate the arrival of an even greater disaster. How can this be? Ning Chun clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. He looked at the figure in the distant horizon and felt powerless. In the west was the 3rd palace master of the Eternal Night sect. In the east was the realm master of the 4 extreme realms. This time, what else could he do? At the same time, the 5 marquises of the Great Xia all felt something. Their eyes were unprecedentedly serious and determined. The 1,000-year Great Xia must not be harmed in their generation. A strange and heavy pressure spread out in the eastern sky. All of a sudden, a white memory flashed in Ning Chun's mind. It became clearer and clearer. Although the weak aura was not too obvious, it was not completely undetectable. The white cocoon he found in the Lingchuan Valley had a similar pressure. Ning Chun's expression darkened. If this was really the case, it could not be worse. He had not found a way to deal with the white fog insect swarm. Last time, he did not have time to eliminate the problem. He did not expect to leave such a huge disaster behind. "Let's go. Let's continue," Prince Yin said calmly and continued forward. "Senior," Ning Chun said anxiously. "How could he be at ease?" "Calm down," Prince Yin said calmly, unmoved. Ning Chun was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He followed behind patiently step by step. After more than 10 days, the three finally reached the imperial city. After the chaos of the Confucian sect, all the imperial guards in the imperial city were mobilized. When an imperial guard commander saw the azure-robed figure, he was shocked and immediately knelt down. "Greetings, Prince Yin." When the soldiers behind saw their commander salute, they were shocked. Then they also knelt down and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Prince Yin." The seven kings were in trouble. The Xia emperor had become a demon, and the imperial bloodline of the Great Xia had almost withered. Now, the most legendary prince of the Great Xia had finally returned. "Rise." Prince Yin walked forward without stopping, all the way to the royal palace. Ning Chun and a man walked at the back. Prince Yin had returned. In the imperial palace, all the soldiers knelt down to welcome him. The legend of the Great Xia had finally returned. In the center of the imperial palace, the heavenly mandate palace that had once represented the glory of the Great Xia had already disappeared. Prince Yin glanced at it, then walked toward the Weiyang Palace. After Xia Zi had become a demon, the only bloodline left in the imperial family was Qi'er, who was not even 4 years old. The matters of the imperial court could only be sent to the Weiyang Palace and asked the bedridden eldest grandson to make decisions. The warnings of the Confucian sect and Prajna city were still vivid in their minds. After seeing the bloody methods of the Jiming Marquis, the officials of the court calmed down. No one dared to provoke him at this time. The crimes of the Confucian sect had been investigated by the Taisei and announced to the world. Even a matter of them poisoning the kings had been proven. There was no room for quibbling. The Taisei's methods of interrogation were the best in the world. The secret interrogation room had become a forbidden area for the entire Taisei. The Taisei had found out everything he wanted to know from the military commander and confirmed the crime of the Confucian sect's betrayal. Most importantly, in this special period, anyone who wanted to cause trouble had to weigh the pros and cons of the Jiming Marquis. The destruction of the Confucian sect and Prajna city was almost massacred. This was not a dream, but something that had happened in reality. This was the bloodiest rebellion in the Great Xia in the past 1,000 years. In the Weiyang Palace, Prince Yin walked over with 2 juniors. Qing Ning went up to welcome them. She then led Man to the side and left some space for the 3 of them to talk. Ning Chun looked at the bedridden eldest grandson. Sadness flashed across his eyes. The empress who had once tried her best to protect him had really grown old. There was more haggard and tiredness on her beautiful face. The successive blows made Zhang Xuan's body, which was not very good to begin with, finally unable to hold on. She grew weaker day by day. Chapter 320. Great Xia did not have an emperor, and Zhang Sun was the only person in charge. She had to personally decide all matters in the court. Zhang Sun had already received the news that Yin King had returned. Seeing the 2 of them enter, she waved her hand and called Ning Chun forward. "Empress." Ning Chun sat in front of the bed and looked at the haggard Zhang Sun. He squeezed out a smile. The Jiming Marquis, who was strong and cold in front of everyone, also had things that he was afraid of, especially when Zhang Sun's body was getting worse and worse. This fear was increasing by the day. Zhang Sun saw the fear in the young man's eyes, and she reached out to touch his face. She smiled. "It's okay, you are not married yet. No matter what, I will hold on." Ning Chun nodded his head and forced a smile. "Empress, your words are the imperial edict. You have to keep your word." Zhang Sun nodded and handed over the document in her hand. "This is in country marquis proposal to add a new marquis. Take a look." Ning Chun took it and took a look. He understood the gist of it. Since 4 years ago, close to half of Great Xia's marquises had died in battle. This was not the first time someone had brought it up. And country Marquis had a son who had been a marquis for many years. He had many military achievements and was one of the top candidates. And country Marquis was an old official, and his loyalty was unquestionable. This document might have some selfish motives, but it was normal. There is also the head of the Tiley department. He has contributed a lot to this rebellion. Who do you think is more suitable, him or Marquis Yanling? Zhang Sun asked again. Ning Chun kept silent. In truth, be it Kong Yu or Anling Marquis, they had not reached the level of a marquis. Every martial marquis that was conferred the title of martial marquis in Great Xia had to be able to hold their own. In terms of strength and strategy, the two of them were much weaker than the martial marquises on the battlefield. Seeing Ning Chun keep silent, Zhang Sun naturally understood what was going on. There were many marquises in Great Xia, but there were only a few marquises. From this, one could see how difficult it was to become a marquis. It was not that they did not want to become a marquis, but that no one could. The imperial family owed the in-country marquis family. Zi had left during Enrongrua's empress coronation ceremony, and the coronation was not completed. The Marquis of Enling was the only son of the Marquis of Kingdom, and he was also Enrongrua's father. His status was illustrious, and coupled with the military merits he'd accumulated over the years, he was indeed considered to be outstanding amongst the current candidates. Nyang Nyang, allow me to consider this matter for a few days before giving you an answer, Ning Chun said softly. Yes. Zhang Sun nodded and said, All right, you can leave first. I still have some matters to discuss with Prince Yan. Ning Chun stood up, bowed respectfully, and then left. Outside the room, Qing Ning was whispering something to a man. When she saw a man walk in, she stopped whispering. Chased out? Qing Ning asked bluntly. A man just laughed along and didn't say anything. Ning Chun walked up and looked at a man in confusion. He then looked at Qing Ning. It should be the first time the two of them had met, but why did it feel like they were more familiar with each other than him? Wow, what are you talking about? Asked Ning Chun curiously. Sister Qing Ning said that I can't tell you. A man answered honestly. It's okay. Women always say the opposite. What she means is that you can tell me, Ning Chun said seriously. Pow! Qing Ning slapped him. Feeling the pain in his head, Ning Chun immediately became much more obedient. A man also slapped him. Then she looked at her own hand and smiled prettier than a flower. Ning Chun was helpless. This girl had learned bad things from him. At this moment, a five-colored ray of light descended from the sky. A terrifying pressure descended, shaking the entire imperial city. Ning Chun's expression changed, and he stepped forward, protecting Qing Ning and a man behind him. He flipped his hand to receive the five-colored light. Qi waves surged around him, and his white robes danced wildly. The Holy Land's kill order. Ning Chun glanced at the name that Danju had crossed out. He raised his head and looked at the terrifying figure in the sky. His expression became grave. Jiming Marquis, this sovereign has come to take your life. In the sky where five colors circulated, a supreme figure stood tall. The sky and earth trembled unceasingly, as if they were unable to withstand the pressure. Waves of mournful wails rang out. The master of the four extremes was even stronger than before. His strength had reached a terrifying level. Today, he had come for the King of Disaster's order and the Yin-Yang Two Elements formation. He was determined to kill the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis, who had disobeyed the Holy Land. Master of the four extremes, you've overstepped your boundaries. Amidst the calm voice, the door opened, and a green figure walked out, speaking indifferently. Prince Yin, I've only come today for the Jiming Marquis. Don't make me change my mind and start a massacre, said the Master of the Four Extremes coldly. Huh, is it that serious? Asked Prince Yin. The Master of the Four Extremes coldly snorted. His body flickered, and he used the momentum of falling from the sky to slap down with his palm. Then a wild and tyrannical aura descended. His palm split heaven and earth. Prince Yin narrowed his eyes and sent out a palm to meet the Master of the Four Extremes. The ground shook violently, and rocks flew everywhere. Prince Yan's feet sank 3 inches into the ground, and the ground around him cracked and spread in all directions. Not far away, on the sword rack, 4 swords flew out at the same time and stabbed into the ground. Instantly, the collapsed ground quickly stabilized. Prince Yin pointed out with his left hand. Sword intent surged and soared into the sky. Seeing this, the Master of the Four Extremes retreated 100 meters, dodging the magnificent sword chi. Ning Chun, protect them, Prince Yin instructed. Then he stomped his foot, and the 4 swords flew up into the sky. In the sky, 2 figures were facing each other. One was covered in 5-colored light, while the other was wearing azure-robed. The master of the four extremes was fighting against the legend of the Grand Xia. The peak experts of the current generation were facing off. The three palace masters of the Eternal Night God sect looked over at the same time, calmly watching this crucial battle. If a legend of the Grand Xia was defeated, then the final sky of the Grand Xia would crumble. Down below, Ning Chen's expression was extremely grave. Although he had absolute confidence in his senior strength, the current master of the four extremes was different from before. He had reached a higher level of enlightenment, and no one knew just how far he had advanced. Flame Calamity. The master of the four extremes clenched his fist. In the midst of thunder and lightning, a peerless weapon appeared and landed in his hand. The Flame Calamity had once again descended upon the world. Facing a reborn opponent, Prince Yin waved his hand and summoned Abyss Condensation. The black sword swallowed all the light around it, making it difficult to distinguish. The Flame Calamity was a battle of sealing swords. When the two swords clashed, fierce flames surged. The light of the sword and the saber attracted the attention of all the Xiantian experts in the world. The Battle of the Peak had just begun, and it had already displayed its magnificence. Strong, a completely different kind of strength. It was so strong that it was difficult for people to touch it. The master of the four extremes used his weapon as support. His true essence surged out endlessly. A strange power shook the wind and clouds. One sword forbidden martial arts. No Tao under the heavens. Prince Yan's sword aura changed. Abyss Condensation, sword intent circulated in his hand. Black light spread out, devouring the heavens and devouring the earth. In the most extreme collision, the sword and the saber vibrated together. Ripples spread out, spreading to thousands of miles away. In the extreme east, at the end of the world, Mu Bai, who was sitting in the sky, was also attracted by this peerless battle. Countless sword lights circled around, buzzing softly. In the sky above Dixia's imperial city, the master of the four extremes became stronger as the battle went on. With his weapon in hand and his cultivation that far exceeded his past, he gradually suppressed Abyss Condensation's sword light. Zhiga. Seeing this, Prince Yin clenched his left hand. Among the three floating swords, Zhiga flew past, and the heavy sword's sharpness reappeared. With a clang, the sword and saber clashed again. It was a completely different move. It was as heavy as Mount Tai, breaking the sky. The two swords moved side by side, and the death light shone in the sky. The situation of the battle changed again. The master of the four extremes' expression sank. He turned his palm to block the sword. Vast vital energy shook, and his cultivation broke through the limit. In the shocking change, streaks of white light appeared and spread endlessly. A strong pressure surged out. Below the battle, Ning Chun leaped up and stood 10 feet in the air. He activated his martial arts and activated the life scroll to its peak. Snow fell from the sky and spread endlessly, protecting everyone's safety. At this moment, the entire imperial city was covered in snowflakes. They fell to the ground and melted, removing the divine might from the sky. Snow in July was a marvelous sight. Countless eyes looked at the figure above the imperial palace, feeling ashamed. At this moment, the one who was truly willing to protect them was still the Marquis they had once abandoned. Ning Chen didn't care. He didn't care anymore. He looked at the sky seriously. With a wave of his right hand, 2 streaks of light flew from the Marquis residence and arrived instantly. In the sky, the master of the four extremes merged with the power of the white cocoon in his body. The light around him turned white, and he reached the peak of his strength. Just as the battle started again, the snow below suddenly rolled wildly. An extreme brilliance rose. In the dazzling silver light, the Deathbreak bow was fully drawn, and the Heaven Pardon arrow was drawn. The Zhao family's bow. The master of the four extremes frowned. He moved and retreated 10 feet away. On the fully drawn Deathbreak bow, the Heaven Pardon arrow kept gathering spiritual chi. Its aura rose rapidly, approaching the limit of the 3 disasters, and still rising. In the third hall of the Eternal Night Divine Sect, the figure on the throne had a strange expression. The Zhao family's bow. The Divine Continent actually still had an item from the Zhao family. In front of him was the great Xia dynasty's Prince Yan, whose combat power was not yet exhausted. Below him was the Zhao family's bow, whose power was unknown. The Master of the Four Extremes didn't want to take the risk. He retracted the white light around him and returned to his original state. He stepped forward and left the battlefield. Jiming Marquis, cherish your last days. We'll meet again. The five-colored light dissipated, leaving behind a final warning. The terrifying pressure above the Imperial Palace also disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Looking at the departing figure, Prince Yan's eyes flashed. He moved his hands, and the two swords in his hands turned into streaks of light and flew down, along with the two floating swords not far away. They entered the sword rack, and their sharpness disappeared. Ning Chen landed. Because he had used all his strength to activate the Death Break Bow and the Heaven Pardon Arrow, he had used up a lot of energy. His face was slightly pale. This Master of the Four Extremes was getting stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the senior restraining him, he might not even have the chance to draw the bow, let alone spend time gathering power. Be careful. Qing Ning looked worried. With such a powerful expert of the three disasters watching, it was no small matter. Don't worry, I will be careful. Ning Chun smiled tiredly and comforted her. The Master of the Four Extremes couldn't wait to attack. He definitely wanted to take back the Yin Yang Jade. This time, it was really troublesome. Chapter 321. In the northern wastelands, the calamity of hell descended. Underworld flames burned the world. Amidst the heartless laughter, an extremely evil figure appeared. Flames burned everything within 100 li, turning everything into scorched earth. He was an anomaly of the underworld. He had neither heart nor virtue, but he had the greatest aptitude in the past 10,000 years. After breaking through the Xiantian restraints, his cultivation continued to rise, and he was already on the verge of the fifth Xiantian tribulation. A ghost girl in a red wedding dress chased after him. She relied on the connection between the underworld spring and the ghost origin to chase after him. She knew that there was not much left of her humanity. She was about to regain her original Rakshasa nature. Although the ghost girl was reluctant to part with it, she could not hold it any longer. At the very least, at the very last moment, he had to get rid of this greatest threat for him. Fellow cultivators killing each other. It truly makes my heart ache. Underworld Child stretched out a finger and swiped it across his lips. A nonchalant smile flashed through his devilish eyes. The ghost girl didn't say a word. Her first move was the Ghost Desolation. Today, she didn't want to win, but she wanted to enter the Yellow Springs together with him. 100 ghosts trapped the sky. The Ghost Desolation art was activated once again. Ghostly shadows swirled in the air, not to attack the enemy, but to surround the two of them within 1,000 feet radius, completely cutting off their path of retreat. Dear fellow practitioner, may I say something stupid? As soon as he finished speaking, Netherchild's feet moved, and he instantly arrived in front of Yichun. His palm carried the dark blue flames as it violently surged out. Ghost Desolation art, soul, severing. The ghost girl's hands were surrounded by cold ghost energy. Her divine power was innate. She took the attack head-on. Her long hair, which had turned from black to red, danced in the wind, adding to the atmosphere of a battle to the death. When the two palms collided, the ground was instantly split apart. The underworld spring trembled with ghost energy, and within 1,000 feet, the sun did not shine. For thousands of years, the strongest underworld child fought a life and death battle with the ghost woman. With a flip of his palm and a kick, the power of evil ghosts spread out. The mortal world was like hell, and the vitality of grass, trees, birds, and beasts were rapidly sucked away. There was no turning back. The ghost girl's final wish before entering Rakshasa was to give up her life, and give up everything. In the battle of punishing evil, there was no room for mercy. If he was going to do evil and harm the people he treasured, then before that, he would join hands with Xiaowang. The gloomy and cold ghost Qi produced black ice flowers in the surrounding heaven and earth, sealing the underworld flames. The ghost's desolate killing aura shook the heavens. The earth that was riddled with holes once again suffered a calamity. It collapsed completely, sinking down several zhang. There was no longer any trace of gentleness on her beautiful face. It was cold, still cold, so cold that it made one's heart tremble. The underworld child responded. The corners of his mouth had already turned scarlet red. The ghost woman's killing intent was on full display. Her strength had surpassed the limits of the underworld spring. Even the protection of the underworld spring couldn't compare. The injured divergent from the underworld didn't show any fear. Instead, the laughter from his mouth became even more ear-piercing. Those who had lost their minds didn't seem to feel pain. They didn't even care if their bodies were destroyed. At this moment, the madman who had chased after every minute or even every second felt a sense of excitement that he hadn't felt in a long time. Facing the ghost girl's fierce killing move, he didn't retreat but instead advanced, trading injury for injury. Similarly, the ghost girl did not dodge or evade. She only attacked and did not defend. She used all of her ghost origin, not to heal, but to strengthen the power of the ghost desolate. Ghost Qi and evil Qi intertwined, and the injuries on their bodies became more and more serious. However, the fierceness of their moves did not weaken at all, and each move was stronger than the last. Underworld Flame against Desolate Ghost, the battle between the two of them was originally evil, but because one of them had a human nature, a change occurred in this generation. This battle was no longer a simple slaughter. The underworld child raised his hand, and evil flames surged. He punched out, and Ghost Qi burned, causing Ghost to howl. With a bang, the ghost girl forcibly resisted. She turned her palm and condensed a myriad of black frost. A world-shaking palm imprinted itself on the underworld child's body. The splashing blood could not stop the increase in killing intent. After being repeatedly injured, the ghost origin's underworld origin became weaker and weaker. The heavens and earth mourned, and ear-piercing tremors sounded as if they were crying for this world-shaking battle. The smile on the underworld child's face became even crazier. The stimulation of death had finally allowed the divergent to feel his true existence for the first time. Calamity Flame invades the heavens. The underworld child took a step forward, and calamity flames gushed out. A sea of flames rose up in a 300-meter radius. He used his most evil move again, and dark blue flames violently surged out with the power to destroy the heavens. The ghost girl's figure flickered. Ghost Qi surged around her and rushed into the underworld flame. Patches of black frost dissipated, and at the final moment, her delicate hand broke through the obstruction and imprinted itself on the underworld child's chest. With a bang, two waterfalls of blood scattered. Ghost Qi poured into the underworld child's body. However, the underworld flame also invaded the ghost girl's body. Both sides were injured, and blood splashed out. The bitter battle did not stop at all. It would only stop when one side fell. The blood that splashed out during the battle slowly fell to the ground. The beauty of life was that there was only one chance. The ghost girl had her own perseverance. She did not want a Rakshasa to appear in the world. She had to finish what she had to do while she was still a human. As her injuries became more serious, it became harder to suppress her Rakshasa nature. The ghost girl knew that the final moment had arrived, and she did not delay any longer. She took the attack head-on and rushed forward. With a flip of her palm, she grabbed the underworld child's body. Ghost Desolation Art, Infernal Annihilation. The Ghost Desolation Art finally appeared in the world. In an instant, Infernal Annihilation Art was destroyed. 10,000 meters of land collapsed. The two figures that fell together continued to fall. The ghost girl was determined to perish together with the underworld child. She did not want to let go. Since they were cultivators, they could not be of one mind. Then they would die together. The huge rocks and dirt that fell were about to bury the two figures. From today onwards, the legends of the underworld would be buried. However, At this moment, a change occurred. Under the collapsed ground, a terrifying red earth flame appeared, bringing with it a monstrous heat wave. The scorching earth flame spread between heaven and earth. The black snowflakes formed by ghost chi quickly melted, and most of their power dissipated. Dear fellow cultivator, you have failed. In the midst of the earth flame's heat wave, a smile flashed across the underworld child's face. The underworld flame around his body rose again. With the help of the terrain, he dispersed the ghost origin in the ghost girl's Dantian sea of chi. The ghost girl fell to the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. Looking at the lava that was scattered all over the sky, she sighed in her heart. She did not expect that she would let him escape death in the end. With the ghost origin destroyed, ghost chi scattered. As her body flickered, the ghost girl looked in the direction of Grand Xia's imperial city. A trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. She had done her best and hoped that he would have a happy life. The Rakshasa returned to her heart. Before she disappeared, the ghost girl returned to her original appearance. Her eyes were red, and her blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Rakshasa, you've lost. The underworld child's rare smile vanished as he spoke coldly. The underworld's laws dictate that the victor rules. The loser has no complaints. The Rakshasa no longer had the slightest trace of emotion. The underworld child walked forward, his body also becoming incorporeal. After countless years, his two bodies finally merged once more. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared, causing the world to change color. The terrifying fluctuations shook the world. A power that surpassed 5 tribulations and reached the level of 3 tribulations caused all the martial artists in the Divine Continent to clearly feel this heavy pressure. Within the Underworld Palace's Netherworld Hall, the red demon saber and purple gold divine sword trembled once more as they sensed the Underworld Master appear. In the next moment, they turned into 2 rays of light that shot towards the distant battlefield. Within the knowing Destiny Marquis residence, Ningchen suddenly felt a heavy feeling in his heart. In the past, the Rakshasa had only briefly established his life, but today he had a special feeling. An intense unease rose from the depths of his heart. Ghost Girl. Ningchen was shocked. He took a step forward and disappeared. Oh, the Underworld child has won. The Underworld King has appeared. Interesting. Within the Eternal Night, Divine Sect's 3rd Divine Palace, a valiant figure stood up from the throne. Heaven and earth trembled, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. In the Northern Wastelands, the Underworld child's appearance changed after fusing with the Rakshas's body. His handsome face gained a noble and dignified aura. His dark blue battle armor turned a flawless white amidst the red and blue colors. The King of Hell had appeared. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An unusually powerful pressure filled the world. It hadn't completely appeared, but it was undoubtedly one of the 3 tribulations. It was shocking. Within Peerless City, the Lord of the 4 Extreme Realms was alarmed by this powerful aura. He looked towards the north of the Grand Xia and frowned slightly. At the same time, in the Northern Wastelands, 3 streaks of light shot through the sky, 1 in front and 2 behind. Their speed was shocking. Ghost Girl. Not long after, Su Yi arrived. What entered her eyes was a scene of devastation. It was clear that the previous battle was tragic. The blood had not dried yet. A familiar aura overflowed, shaking the hearts of those who came. The last words were still vivid in her ears, but the person in front of her had completely changed. Half familiar and half disgusted, clearly indicating the outcome of this tragic battle. Ningchen was furious. He didn't say a word. His sword moved and arrived in an instant. With a clang, the sword broke through the void and pierced the Underworld King's chest. However, a surging wave of air surged out and blocked the tip of the green sparrow sword. Is it hatred? Is it anger? Foolish human emotions? Back off. At this moment, the purple and red streams of light flew from afar. The Calamity Demon Blade and the Forbidden Sword were in his hands. The Underworld King's body showed its power. His true yuan spread out. Instantly, a terrifying wave of air rushed out and knocked Su Yi away. Ning Chun landed on the ground and took a few steps back. A trace of blood quietly slid down the corner of his mouth. The Underworld King's strength was shocking. With just one move, he defeated the great Xia Jiming Marquis, whose strength was close to the Three Disasters realm. With his friends in trouble one after another, Ning Chun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He finally lost his mind and no longer cared about the matter of sealing the passage between the two realms. He clenched his left hand, and the Remembrance Sword was in his hand. The frost collapsed, and the black fate exploded. With the addition of fate, his entire body turned black. Ning Chun stood in the endless darkness. His figure flashed, and he took a step forward, his black blade severing soul. With a loud bang, heaven and earth exploded. The blackened divine weapons were a pair of world-destroying demonic blades. Violent shock waves surged out, and the destroyed earth was stirred up by 100 feet of sand, shaking heaven and earth. The furious Ning Chun no longer had his usual calmness. He released all of his cultivation. With the blade and sword in his hand, black chi surrounded him. He used the power of the three scrolls to fight the Underworld King. Yama's Forbidden Sword Annihilation. The Underworld King waved the forbidden sword in his hand. Purple light shone brightly. With one slash, he killed Ning Chun. Ning Chun did not retreat at all. The Daein Green Sparrow condensed frost and met the attack head-on. The frost surged, and the pair of divine swords shone. The clash between the blade and the sword reached its peak at this moment. Ning Chun, in his strongest state, fought the Underworld King. One blade and one sword, killing light was rampant. On the east and west, the Eternal Night Hierarch and the Masters of the Four Extreme Realms were watching this battle in the north of the Great Xia Dynasty. What Underworld King! What a great Xia Jiming Marquis! Chapter 322. The disappearance of the Ghost Lady made Ning Chun completely lose his mind. The light of the three heavenly tomes flashed continuously around him, surging and chaotic. The black aura swallowed fiercely. The remembrance of love and the green sparrow cried at the same time, as if they could feel the pain in their master's heart. The King of Hell wore a noble and clean white armor. With a divine sword and a demon blade in his hand, his power became more and more terrifying, and it was still increasing. Ghost Desolation Technique Soul Break. The Ghost Desolation Technique reappeared, and its power was far beyond expectations. The Calamity Demon Blade condensed the power of Ghost Desolation. Ghost Chi lingered around it, and when the blade slashed down, bloody light shone, and 1,000 feet of wasteland collapsed. The demon blade slashed life, and the remembrance of love met it. The black fate added to the might of the heavenly scroll. The dark blue light was extremely bright, and the bloody light dimmed. The King of Hell used the Ghost Lady move, which made Ning Chun even angrier. As their moves clashed, the left and right blades swapped. The left side represented the Green Sparrow against the Calamity World, and the right side represented the remembrance of love. One was fast, one was heavy, and the other was fast. Heavenly Scroll, Pardon Heaven. The ultimate move activated the vital essence. The dark blue light flowed in the black fate. The black remembrance blade reflected the blue light, and its power was as heavy as a mountain. The forbidden sword met the blade. With a bang, the King of Hell took half a step back, and the corner of his mouth was dyed red. The Daein Green Sparrow followed, as fast as lightning. Its sword swept out, and it went straight for the Dantian Sea of Chi. Naive, the King of Hell laughed coldly. The demon blade in his hand turned, and it blocked the sword. At the same time, the divine sword swung, and purple light shone. Ning Chun did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. Frost surged around him, and the remembrance of love appeared again. His sword was condensed, and the sword cut through the wind and snow for 3,000 miles. The fierce ultimate moves collided, and the aftermath surged. Both of them were injured. However, before the blood fell to the ground, Su Yi approached again. The rapid shadow of the water carried the beauty of the blade. With a bang, the two blades met again. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, the sword was swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rapid attacks and defenses had been launched. This was a battle between the most dazzling experts who had surpassed the 5 tribulations. At this moment, there was no justice or standpoint. There was only hatred, a hatred that would not end until one of them died. The light of the 3 scrolls of the Heavenly Sutra circulated within the Black Destiny. Ning Chun, who had lost his cool, was now filled with a terrifying killing intent. The mutated rocks that gathered in the sky let out cries that shook the heavens. Endless killing intent condensed, and a rising killing intent caused the mutated rocks in the sky to show signs of solidifying. Wind and clouds swirled in the distant horizon. Space trembled as 2 figures appeared, one in the east and one in the west. They stood facing each other in silence. Both sides coldly observed the great battle in front of them. Their auras surged in the dark, as if they were ready to attack at any moment. At this moment, a figure in luxurious green clothes slowly walked over. He didn't say a single word. Just by standing there, he made the 2 people floating in the sky withdraw their auras, feeling apprehensive. The world-shaking battle attracted the attention of everyone. The 2 people in the battle had already condensed their fighting spirit to the peak. They no longer had any energy to be distracted. The killing light of the sword and saber was dazzling. It was unknown when it would reflect the ultimate life and blossom of blood. Jiming Marquis, how does it feel to lose someone you cherish? Your efforts are useless. How ironic. The Yama King spoke, his ear-piercing words reverberating through the battlefield. His saber and sword were filled with killing intent. There was no mercy for the weak. In this world where the strong ruled, only absolute strength was true justice. Ning Chen's white clothes were stained with blood. His eyes were filled with black qi. His killing intent was so dense that it was close to solidifying. A moment later, the mutated rocks roared towards the sky and dived straight down into Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen's purple hair burst open and his black hair danced in the wind. Waves of violent qi spread out. Ning Chen's cultivation instantly broke through the limit and entered the 4th tribulation. Suddenly, a golden light shone down from the 9 heavens, dispersing the darkness. The heavenly light tribulation reappeared. When a heavenly light appeared, Yama's power was immediately suppressed. His aura became unstable. Ning Chun endured the pain of the heavenly tribulation and held his sword and saber together, fighting again. Blood blossomed. Yama was restrained by the heavenly light and was at a disadvantage. His blood fell to the ground and dyed his white armor red. Go to hell. Ning Chen's sword and saber suppressed Yama's power. His aura was raised to the extreme. The heavenly light enveloped the 2 of them. In an instant, the heavenly light became even brighter, cleansing the world of filth. I'm the Lord of Hell. What is there to be afraid of? Yama's aura exploded and shook off the sword and saber. The divine sword Forbidden Break shone with purple light and slashed at the heavenly light that was about to fall. The heavenly light trembled violently, and its brilliance immediately dimmed significantly. Yama's Forbidden Break, hell on earth. Yama displayed his power. The world turned into hell. Ghost chi spread out. Wherever it passed, there was no life. It was as if the world was dead. The ghost chi entered his body. Ning Chen's mouth was red. He was injured again. However, the blood did not stop flowing. His sword did not stop either. Even if his opponent was unshakable, he had to avenge the ghost girl. Heaven rises, earth falls, no life. The ultimate move that had never appeared in the world finally appeared in this battle of life and death. Ning Chen's sword and saber pierced through the sky. The next moment, his plain clothes disappeared. He turned into a black ray of light and appeared in front of Yama. A sword formed from ice and snow slashed out. In an instant, the world disappeared. The ground under their feet disappeared. The sword paved a path. The sky lost its color. The saber light covered the sun. The snowy sword condensed the power of the three heavens. It broke through the defense of the demon's saber and divine sword and pierced into Yama's dantian. Yama was injured. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He took 3 steps back and staggered a few times. However, at this moment, Yama waved the divine sword in his hand. His aura surged and sent the person in front of him flying. What a pity! Yama condensed his true origin. An evil aura lingered, making the blood-stained white armor look even more demonic. I am Yama, the undying and indestructible Yama. Your struggle only shows how useless you are. The arrogant and sarcastic words were extremely ear-piercing. Yama's body had condensed the ghost body and the dark body. His chi was no longer a weakness. As the evil aura lingered, the wound caused by the snowy sword healed at a visible speed. Ning Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He clenched his fists and returned his sword and saber. Outside of hell on earth, the purifying heavenly light sprinkled down specks of golden light. However, it couldn't enter hell at all. It meant that even the heavens couldn't do anything about it. In the distance, the battle was about to end. Among the 3 people facing each other, the master of the 4 extreme realms was the first to move. His figure flashed, and he was about to step forward. In this stalemate, a slight move in one part could affect the whole situation. The sword rack beside Imperial Prince Yin trembled. The 5 swords hummed, and their sharpness appeared. On the other side, the Eternal Knight Hierarch also moved. His figure appeared with a domineering aura. When he stepped out, the world shook violently. Eternal Knight Hierarch, why don't we work together? The master of the 4 extreme realms looked gloomy. He glanced at the man not far away and said, sure. The Eternal Knight Hierarch smiled faintly and replied. The 2 powerhouses came to an agreement. They wanted to work together to deal with the great Xia's legend first. Imperial Prince Yan's expression didn't change. He condensed his essence sword and blocked the 2 strongest people in the world. The turbulent air currents collided rapidly between the 3 sides. At this moment, no one dared to be careless. They focused all of their attention. In the distance, the undying king of hell suppressed the great Xia's martial Marquis. As the longevity chi was quickly consumed, the balance of the battle gradually shifted. The sword and saber clashed. Although Ning Chun was at a disadvantage, he still had no intention of retreating. His sword and saber were incomparably sharp. People always don't know how to overestimate themselves. King of Hell waved his demon saber to block the attack. His divine sword condensed nether energy and slashed down. Blood splattered and dyed his black hair. Ning Chun didn't dodge. He condensed a sword with his finger. Frost surged and pierced through his heart. King of Hell's mouth turned red. His true yuan exploded and forced the former back. Evil chi flowed and the wound healed. The undying King of Hell was still injured but didn't die. There was no sign of him losing. Jiming Marquis, be angry and struggle. Let me see how far your hatred can reach. King of Hell laughed wildly. His true yuan surged and kept on increasing. The 2 sides fought fiercely. The great Xia's emperor and Marquis were both in danger. If they couldn't break through, they would fall together. Seeing that King of Hell's body was different from ordinary people, Ning Chen's figure flickered and turned into afterimages. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Insignificant skill. King of Hell snorted coldly. He moved at the same time and quickly chased after Ning Chun. He slashed through the afterimages in front of him. When he turned back, his divine sword blocked the attack. The sword disappeared and the afterimages left behind by the water. King of Hell suddenly felt the killing intent in front of him. He wanted to counterattack, but it was too late. When it's almost snowing, the snow of July floats. The snow of July floated down in hell. Endless snowflakes surrounded King of Hell. Thousands of sword intents were hidden in the snow. In an instant, they broke through the restraints of the evil energy and entered King of Hell's body. A pool of blood splashed across the sky. Ning Chun felt it at the same time. He stared at King of Hell's Zhigung acupoint, where evil energy was overflowing. and leaped into the sky. The cleansing heavenly light suddenly descended and covered by Yi's figure. Blood spurted out and turned into a bloody mist that lingered around her body. The great green sparrow gathered heavenly light. Yi then turned into a dazzling meteor and fell rapidly. The heavenly light increased, and the green sparrow broke through evil. Hell instantly collapsed. A sword fell, slashing King of Hell. The most terrifying sword shocked the world. It carried the power of the heavens and fell with a loud bang. King of Hell endured the intense pain in his body. His sword and saber condensed evil energy to meet the falling sword. The most extreme exchange caused blood to spurt out. With a rumble, dark clouds rolled in the sky and thunder roared. Below, the sword and saber pierced through Yi's body. Blood flowed, dyeing the ground red. Ningchun, it's good to see you again in the end. King of Hell's expression changed. His beautiful face had a final gratification. He had still come. At his Zigung acupoint, the green sparrow penetrated his body. The heavenly light burned the demonic barrier. King of Hell's body gradually turned illusory and was about to disappear. Ghost woman. Ningchen's heart was in intense pain. It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. A teardrop fell, bringing with it a dazzling blood-red color. Who said that life was heartless and hid it so deeply? Perhaps even they didn't know. Ghost woman raised her hand and wiped away Ning Chen's tears. Her lips curled into a smile. This time, she truly had no more regrets. The heavens couldn't bear it. Heavy rain poured down, covering everything in front of them. Chapter 3:23. The heavens were merciful, and a sorrowful rain fell. The figure in the rain was beautiful and beautiful. Her pure white armor made her look even more noble. When they first met, they didn't know each other. When they met again, they were on the brink of death. Later, they became fated because of the Earth Scroll. When the heavenly flames were burning her, she came to save her life. During the most painful days, she couldn't see the sun. The only person that could accompany her cold heart was the red wedding dress. Ning Chen's heart ached, and tears fell like rain. At this moment, he couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears. The heavy rain washed away the blood on their bodies, but it couldn't wash away the redness in their tears. Ghost Maiden has no regrets in this life. The Ghost Maiden caressed the former's face as a gentle smile flashed across her eyes. Ghost Maiden didn't have time to ask if they would meet again in next life. Her hands fell, and she fell into Su Yi's embrace. Ning Chen's torn heart felt like it was being cut by 1,000 knives. He wrapped his arms around her and gently hugged her. His heart sank. Ghost Maiden. However, there was no reply. The pouring rain, accompanied by the sound of thunder, seemed to be crying for the sad scene in the world. The ghost origin and underworld origin turned into specks of starlight and flew out. Perhaps in the future, they would reincarnate and another flower would bloom in the human world. Rumble. The thunder in the sky became louder and louder. A purple figure appeared in the sky. She used a curse to draw in the ghost and underworld origin. She suddenly raised her head and killing intent filled the sky. Furious thunder descended, illuminating her blood-red eyes. Luosha's body was instantly frozen. In the next moment, Su Yi disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the sky. The saber slashed down, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. It was so breathtaking that even the sky was slashed apart by a pitch-black ravine. Even though Chinchio was shocked, he flipped his palm to block it. However, a loud boom rang out as he was directly smashed into the ground. Su Yi moved and landed in the blink of an eye. The saber light fell again with unshakable might. Jiming Marquis, the people of my divine sect are not people you could touch. A hand appeared and blocked the saber light. Black and red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her divine appearance was extraordinary and peerless. The green sparrow followed closely behind, her sword intent surging, sharp and piercing to the bone. The Eternal Night Hierarch didn't want to get tangled up in a fight. He retreated with Zong Chinchio and vanished in a few flickers. In the distance, The master of the four extremes did not want to face the combined attack of Marquis Jiming and Prince Yen, who were both blessed with fate. He moved his feet and retreated from the battle. The two enemies retreated. Prince Yen retracted his aura and looked at the figure in the rain in the distance. He sighed softly and turned to leave. The heartless hurt others, while the affectionate hurt themselves. The tribulation of love was the most difficult tribulation in the world. The kneeling figure did not move at all, allowing the blood to flow on his body. It was as if he did not know. Dark red tears flowed out of his blood-red eyes, falling one drop after another in the pouring rain. His voice was filled with grief, and only his heart-piercing laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. It grew louder and louder, crazier and crazier. At this moment, the rumbling thunder also stopped, no longer daring to descend. Eternal night, hierarch, abyss of darkness. In the dark aura, a purple figure floated up and down, surrounded by a demonic aura. He also had an unreachable divinity. After a long time, Zhong Qinqiu landed. Most of his injuries had healed. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Thank you, master." "Zhong Qinqiu, this time you've disappointed me again," said the aura in the darkness. Zhong Qinqiu lowered his head and apologized. "Master, please forgive me. Marquis Jiming tried to stop me. I only had time to get the nether spring. I'll find a way to get the remaining half as soon as possible." "No need. That Marquis Jiming is not that easy to deal with. Getting the Tao source is more important. This time let Xia Zi go." "Yes," said Zhong Qinqiu respectfully. The dark aura receded. Zhong Qinqiu got up and left, walking directly to the first divine palace in the distance. In the empty first divine palace, a black-robed figure sat quietly. There was no human emotion in his cold, deep eyes. The powerful demonic aura emitted a terrifying pressure that made people shiver. "Demon King," said Zhong Qinqiu politely. "What is it?" A cold voice echoed in the palace. "Kill the Tao body and get the Tao source," said Zhong Qinqiu. In Wushuang City, a secret letter was delivered. When the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms received it, his eyes flashed. "Xianji." "Yes, master," said Xianji respectfully. "Go to the Eternal Night sect and get the Fortune Jade of Heaven and Earth," said the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms coldly. "Yes, master." Xianji turned and left. In front of the Eternal Night sect, two figures passed by each other. One left and the other came. Xianji respectfully stepped aside, avoiding the white-haired Demon King. On Linglang Mountain, Worryless was walking forward, following orders to support the battle. Suddenly, the demonic aura in front of her grew stronger. A black-robed figure slowly walked over, his white hair dancing in the wind. Worryless narrowed her eyes and calmed down. What a powerful demonic aura! Reincarnation. The demonic sword flew out and landed in the Demon King's hand. A terrifying demonic might shook the entire mountain, causing it to darken. Worryless quickly guessed the identity of the newcomer. There was only one person in the world with such cultivation and demonic aura, the new lord of the #1 divine palace, the Demon King. The truth was clear. She had been betrayed by the Realm Lord. Otherwise, the Eternal Night Demon King wouldn't have appeared here so coincidentally. Before she had time to think, the black-robed figure in front of her moved. The reincarnation demon sword swept past, black demonic aura swirling around it, as heavy as a mountain. Worryless raised her hand, gathering the world's spiritual energy to form a barrier in front of her. With a flip of her hand, the spiritual energy vibrated and repelled the sword. The Demon King stepped forward, shifted his position, and pulled back his sword. A cold, killing intent rose from his body as the sword descended once more. With a bang, the spiritual energy barrier shattered, and a wisp of red flew into the air. Blood flowed down the demonic sword's blade. "Monarch, you shouldn't have sunk into the demonic path." Worryless' expression was solemn. She gathered the surrounding wind and clouds with her other hand and trapped the Demon King. However, Xia Zi could no longer hear her. With a spin of the reincarnation demon sword, she broke free from the bindings and condensed her origin energy. Black sword energy soared into the sky as demonic aura rose. The sword energy slashed down, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to cave in. The mountain rocks crumbled, and the entire Linglang mountain shook violently as large rocks fell and smashed down. Demonic aura surged, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Worryless' mouth. She flipped her palm and countered with a surge of vast origin energy. The Demon King took the blow head-on, and the momentum of his sword grew even heavier. The demonic sword trembled, and the world lost its color. A peak Fifth Tribulation Demon King's strength wasn't inferior to the three calamities. His moves were full of killing intent and left no chance for survival. The shaking Linglang mountain had reached its limit. The crumbling rocks fell continuously, making the battle even more perilous. Seeing that the demonic might was unstoppable, Worryless gathered the spiritual energy around her. She took a few light steps and absorbed all the spiritual energy within a 3-kilometer radius with a wave of her hand, restraining herself. With the disappearance of the spiritual energy, the demonic sword's power was immediately restrained. Its might was greatly reduced, and it couldn't exert its full strength. In front of her delicate hand, the demonic sword couldn't move. It was blocked by the spiritual energy barrier and couldn't move an inch. At this moment, the strength of her Taoist physique began to show its edge. Back off! With a cold shout, the demonic aura in the Demon King's body erupted. Endless black gas overflowed, and the weakened sword momentum instantly recovered its original sharpness and even became 30% stronger. The sudden change was unexpected. A trace of demonic aura entered Worryless' body, causing her to groan and retreat 3 steps. The demonic aura that had sealed the forbidden land of Great Xia for hundreds of years was shockingly massive. Although Worryless could restrain others by sealing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it had no effect on Xiazi. The Taoist physique was strong, but the Demon King was even stronger. The clash of absolute strength resounded in Linglang Mountain, causing the space to tremble. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the demonic sword's edge red. Both of them took 2 steps back. Their martial arts were sublimated to the extreme, connecting heaven and earth. The next moment, the 2 extreme moves collided, and Wanxiang exploded. The entire Linglang mountain collapsed, as if it had suffered a heavenly tribulation and was completely destroyed. In the wild sand and broken rocks, a blood-stained figure flew out. Soon after, she dragged her injured body and rushed toward the west. Do you think you can escape? The demonic aura spread out, and the wild sand dispersed. The white-haired Demon King in black clothes walked out. His figure flashed as he chased after her. The 2 figures, one in front and one behind, drew 2 streaks of light across the sky. Before they could blink, they had already disappeared. The injured Taoist physique had blood dripping from the corner of her mouth and dyed her clothes red. She was innately restrained, causing the originally unpredictable battle to completely lose its balance. She was in a foreign land and had been betrayed by the Realm Master. She had nowhere to go and could only rush toward the imperial city of Great Xia. In this unfamiliar realm, she could only trust him. Just as she was approaching the imperial city of Great Xia, a vigorous palm energy suddenly slapped her. She couldn't dodge in time and vomited with a bang. The figure in front of her held the purple lightning divine spear and looked valiant. It was the first divine general of the Eternal Night Cult by Qi. There was a divine general in front of her and a demonic monarch behind her. In this situation, it was difficult for the Taoist physique to advance. She barely stabilized herself and sighed in her heart. Today, she might really have reached her end. Taoist physique, you won't be able to escape today. Bai Qi moved, purple lightning and thunder roared, and his spear was powerful enough to split open the sky. She dodged the spear and retaliated in an instant. The demonic sword finally arrived, and the vigorous demonic aura shook. A waterfall of blood dyed the sky red and rained down. Blood flowed from the left shoulder of the heavily injured Taoist physique, drenching most of her skirt. Now that the demonic monarch had arrived, she had no chance of escaping. She could only accept the arrival of death. She didn't expect the realm master to betray her. She also didn't know that this betrayal was only for that piece of worldly creation jade. How sad was it that she was inferior to an object? The imperial city of Great Xia was close, but it was still thousands of miles away. Even a Xiantian expert wouldn't be able to save her in time. Today, the Taoist physique's death was a foregone conclusion. The imperial city of Great Xia, Marquis Jiming's residence. Snow and ice fell in the backyard. A plain-clothed figure stood there silently. She hadn't moved for 2 days and 2 nights. In the wind and snow, an ice coffin made of frost forcibly stopped the passage of time, forcibly leaving behind a delicate and beautiful figure. Lu Ruoxi and Ning, she looked at the Marquis in front of the coffin with worry, but they didn't dare to disturb her. Death Breaker! At this moment, the figure who had been silent for 2 days finally spoke. The moment she spoke, Death Breaker and Shutian trembled violently from the nearby study. They immediately turned into 2 streams of light and flew out. Chapter 324. Death Breaker flew out, accompanied by Heaven's Pardon. 1 arrow and 1 bow landed in the hands of the white-clothed figure. A violent aura spread out as the snowstorm turned into a giant whirlpool. The world changed colors as Death Breaker drew his bow. Silver snowflakes drifted down from the sky above the imperial city and converged on the Marquis Manor. The next moment, the Heaven's Pardon arrow shot toward the eastern sky. The shocking arrow lit up the 9 heavens, and only the tip of the arrow existed between them. In the distant horizon, the 3 combatants suddenly felt a heavy pressure bearing down on them. When they looked back, they saw a dazzling arrow shooting toward them. The arrow was so fast that it broke through the limits of space. Divine General Baichi didn't even have time to evade before blood gushed out like a waterfall as the arrow pierced through his heart and body. Demonic Sword, Reincarnation. The demon swung the demonic sword in his hand. Demonic energy surged as he blocked the incoming Heaven's Pardon arrow. Heaven and earth collapsed as the sword met Heaven's Pardon arrow. Amidst the terrifying collision, the demon was pushed back dozens of meters, the corners of his mouth stained red. At the same time, the Heaven's Pardon arrow finally reached its limit. It snapped with a crack and fell from the sky. Daylily quickly came to. With a wave of her hand, she drew upon the power of the world to collect the broken arrow and shot toward the imperial city. The demon cultivator steadied himself, suppressed the injuries in his body, and chased after him. Demon Lord, Divine General Baichi wanted to stop her, but there was nothing he could do. Blood gushed out his chest and dyed the 9 heavens red. The falling figure crashed into the ground with a loud bang. The number 1 Divine General of Evernight was gone. Demon Monarch, these final titles were still unable to make the Demon Monarch stop. The once kind Emperor would never return. Daylily rushed over from the skies above the imperial city. Her tense mind finally relaxed after seeing the familiar white-clothed figure. Her injured body could no longer hold on as she staggered and fell straight to the ground. The demon arrived soon after and activated the demonic sword, slashing the heavens. The sword radiance rumbled through the imperial city. Ning Chun helped Daylily up and, with a clench of his right hand, summoned a blue sparrow. He also slashed out with his sword. The 2 extreme sword lights collided, and the 9 heavens rumbled. In the imperial city, countless people raised their heads and looked at this terrifying light. They were so shocked that they trembled. Demon Sword, bury the heavens. The demonic sword in the demonic cultivator's hand moved again. Thousands of beams of sword was shot out. The sky-burying swords surged and roared. In an instant, the space collapsed. It was a scene of destruction. Ningchen loosened his grip, and the green sparrow spun rapidly. With a flick of his sword finger, the green sparrow flew out, causing snowflakes to surge and frost to fill the sky. The swords clashed again, and a violent shockwave exploded. Everything was destroyed, and ghosts were frightened. A battle between swordsmen that surpassed common sense made countless cultivators in the dynasty tremble. Two close friends had once again dueled. Fate made fools of people, causing this battle to be filled with sorrow and bitterness from the very beginning. 3,000 li of sword snow. The fluttering snowflakes were pure white and flawless. One sword could topple the world, and snow drifted for 3,000 miles. Extreme cold chi and extreme sword intent rippled out at the same time. The vast world fell silent. The demonic cultivator wasn't afraid. His sword spun, and the demonic sword shone with a black light. A 3,000-meter sword chi soared into the sky and crashed down. The demonic sword split the wind and snow, and the two swords shook the world. The shockwave caused the two of them to retreat half a step. Don't fight. Retreat. Just at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the sky. Her slender hand slashed out, and with a palm, she quickly retreated with Xiazi. Ning Chun waved his sword to disperse the palm energy, but he didn't chase. He just supported the heavily injured Daylily and descended. Brother, Ning, she went up worriedly. Take good care of her. Ning Chun brought Daylily back to the room and settled her down. Leaving the manor in plain clothes had hurt her heart and soul. After licking her wounds, she hid her bitterness. In Weiyang Palace, Zhang Xuan's body was slightly better. Qing Ning supported him in the back garden to relax. Wild accompanied them to the side. She didn't say much, but there was always a smile on her face. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning were both very fond of Wild, and they talked about Ning Chen's first time in the palace. Unknowingly, 5 years had passed. Time had passed so quickly, and the once strong-headed youth had now become the support of Grand Xia. Ning Chen arrived. Looking at the three of them in the back garden, he smiled. Empress, I've come to send Wild back. Ever since she had reached the 4 extremes, Wild hadn't returned home. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. She finally had to go back. Qing Ning, Zhang Sun softly said. Qing Ning took out a jade bracelet and gently put on Wild's arm. Take care of it. Ning Chen looked at the bracelet and didn't say anything. This was something Zhang Sun had always worn. Now that he had given it to Wild, his meaning was clear. The two of them left, and a cold wind blew over. Zhang Sun coughed and said tiredly, Let's go back. Qing Ning nodded. She supported this relative of hers who had accompanied her for half her life and walked out of the garden. After bidding farewell to Yin Qin Wang, the two of them set foot on the road to the south. Compared to when they first snuck out, a man only had a sword by her side. Her light blue heart was like a pure heart that had never changed. Ning Chun had spent the majority of his life rushing about. He rarely had time to rest. Only when accompanying Wild did he have the patience to slow down his pace. The Grand Xia's mountains and rivers were majestic and magnificent, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. In the past, he had promised to bring Wild out to see the outside world, but he had repeatedly missed the opportunity. Today, he had fulfilled that promise. The sun rose and set, the moon was full, and the tide came and went. The world was impermanent, but it was the most beautiful scenery. The people in the mountains and rivers were like a painting, beautiful, tranquil, and precious. Half a month later, the two of them arrived at the southern border. They weren't far from the barbarian dynasty. The southern border was the border between the Grand Xia and the barbarian dynasty. In the past, they had fought fiercely, but after the current barbarian king had succeeded the throne, things had become much more stable. There were very few battles between the two dynasties. Last time, when the barbarian king had borrowed troops, he had helped the Grand Xia quite a bit. Because of that, the relationship between the two dynasties had improved greatly. The current barbarian king was good at fighting, but he wasn't fond of fighting. At this time, he was undoubtedly the best news for the Grand Xia. Are you homesick? Asked Ning Chun gently when he saw Wild's expression. Yes. Wild nodded. We'll be there soon, said Ning Chun softly. The two of them quickened their pace, quickly leaving the Grand Xia and arriving at the barbarian dynasty. Within the imperial palace, the barbarian king was sitting in meditation. His majestic and domineering figure was surging with his aura. He was even stronger than before. The barbarian king, who had once been known as one of the twin geniuses of the Grand Xia and Prince Yen, after breaking through the Xiantian limit, his strength had soared. No one knew what realm he had reached. King, the princess has returned. The imperial guards quickly entered the palace and respectfully greeted him. The barbarian king stood up, excitement flashing in his eyes. That girl had finally returned. Two figures walked over. When the barbarian king saw the person beside his precious daughter, his expression immediately became ugly. Why had that brat also come? Greetings, barbarian king. Ning Chun entered the palace and respectfully bowed. However, as soon as he spoke, he felt his vision blur as a heavy fist smashed down on him. The barbarian king's divine power was something everyone knew about. Ning Chun had personally witnessed it before, so he naturally knew better than anyone else. But could he dodge? The answer was obviously no. Ning Chun's aura condensed, and his palm met the barbarian king's divine power head-on. With a boom, the two attacks collided. Ning Chun was forced back half a step, his blood tumbling. Just at this moment, Wild walked up and forcibly separated the two of them. Don't fight. The two of them separated. Ning Chun respectfully bowed. Senior's divine power is something this junior cannot compare to. Many thanks for showing mercy. Humph. The barbarian king coldly snorted, but his expression improved quite a bit. Brat, at least you're tactful. Men, prepare a banquet to welcome the princess, ordered the barbarian king. Yes. A young eunuch stepped forward to receive the order. Then, he left with a happy expression on his face. Now that the princess had returned, their lives would be a bit better. In these 2 years, the barbarian king's temper had become worse and worse. Although he hadn't gone so far as to kill servants, as long as they made a mistake, they would be beaten. The princes also weren't good-tempered people. Fortunately, the princess had returned. In the barbarian palace, the princess was the most important person. Even the barbarian king and the other princes had to be obedient. Not long after, news of the princess's return spread throughout the palace. Even the crown prince, who had left the palace to handle some matters, had rushed back. Humph! When the crown prince saw Ning Chun, his attitude was no different from the barbarian king's. The only thing missing was the word "not welcome" written on his face. Wild walked up and brushed away the crown prince's furrowed brows. Ugly. The crown prince immediately smiled obediently. The speed at which his attitude changed was stupefying. The banquet's atmosphere was very good. Of course, if Ning Chun wasn't an eyesore, perhaps it would be even better. Fortunately, Ning Chun's face was not something ordinary people could compare to. His smile was unshakable. After the banquet, the princes all left. Wild was accompanied by her maids and returned to her residence. Ning Chun stayed behind. His smile disappeared, and he became calm again. The barbarian king glanced at His Majesty's plain-clothed figure and also calmed down. There was no disgust or joy. Putting aside his personal feelings, he was the barbarian king, and he was the Grand Xia's knowledge Marquis. "Speak, what do you want?" asked the barbarian king. "I want to see your dynasty's nation armament," said Ning Chun earnestly. The barbarian king's eyes narrowed. This request was not low. The nation armament was the foundation of a dynasty, and how could it be so easily approached by outsiders? "The price," said the barbarian king indifferently. Ning Chun waved his hand, and the remembrance saber flew out. The black saber had almost returned to its original appearance, and there was only a small amount of black fate circulating around it. "You severed another dynasty's fate?" asked the barbarian king. Fate armaments were the most difficult to forge in the world. Without a great foundation and hundreds of years of preparation, it was basically impossible to forge one. For this saber to be able to condense fate was truly unbelievable. The remembrance saber flew out and landed in front of the barbarian king. Ning Chun displayed his sincerity and gave the saber to him first. The barbarian king picked up the divine weapon in front of him, and his eyes flashed. He knew that such an opportunity was rare. In this world, the number of factions that possessed fate armaments could be counted on one hand, let alone allowing others to see them. Chapter 325. Two figures walked out from the depths of the barbarian dynasty's imperial palace. One was majestic and domineering, while the other was as calm as water. Scarlet karmic luck filled the air. It was a shocking sight. Ningchen looked at the floating scarlet karmic luck, and a strange light flashed through his eyes. The karmic luck of each dynasty was truly different. Compared to the longevity hall, the barbarian dynasty's karmic luck was much more domineering and less gloomy. The barbarian dynasty was warlike. From the ruler to the commoners, they were all rather unyielding. It wasn't strange for the dynasty's karmic luck to have such a situation. At the center of the scarlet karmic luck, a blood-red halberd floated in the air. It was domineering and ferocious, and its aura was shocking. It made it hard for people to breathe. Ningchen pointed. Strands of ice and snow appeared. The flying insects sealed in the snow were lifelike, as if they were still alive. In the next moment, the ice and snow shattered, bringing the flying insects toward the halberd. However, something unexpected happened. The berserk karmic luck instantly swallowed the flying insects. In the blink of an eye, the insect swarm that had been difficult to destroy was completely crushed. Ningchen narrowed his eyes. He had finally found it. If it still didn't work here, then he would have to try it in Beiming. Although the Grand Xia had gathered over half of the divine continent's karmic luck, it had been ruled by Confucianism for 1,000 years. Its karmic luck was peaceful. It was far from being as domineering as the barbarian dynasty. Senior Barbarian King, can Junior make a request? Ningchen turned around and asked respectfully. What request? The barbarian king was on guard. I want to borrow 100 years of your dynasty's karmic luck, said Ningchen seriously. The barbarian king's expression immediately sank. Without even thinking about it, he directly refused. Impossible. The strength of the karmic luck in the imperial palace was related to the rise and fall of a dynasty. The barbarian dynasty was located in a remote area, and there were many natural disasters. If they lost 100 years of karmic luck, the situation would be even worse. Senior, we can discuss any condition, said Ningchen urgently. None of your conditions are possible. The barbarian king flatly refused. This wasn't a matter of whether or not they could negotiate. No matter the price, it was impossible to make up for the loss of 100 years of karmic luck. Senior, Ningchen wanted to say something more, but the barbarian king directly interrupted him. There's no need to say anything more. There's no room. Don't make me lose my last bit of patience. Hearing this, Ningchen sighed in his heart and didn't continue speaking. The barbarian king. Of the barbarian king. You've seen enough, let's go. The barbarian king turned around with a cold face and walked away. Ningchen didn't want to be unhappy with the barbarian king at this time, so he could only leave with him. In the princess' side courtyard, Hongzhu was helping a man with her makeup. The princess had left the palace for 4 years, and Hongzhu had also waited in the side courtyard for 4 years. The other palace maids had all left the palace to marry, but Hongzhu had chosen to stay. Princess, does he treat you well? Red Candle asked softly. The face in the mirror was similarly beautiful, blooming in the most beautiful years of a woman's life. If it was not cherished, it would fade away. All right. Wild nodded. Princess's bracelet. Did he give it to you? Red Candle asked. She knew every single piece of jewelry that the princess wore, but this jade bracelet wasn't there when the princess left. It wasn't from him. It was from the Great Xia's Empress Dowager, a man said honestly. Hongzhu frowned. The Empress Dowager of the Great Xia should be Empress Zhang's son. Everyone in the world knew that Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia was brought up by Empress Zhang's son. Her words were more useful than any imperial edict for Jiming Marquis. Just at this moment, a eunuch quickly walked in. Outside the room, he respectfully said, Princess, the Jiming Marquis requests an audience. Let him in, said Wild. Princess, I'll be leaving first. Hongzhu bowed and left, leaving the two of them alone. Ningchen walked in. Seeing Wild change back into the barbarian dynasty's princess clothes, he smiled warmly. The way the barbarian dynasty's women dressed was very different from the Great Xia's. It was hard to say which one was better, but each had their own style. Do I not look good? Wild looked at herself in the mirror and then at the person in front of her curiously. Yes, Wild looks good in anything. Ning Chun smiled. Wild smiled sweetly. As long as he liked it, that was good. On the dressing table was an ancient bronze mirror that was emitting a faint light. It was the bronze mirror that had been brought out of the ancient sage's tomb. However, divine items had spirits, and those who did not acknowledge them were unable to use them. Ning Chun was clearly one of those people who had not been acknowledged. Back then, he had studied it for a long time without being able to figure it out. Since ancient times, bronze mirrors had been used by women to dress themselves. Giving it to Wild was naturally perfect. "Are you tired?" asked Ning Chun. "I'm not tired." Wild shook her head. "Then let's go out for a walk," smiled Ning Chun. "All right," replied Wild. The two of them left the courtyard and quietly walked through the barbarian palace. The barbarian dynasty's climate was different from the Great Xia's, and the palace's scenery was also different. The blooming hibiscus flowers swayed in the wind, and the light red flowers made the entire palace seem bright and beautiful. When the palace maids passing by saw the two of them, most of them chose to stealthily avoid them. But when they couldn't avoid them, they respectfully bowed and didn't disturb them. In their eyes, this martial Marquis and princess from the Great Xia were a match made in heaven. In the end, they would walk together. The majority of the palace's women were in their prime. That was the age when they believed in beautiful fairy tales. The princess was a kind person, and she would definitely have a good home. The setting sun sprinkled down a beautiful golden light. A gentle breeze caused the hibiscus flowers to scatter in the air. Under the light of the setting sun, they emitted a dazzling golden light. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Wild silver ornaments jingled like silver bells. This woman was even more beautiful than flowers. She was the barbarian dynasty's most precious pearl. "Wild, I'll be leaving after sunset," said Ning Chun softly as he glanced at the setting sun. The current master of the Four Extremities wanted to kill Ning Chun more than at any other time. He couldn't stay in the barbarian palace for too long, or he would bring disaster with him. Wild thought about it for a moment before nodding. "All right," Ning Chun smiled. "Next time, if you want to leave the palace, don't sneak out by yourself. Send a letter to the Great Xia's imperial city. I'll come pick you up." "All right." Wild nodded. "Properly practice your sword. Don't be lazy." "All right. Eat a bit more. You don't look good if you're too skinny." "All right." The barbarian king is a miser. "No." A man reacted in time and shook his little head as he spoke. "Huh." Ning Chun softly laughed. He didn't stay any longer. "I'm leaving." With that, his white clothes scattered, and he disappeared from the garden of hibiscus flowers. Although this reunion had been short, it was already a precious and beautiful memory. Wild looked in the direction he had left, and her bright eyes gradually dimmed. Night rose, and the moon hung high in the sky. In the endless wastelands of the southern wilderness, multicolored light converged, blocking the path that led to hell. Ning Chun looked at the master of the Four Extremities, and his eyes flashed. As expected, he had come. "Jiming Marquis, should I say you're bold or stupid? Do you think you'll be able to return alive after leaving the Great Xia's imperial city?" asked the master of the Four Extremities coldly. "Since I dared to leave, I naturally have the confidence to return," said Ning Chun indifferently. "Arrogant." The master of the Four Extremities stomped his foot and slapped out with a palm. His vigorous energy caused the world to change colors. Before his attack even arrived, the wind and clouds were already chaotic. Ning Chun didn't want to fight. His figure flashed, and a watery figure appeared. Waves of water rippled, and the light was extinguished. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The watery figure dissipated, and on the other side, the white clothes gathered and quickly left. "You want to leave?" Wishful thinking. The master of the Four Extremities quickly followed, heading west. Within the Buddhist kingdom, bells rang out on Mount Mijia. The tallest mountain in the divine prefecture, Buddha Mountain, shone with Buddhist light. After 4 years of reconstruction, the Buddhist holy land that had been destroyed in the past had gradually recovered a trace of its vitality. In the distant horizon, 2 beams of light sped over. Ning Chun landed in front of the giant Buddha that had been rebuilt. He looked at the Dewey Temple that was 300 meters away and bowed respectfully. "Senior Abbot, this junior greets you." The master of the four extremities arrived behind him, but he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he looked at the huge temple in front of him and frowned slightly. "Senior Abbot, this junior has come as promised. It's time for you to attack," said Ning Chun with an almost imperceptible coldness. Amitabha. Amidst the hoarse Buddhist chants, an old and tall figure walked out. The earth trembled as if a mountain was moving, shocking everyone. Marquis, master of the four extremes, this is a peaceful place for Buddhists. If you have any grievances, please go somewhere else. The abbot of Dewey Temple said calmly and coldly. Marquis, your schemes are meaningless to me, snorted the master of the four extremities coldly. Everyone in the divine prefecture knew that when the Buddhist kingdom had invaded, Marquis had led people to slaughter the entire Mount Media and tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples. With that enmity, how could the two of them work together? "Master, do you believe me if I do this?" Ning Chun waved his hand, and the aura of the chaos scripture covered his body. His true chi fluctuations were immediately suppressed. Not the slightest bit was exposed. The master of the four extremities' expression immediately sank. "You purposely let me block you. Buddha is merciful. Master, you underestimate the tolerance of the Buddhas in the mortal world." Ning Chun took out his sword and slashed down. "What a cunning person. How dare you call yourself a Buddhist?" The master of the four extremities was infuriated. He blocked the blade with one fist while condensing yuan in his other hand. He didn't wait for the abbot to attack. He attacked first to gain the initiative. The Buddha in the mortal world's expression darkened. He knew that he had been tricked by Marquis once again, but it was too late to explain now. He could only raise his hand. Golden light illuminated the sky. With a bang, the Buddha in the mortal world took several steps back. His chi and blood surged. Facing the power of the master of the four extremities, his invincible Vajra body had almost reached its limit. "Senior, be careful." Ning Chen's figure flickered and retreated 3 feet behind the abbot of the Dewey Temple. The Buddha in the mortal world didn't say anything. Seeing the master of the four extremities attack again, he put his palms together and golden light shone brightly. Buddha's holy art, Tathagata, illuminates the heavens. The Buddha's body shone as brightly as a saint. The entire Mount Media was illuminated by the Buddha's light. Specks of golden light flew down from the giant Buddha and merged with the Buddha's body, increasing his Buddha's power by 30%. Chapter 3:26. With the support of the Buddha's light, the Buddha in the mortal world's moves were even stronger than before. Golden light illuminated the world, turning the night sky into a world of Buddha's light. The master of the four extreme realms was furious. He did not show any mercy as he pressed down with his powerful cultivation. Blood splattered everywhere as the Buddha in the mortal world took 3 steps back. The corners of his mouth were dyed red. One was retreating while the other was advancing. The moment the master of the four extreme realms released his chi, his saber and sword were close to his body. "Today all of you will die." The master of the four extreme realms blocked the sword with his palm. He was furious. Instead of retreating, he attacked again. Ning Chen's figure turned illusory as the water light shattered. After the afterimage, the saber arrived. Too slow, the master of the four extreme realms punched out, and the saber shook as the shadow retreated. "Senior Abbot, if you don't show us your true abilities, we will all die here." Ning Chun suppressed the surging blood chi in his body and said, although the abbot of Dewey Temple had a gloomy expression, he could only swallow this loss. There was no turning back. If he could not retreat, the foundation of the Buddhist kingdom would be completely destroyed today. With a raise of his hand, the large Buddha statue shone brightly. The Buddhist kingdom's faith that had been gradually recovering over the years gathered and returned to the Buddha in the mortal world. In the next moment, the Buddha's body broke through the limit and reached its peak state. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Fortunately, He had destroyed the Buddha statue that gathered the faith in the previous battle. Otherwise, even with the suppression of the resentment of tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples, he and Qingning would not have been able to win. Seeing that the opponent was using a strange force, the master of the four extreme realms' expression turned serious. He clenched his hand, and the flame calamity descended. Ningqian also released the remaining black fate energy in the remembrance saber. It condensed on the saber and did not dissipate. The battle restarted. Wind and snow rose on the sword. The Buddha Marquis fought the master of the realm. The wind and clouds were bleak and the mountains cracked. Violent winds and raging waves surged violently. The Buddha's light illuminated the world, and a miracle appeared again. The saber and sword intent cleansed the light of killing, and the martial ability of the Buddhist kingdom stunned everyone. The peak battle on Mijia Mountain shook with brilliance and surged waves of energy. Even those thousands of miles away could feel it clearly. Many Buddhist disciples of the Buddhist kingdom were trembling as they kowtowed and prayed. After the Battle of Buddha Annihilation 4 years ago, Buddha Mountain was facing the danger of the end of the world today. In the face of the master of the four extremes who had a strong, murderous aura, the abbot of Dui Temple no longer dared to hold back. He used all the power of faith he had accumulated to block the divine power of the flame calamity. The Buddhist Vajra, indestructible physique, in front of a peerless, ominous weapon, lost its former power. Waterfall after waterfall of blood flowed down powerlessly. Blasphemers are not tolerated by the heavens. Amitabha. The Buddha in the mortal world formed a seal with both hands, and the Buddha's aura around him soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of golden rays gathered, and amidst the Sanskrit chants, a statue of the revered Buddha appeared in the sky. The ultimate holy technique reappeared in the mortal world. At the same time, the revered one of the worlds chanting seemed to have opened his mouth. The golden light was pushed further, and the 6-syllable mantra appeared. Oh my and I ba mi ho. The revered one of the worlds chanting the mantra of overcoming adversity. The 6 huge golden words condensed the Buddhist supreme holy power and pressed down. Facing the Buddhist holy technique, the eyes of the master of the four extremes flashed with a serious look. The 5-colored brilliance around him receded, and a dazzling white light appeared. His appearance changed, returning to a youthful state. A terrifying aura spread out, rising above the Buddha mountain. The master of the four extremes, who had absorbed the energy of the white cocoon in his body, felt the pressure on his body reach a new height. Raging waves roared, suppressing the entire Buddha mountain. Ning Chun spun the sword in his hand, and his mind sank. It was truly a disgusting aura. Snowflakes drifted down, and frost surged. An extremely cold air spread out. Following that, the heavens and the earth opened at the same time, and his cultivation was raised to its peak state. The Buddhist 6-syllable mantra combined with the might of the 3 scrolls to split open the sky. Layers of external support were added, and supreme holy power surged out. The 3 extremes collided. On Mijia Mountain, there was an earth-shattering sound. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a huge crack appeared on the mountain. The 1,000-year-old Buddha mountain was in danger of collapsing. Amidst the sandstorm, the Buddhist Marquis retreated dozens of feet, his mouth dyed red. On the other side, the master of the four extremes retreated half a step, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. The clear difference in strength was on full display. Senior Abbot, don't you think it's a bit dishonorable for me to run away now? Ning Chun looked at the unshakable opponent in front of him and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Amitabha, everyone knows that the Knowledge Marquis is benevolent and righteous. How could he do something so dishonorable? The abbot circulated his Buddhist energy to suppress his injuries. Senior's words are reasonable. Ning Chun casually replied. His sword and saber shined once more, one black and one white, reflecting the moon. The life scroll was pushed to its limit, and waves of snow surged. It was like winter had arrived once more. He couldn't leave, not because he was dishonorable, but because he still hadn't seen through the master of the four extremes' weakness. No one could become so strong for no reason. The aura of the cocoon on the master of the four extremes had become even more obvious after his appearance had changed. More and more people were alarmed by the changes in Buddha Mountain. Two peerless experts on the level of the three calamities, as well as a martial Marquis whose combat strength was not inferior to anyone else's, and their resplendent battle souls attracted the attention of countless people. The lofty Meiji Mountain seemed like the brightest tower in the world at this moment. The light of martial artists stunned the entire Buddhist kingdom. Millions of Buddhist disciples bowed again and again. There was reverence, fear, and even superstition. As the Buddhist disciples bowed, faith energy continuously gathered on Buddha Mountain, making the shining Buddha appear even more dignified. The master of the Dui Temple used a secret Buddhist technique to gather the faith energy into his body and reforge an indestructible golden body. The master of the four extremes saw that the key was the Buddha on the mountain. He waved his flame calamity, cutting down the Buddha. Seeing this, Ning Chen's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of the Buddha. His remembrance saber's black karmic luck was released, and a blue sparrow condensed into frost. With a loud bang, he flew out and smashed into the Buddha, sinking half a foot deep. The Buddha in the mortal world also reacted. He moved his feet and blocked in front of the Buddha. Ning Chen landed and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had a bitter expression. He had lost big this time. Although this old monk had an indestructible golden body and had thick skin, he was too slow. He was not a good person to cooperate with. The black karmic luck on the remembrance saber dissipated, and it regained its pure white color. The situation was even more dangerous. "Senior Abbot, let me borrow your Buddhist faith energy." After saying that, Ning Chen's left hand flew out, turning into a stream of light that cut through the darkness. Then, with a clang, it stabbed into the heart of the Buddha. The dried-up weapon of karmic luck immediately showed its power. Endless faith energy flowed out of the Buddha and gathered in the saber. Jiming Marquis, seeing a portion of his faith energy being snatched away, the face of the Dui Temple's abbot sank, and anger rose in his heart. "Senior, it's better not to be distracted. Compared to these external forces, our lives are the most important now," Ning Chen reminded him. His figure moved again, turning into a watery light, and he charged forward again. The Dui Temple's abbot snorted angrily and said no more. He focused on dealing with the increasingly terrifying opponent in front of him. The saber and sword clashed, and their sharpness scattered. Ning Chen knew the difference in cultivation, so he did not want to meet them head-on. The battle between the saber and the sword was so fast that it was too much for the eyes to take in. The watery light shattered one after another. Life and death were only in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms used his powerful cultivation to take a sword head-on. "I've caught you." With a cold shout, the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms slashed down with flame calamity. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." Ning Chen did not hesitate at all. He let go of the green sparrow's sword and dodged the attack. With a rip, his white clothes were cut by the aura energy from the saber and were immediately torn apart. The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms waved his hand and threw the green sparrow sword behind him. He said coldly, "Jiming Marquis, you can't use your saber and you've lost your sword. How much power do you have?" "I have plenty of sabers and swords." Ning Chen clenched his fists, and two streams of light, one red and one purple, flew out from the red wooden box behind him. Demonic light immediately soared. With a Yama divine weapon in hand and the world calamity demonic saber in hand, Ning Chen charged forward. A mocking expression appeared on the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms' face as he slashed down with his saber. The flame calamity's power was even stronger, and the Yama divine weapon was immediately suppressed. "How is it? It's not your weapon. Do you feel uncomfortable using it?" The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms sneered as he waved the flame calamity. "There's no need to worry." Ning Chun used his sword to disperse the flames in front of his eyes and used the momentum to retreat 10 meters. He glanced at the Dewey Temple's abbot and said indifferently, "Senior, after so many years, has Buddha Mountain not learned its lesson and prepared some trump cards? Do you really think that just the two of us can deal with this old monster?" Umitba. A hint of hesitation flashed through the Dewey Temple's abbot's eyes. A moment later, he disappeared. He took a step forward, and a Buddhist seal appeared. Lotuses bloomed in the air, and the 100 Lotus World appeared once more. The 100 Lotus World's power was completely different. 13 Buddhist relics appeared and scattered Buddhist light, turning Buddha Mountain into a golden Buddha world. Ning Chun glanced at the relics floating in the air and narrowed his eyes. So these relics really did have a use. What a pity. When the Buddha world appeared, the sky was filled with golden Buddha images. 13 of them were especially eye-catching, as if they were the reincarnation of venerables. They gave off a heavy pressure. The relics left behind by the previous Dewey Temple's abbot all appeared at this moment. Together with the Buddhas of the current era, the 14 Buddhas displayed the power of gods and Buddhas. Boundless Buddhist Dharma, extradite to Thagata. The Buddhist sect's most holy devil technique was unleashed. The Buddhist light around the Dewey Temple's abbot soared into the 9 heavens, connecting heaven and earth. Boundless Buddhist might spread out in circles, illuminating the world. When the holy technique appeared, evil did not exist. The Lord of the 4 extreme realms felt a heavy pressure pressing down on him, and he could not help but frown. He loosened his grip, and the flame calamity flew up. Flames spread out, and the power of the calamity spread out, forming a sea of fire in the golden Buddha world. The white light rose, becoming more and more intense. The terrifying pressure increased rapidly. Not far away, Ning Chun's expression was unprecedentedly serious. He stared at the Lord of the 4 extreme realms, carefully observing the source of the abnormal pressure. At the peak of the dual extreme realms, Buddhist light descended. The Lord of the 4 extreme realms grabbed the flame calamity, and his ferocious aura went berserk. Since he entered the world, he had used the forbidden technique of the 4 extreme realms for the first time. Flame calamity hell. The holy light clashed with the ferocious flames. With a loud boom, heaven and earth exploded. Amidst the violent sand waves, the Buddha world broke apart, and half of the relics shattered, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Ning Chun, who had been watching attentively, finally moved. Chapter 3:27. 2 figures retreated from the collapsing Buddha world. Dewey Temple's abbot's golden body was broken and blood gushed out of his body. He was heavily injured. The Lord of the 4 extreme realms was slightly better, but he was also heavily injured. The white light flickered several times, as if it was about to return to its original form. The Lord of the 4 extremes growled. He was just about to activate the power of the white cocoon to stabilize his peak state when a cold sword light shot out from the shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, it was only 3 inches away from his heart. The sword entered his body and blood spurted out. Ning Chun spun the sword in his hand and used all his strength to push the sword another inch in. The Lord of the 4 extreme realms grunted and was forced back several steps by the sword's power. Blood flowed out of his mouth. "How dare you?" The Lord of the 4 extreme realms was furious. He endured the pain in his heart and forcefully counterattacked. His palm struck out with a ferocious might, aiming straight for Ning Chun's chest. It was so shocking that it made one tremble. Ning Chun blocked with his demon blade, but he was still sent flying by the powerful palm force. His body was dyed red. The bright light armor on the Lord of the 4 extreme realms' chest cracked, and a dazzling white light appeared. Below the beating heart was a terrifying phenomenon of a white cocoon. The sword had only managed to cut through less than 2 inches, making it difficult to see what was inside. What a monster! Ning Chun barely managed to stabilize himself. He looked at the scene in front of him and narrowed his eyes. This white cocoon's power was truly troublesome to deal with. Jiming Marquis, you're courting death. The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms couldn't suppress his anger. He flipped his palm, and a waterfall of white mist flew out from the wound on his chest. It quickly spread out endlessly, and in just a few breaths, half of Meja Mountain was covered. After the white mist insect tide flew out, the bright light armor flashed, and the wound automatically healed. With the insect tide appearing, the 100 Lotus Buddha world, which was already riddled with holes, suffered another heavy blow. The white mist constantly devoured the Buddha world's power, causing the remaining 7 relics' golden light to quickly dim. The Buddha light was suppressed, and a bloody wound appeared on the abbot's face. It was a wound caused by the insect tide. Ningqin's expression darkened as he looked at the tide of white mist insects that filled the sky. He said, "Senior Abbot, be careful. These things can devour true essence and flesh, and their vitality is extremely tenacious. They're very difficult to kill. It's too late to regret now." Before he even finished speaking, the Lord of the Four Extremes had already moved. His palm slammed out, instantly arriving in front of the two of them. As the killing intent approached, Ningqin and the Buddha in the mortal world joined hands to block it. However, the difference in their cultivation levels made it difficult for them to fight against it. With a loud explosion, both of them retreated several steps. The white mist insect swarm spread out endlessly, and the devouring power became more and more terrifying. The broken 100 Lotus Buddha world soon reached its limit, and it flickered unsteadily, as if it would collapse at any moment. The abbot of Dewey Temple suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately understood that he would definitely lose if the battle dragged on. With a flip of his hand, he gathered the 10,000 Buddhas into one and gathered the Buddha light on his body. With the Buddha's blood as a guide, he condensed the power of the 7 relics and activated the last of his Buddha vitality. 10,000 Buddhas merged into one, and the venerable of the world reappeared. Amidst the boundless golden light, a supreme solemn Tathagata Buddha appeared. Terrifying pressure swept across the area, as if the Buddha had personally descended to the mortal world. Buddhism proved the great Tao, and Bodhi transcended the mortal world. At this moment, the entire Buddha mountain was bathed in the Buddha light. Seeing that the battle had reached its final moment, Ningqin also leaped up and rose to the Buddha's heart. He pulled out the dazzling golden remembrance blade and turned into a stream of light that rushed down. The combination of the blade and the sword destroyed all evil. 100 Lotus illuminates the world. 10,000 Buddhas shine. The Buddha world's most powerful demon-slaying technique reappeared in the world. In an instant, thousands of Buddha light sublimated and turned into the power of demon-slaying. Since the start of the battle, the Lord of the Four Extremes, who had always been invincible, was finally forced to take several steps back. The Lord of the Four Extremes was furious. He stomped his foot on the ground and stopped his retreat. His palms condensed the peak of his cultivation level and clashed with the Buddha light that was pressing down. In the instant of a stalemate, the blade of the sword arrived again, and the Yama's divine weapon came pressing down. "I've been waiting for you." At this moment, the Lord of the Four Extremes changed the direction of the flame calamity in his hand and slashed toward the attacker. Suddenly, the moment the blade and the sword clashed, the Yama's divine weapon flew out, and the water light collapsed. When the Lord of the Four Extremes turned around, the attack, the blade of the Yama's body, and golden light. The golden blade that appeared behind him pierced through his heart meridian. Blood gushed out and dyed the ground of Buddha mountain red. The Lord of the Four Extremes looked at the divine weapon that pierced through his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, his divine aura erupted and forced the person behind him to retreat. His heart meridian was severely injured and his life force scattered. He was about to succeed, but there were changes in his life. On Buddha Mountain, the wind and clouds changed and thunder roared. White light shone brightly in the 9 heavens. Below the Lord of the Four Extremes' heart, white silk came out of his body. In the surging blood mist, a huge white moth slowly appeared. Its terrifying aura shook the divine prefecture and shocked the world. In an instant, countless eyes looked toward the direction of Mount Megia. Their faces were filled with shock. Amidst the raging waves, Ning Chun and the Dewy Temple's abbot were forced back several steps by the terrifying aura. After barely stabilizing themselves, they looked ahead in shock. In the next moment, the dazzling white light receded and the moth entered his body. The Lord of the Four Extremes was covered in a white battle suit. Strange patterns spread out, mysterious and powerful. The huge moth's wings appeared. After a short while, it turned into white light and receded, disappearing. The insects swarm in the sky retreated. The Lord of the Four Extremes' body slowly rose and then disappeared in front of the two. Marquis Jiming, Dewy Temple's abbot, I will remember this battle for now. When I return, I will let you experience the terror of hell. The last words were filled with thick, murderous intent, echoing on Buddha Mountain. The two who should have rejoiced that the enemy had left with serious injuries could not be happy at this moment. The Lord of the Four Extremes had just shown his power and was already so terrifying. When he recovered and returned, he would be a powerful opponent. Marquis Jiming, how do you explain this? The Dewy Temple's abbot's face was extremely ugly. He was burning with anger. Buddha Mountain had suffered such a disaster for no reason and had provoked such a terrifying enemy. This situation was all caused by the person in front of him. Senior Abbot, the Jiming Marquis residence welcomes you at any time. Let's discuss how to deal with the Lord of the Four Extremes together. Ning Chun replied. He waved his hand and put away the sword. The mahogany box closed and covered the sword. Then, he took 2 steps forward and disappeared into the night sky. The Dewy Temple's abbot's right hand was clenched so tightly that it made cracking sounds. He could not take it, but he had no choice. This made his Buddhist heart produce endless killing intent. Behind him, on the desolate Buddha Mountain, terrifying cracks intersected and rocks collapsed everywhere. After this battle, one could not help but return to the unforgettable nightmare from 4 years ago. At dawn, in the great Xia Imperial City, Jiming Marquis Manor, Ningchen walked back. When Lu Ruashi saw Ho covered in blood, her beautiful face immediately tensed up. She quickly walked forward. Didn't Ho send a man home? Why did he come back covered in blood? I'm fine. Ning Chun smiled tiredly and comforted her. Compared to the injuries of the Dewy Temple's abbot and the Lord of the Four Extremes, his injuries were nothing. This battle was worth it. At the very least, he knew where the Lord of the Four Extremes' power came from. In addition, after this battle, even if the Dewy Temple's abbot wanted to protect himself, it would be impossible. Whether he was willing or not, he would have to stand on the same front as the Great Xia to deal with the threat of the Lord of the Four Extremes. Lu Ruashi did not say a word. With tears in her eyes, she helped the abbot take off his blood-stained clothes and put on a new one. Then, she carried the blood-stained clothes and silently went out to wash them. In the room, Worryless was sitting on the sickbed. She coughed a few times and looked at the figure walking over. She raised her head and smiled. I haven't had the time to thank the Marquis for saving my life. It's what I should do. Ning Chun sighed softly. Zi was in trouble, but as her friend, he was powerless to help. He could not escape the responsibility for today's outcome. Helping her was a matter of course. Marquis, let me remind you that those who have fallen into the demonic path cannot turn back. I hope you are mentally prepared, Worryless said softly. She knew that the person in front of her and the Eternal Night Cult's demon monarch were close friends, but once one fell into the demonic path, there was no turning back. Not in the past, not in the future. I know what to do. Miss Worryless, you don't have to worry. Ning Chun didn't want to talk about this matter anymore, so he changed the topic. Miss, why are you being targeted by the Eternal Night Cult? Did something happen? Worryless shook her head. I'm not sure, but the Realm Master and the Eternal Night Cult should have reached some kind of agreement or exchanged something. Ning Chun frowned. What were the Eternal Night Cult and the Realm Master of the Four Extreme Realms planning? There was no enmity between Worryless and the Eternal Night Cult, so why would they go through so much trouble to set up a trap to kill her? Moreover, The realm master of the four extreme realms knew that Worryless had a Tao body, yet he still gave it up without hesitation. Ning Chen thought for a moment, but he couldn't think of a reason. He could only suppress these questions for now. Looking at the woman in front of him, he said, "Miss Worryless, you should recuperate well for the time being. If there are other matters, we can talk about them after you've recovered." Worryless nodded. At the same time, in the easternmost land, at the end of the world, above the endless chaotic fog, the scene suddenly changed. Black clouds gathered rapidly, and a terrifying thunder and lightning descended, turning the vast fog into a sea of thunder and lightning. Under the sea of thunder, a dark-colored chaos sword essence slowly rose. It had the shape and body of a sword. It had no edge. At the end of the land, the white-robed figure who had been sitting quietly finally stood up. In an instant, sword intent soared into the sky, as if the sharpest divine sword had been born, causing all things to tremble. A legend among swords, the undefeatable sword of Barren City. After countless days and nights of waiting, he finally got the sword he wanted. He took a step forward, and the sea of thunder parted. The chaos sword essence floated in it silently, without any special characteristics, just like the most ordinary stone sword. Mubai stepped forward and held the sword essence. The roaring sea of thunder around him suddenly quieted down. After a moment, the sea of thunder surged and pressed down with great force. Noisy, Mubai frowned slightly. He waved his sword, and sword intent spread out. The entire sea of thunder was instantly annihilated and disappeared. The boundless chaotic fog instantly returned to its former tranquility. There was no longer any sound. Above the sea of fog, a man and a sword slowly walked out. His snow-white clothes were not stained by a speck of dust. The sword of Barren City had once again descended upon the world. Chapter 3:28. A white-robed figure walked out of Desolate City. His appearance was ordinary, but he had an indescribable elegance. The undefeatable sword of Desolate City had finally returned to the mortal world. "Master!" Jian Yi, Jian Er, and Jian Luiying bowed and greeted him respectfully. "Where's Mu Qing Xue?" asked Mubai. "He's at the Grand Xia's Heavenly Academy." Mubai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He glanced at Jian Luiying and said, "You're too slow." Jian Luiying lowered his head in shame and didn't say anything else. "Master, disciple wants to enter the mortal world." Jian Yi, who rarely spoke up. "Up to you." Mubai didn't stop him. "Thank you, Master," said Jian Wan. In the Grand Xia's imperial city, it was a beautiful day. It was supposed to be a good time for scholars and beauties to recite poems. Suddenly, sword intent spread across the horizon. A supreme sword pressure shocked the entire imperial city. Mubai, in the Jiming Marquis residence, Ning Chan felt a familiar aura and immediately walked out of his study. In the distance, thousands of sword intents paved a path. A white-robed figure walked over and stood in the sky, looking down at the Grand Xia's imperial city. "Prince Yin, Mubai has come to prove his sword." In the Prince Yan's residence, the Grand Xia's legend opened his eyes and walked out. A sword rack containing 5 ancient swords flew out and landed in the courtyard. The world's 2 peak swordsmen were about to face off. Who was the strongest swordsman? Today, the result would be decided. However, just as the fighting spirit of both sides rose and the battle of proving swordsmanship was about to begin, an untimely voice that dampened the mood came and interrupted this once-in-a-century battle between swordsmen. "Seniors, you can't fight." Su Yi rushed out and stood in the air. She stood between the two and said anxiously. Mubai frowned. Why did this brat have to interfere in everything? Ning Chun move. Prince Yin glanced at the figure in the sky and calmly said, "Sister Qing Ning, hurry up and bring the Empress here." Ning Chen looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Senior and Mu Bai were both peak swordsmen. Once they fought, no one knew who would win or lose. How about he just sit by and watch? Get out of the way. In the sky and on the ground, the void shook. 2 streaks of sword intent shot out at the same time. Although they did not use their full strength, they still brought with them a terrifying pressure. They attacked from both sides. Ningchen knew that he could not avoid this moment. He clenched his fists, and Yanqing and the demon blade appeared in his hands. He turned his blade around and resisted the two swords. In front of the two strongest sword seniors in the world, Ningchen knew very well that if he attacked with his sword, he would be absolutely suppressed by their sword wills. Therefore, he temporarily abandoned his sword and used his saber to resist. The two sabers blocked the two swords. With a pung sound, blood splattered. Blood flowed down from the wounds on his hands. Yin Qinhuang, are you trying to kill him? At this moment, Qing Ning finally arrived with Zhang Sun. When Zhang Sun saw the injured Ning Chun in the air, her dignified and beautiful face immediately darkened as she shouted angrily. When Prince Yin saw Zhang Sun, he narrowed his eyes and the sword intent on his body dissipated. The battle was interrupted again and again, and the atmosphere of proving one's sword had already been lost. Mu Bai withdrew his sword intent and coldly glanced at the youngster who was blocking his way. This kid is really troublesome. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a senior and couldn't fight with a junior, he really wanted to teach this kid a lesson. When Ning Chun saw Zhang Sun, he let out a sigh of relief. His figure flickered, and he appeared in the sky. He respectfully bowed and said, "Senior Mu Bai, Junior has overstepped his boundaries. I hope Senior can be magnanimous and forgive me." Mu Bai coldly snorted. Without saying anything, he waved his sleeves and left on his sword. "Yin Qinhuang, let's call off this battle for now. We'll fight another day." "Anytime." Inside the manor, Yin Qinhuang calmly replied. He waved his hand, and the sword rack flew into his room. He then turned and left, closing the door behind him. In the Endless Palace, Qing Ning and Zhang Sun returned. Ningchen followed beside them with a worried expression. There were only a handful of people in the world who could make Mu Bai prove his sword. This battle would come sooner or later, and he couldn't stop it. Moreover, with Senior's personality, he definitely wouldn't refuse a battle with a supreme sword expert like Mu Bai. This time, Zhang Sun came out to stop it in time. But next time, he might not be so lucky. "Ning Chun, if Yin Qinhuang and Mu Bai fight, what are the chances of winning?" Zhang Sun sat on the main seat and asked seriously. She didn't practice martial arts, but she knew that the Desolate City's Zine dynasty's branch was terrifyingly powerful. In the world, only Desolate City existed because of one person's martial arts. Even the great Xia didn't dare to provoke it. "Empress, I can't see it either." Ning Chun shook his head and continued. Since Mu Bai left the easternmost land, he must have obtained a sword embryo condensed from the chaotic Qi Sea. His strength is hard to estimate. Senior once fought with him briefly 4 years ago, and there was no clear victor. If they fight again now, I'm afraid that before the victor is decided, it will be a life and death battle. Zhang Sun frowned. Was it that serious? She had originally thought it was just a spar between martial artists. She had wondered why this brat would try so hard to stop it. "Do you have any ideas?" asked Qing Ning softly. Ning Chan thought for a moment and then said, "Empress, I'm going to Desolate City. I'll have to trouble you to hold Senior here." "Be careful," warned Zhang Sun. "Don't worry, Empress." Ning Chen responded and quickly walked out of the Weiyang Palace. Under the moonlight, Bai Yi appeared in Desolate City. After landing, he quickly flew past. "Jiming Marquis, Desolate City doesn't welcome you," said Sword 2 indifferently. "I'm here to see Senior Mu Bai." Ning Chen stopped and cupped his fists in respect. "Go back. Master won't see you," said Sword 2. "I'll leave after saying a few words to Senior." "Mr. Sword 2, please make an exception," said Ning Chen sincerely. "There's no point in saying anything." "Go back," said Sword 2, unmoved. A trace of helplessness flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He stepped forward and Bai Yi flashed past. He wanted to avoid Sword 2's obstruction and force his way through. Sword 2's expression darkened. With a move of his hand, a cold blade wrapped around his arm flew out like a poisonous snake swallowing its tongue, blocking the figure that wanted to force his way through. "Jiming Marquis, you're taking a huge responsibility. Today, no matter what, I must see Mu Bai." Sorry for the offense. Ning Chun clenched his right hand, and the great green sparrow sword flew out. With one sword, he broke through all illusions. Of the three disciples of Sword City, other than Jian Luiying, who was ranked third, Sword 1 and Sword 2 had long since stepped into the Xiantian realm. Their strength was unfathomable. This was something that the Xiantian experts at the Four Extremities realm knew best. The two swords clashed. Sword 2's snake sharp turned and wrapped around the green sparrow sword, continuing to extend upwards. Soft sword? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he retreated half a step. Qi exploded from his sword, shaking off the snake sharp. Then he changed the direction of his sword, using his strength to suppress the flexibility of the soft sword. The two swords clashed a few times. Ning Chun saw an opening, and his figure turned into a flowing water light. He broke through the soft sword's obstruction and rushed forward. In the depths of Desolation City, the chaos sword essence floated in a huge circular pool. In front of the pool, Mu Bai stood quietly. Behind him were Sword 1 and Jian Luiying. Sword 3, block his sword. Prove that you still have the qualifications to stay in Desolation City. Mu Bai said indifferently. Yes, master. Jian Luiying's face revealed a trace of fear as he respectfully replied. In the next moment, Jian Luiying turned into a ray of light and left, directly rushing toward the figure that was rushing over. Master, disciple will block him. Sword 1 bowed and left. Mu Bai did not stop them. He looked at the chaos sword essence floating in the pool, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Now that the sword was complete, the next thing to do was to find someone to prove it. The Eternal Knight Martial Lord was the best choice. Unfortunately, he was heavily injured by that brat, and ended up dying together with Dean Tiansong. The number of top experts in the Divine Continent could be counted with one's fingers. It was not easy to prove one's sword. Under the bright moon in Desolation City, a white-clothed figure rushed past. Behind him, Snake Sharp was less than 3 inches away. He could not pull away, nor could he get close. Just at this moment, Jian Luiying raised his sword and blocked in front of him. He wanted to block that person's attack. Behind him was Snake Sharp. Ning Chun was anxious to see Mu Bai, so he did not hold back. His sword condensed into a blue sparrow frost. Jian Luiying only saw a snowy light flash in front of him. Before he could raise his sword, he was already sent flying. The person who had almost lost his life to him in the past had actually grown so much that he could not even see his back. The two of them passing by each other was the last time they met in this life. From now on, the heavens and the earth would separate. Jian Luiying silently picked up his sword and walked out of Desolation City. He did not have the qualifications to stay behind. It was not that Mu Bai was merciless, but the sword was merciless. Today, he was defeated, but his sword fell, and he did not die. It was Ning Chun who had shown mercy. In the future, if it was someone else, he would not show mercy. The chasing figures in Desolation City became faster and faster. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of him. An ancient broken sword was unsheathed, bringing with it a long sword sound. Seeing the person blocking his way, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. Frost surged, and a sword split the sky. Jian Yi did not dodge. He held the broken sword and blocked the attack. With a clang, the two swords met. Sword intent roared, turning into sharp blades that destroyed the surrounding walls. After one attack was blocked, Snake Sharp followed. It was merciless, cold, and bone-piercing. Ning Chun clenched his left hand, and the Yama Divine weapon flew out. The absolute break, sword blocked Snake Sharp's attack. 2 swords against 2 swords. In order to see Mu Bai, the Marquis of Xia displayed everything he had learned. 2 against 1, Desolation City's 2 swords against the Marquis of Xia. The 2 swords each had their own pride. Although they wanted to stop the Marquis, they did not want to bully him with numbers. The light on the swords intersected under the night sky. The 4 swords continuously clashed. The sound of the swords reverberated. It was pleasing to the ear and chilling. In front of the sword pool, Mu Bai raised his head and looked at the flashing sword intent in the distance. He nodded without leaving a trace. Not bad. Although his personality and martial skills were a mess, the cultivation on the sword could not be faked. His aptitude was average, but he was so capable. It could be seen how much pain he had suffered. There were geniuses in the world. Mu Qingxue and the little girl called on Man were undoubtedly geniuses. However, there were not only geniuses in the world. Mu Bai waited quietly in front of the sword pool. He did not make a move, nor did he stop them. He was waiting. If Ning Chun could rely on his own strength to see him, he would give him a chance. If not, life and death would be up to fate. Chapter 329. In Desolate City's battle of wind and cloud, the two swords blocked a martial Marquis. The sharpness of the swords drew a dazzling light in the night sky. Each move was filled with proud sword intent. Ning Chun brandished the Azure Sparrow Imperial Sword, the Yama Divine Weapon. He did not dare to be careless when facing Desolate City's two swords. The sharpness of the battle grew increasingly intense. Desolate City's two swords each had their own merits. They were both rare experts of the sword. The broken sword did not have a sharp edge, nor did it take an unconventional path. Its sword intent was clear and righteous. It gave off a feeling of strength, the most direct kind of strength. Snake Sharp was the opposite. It was nimble and hard to distinguish, like the most terrifying venomous snake. It was hard to judge and even harder to block. One was righteous and one was strange. They had a tacit understanding. When they worked together, even though they suppressed half of their cultivation bodies, they still put a lot of pressure on Ning Chun. In a battle of the sword, life and death, victory and defeat were decided in an instant. Each sword was faster than the last, showing the cruelty of sword. When the battle reached its climax, the broken sword continued its sharpness. Its sword intent was clear and righteous, and its might was stronger by 30%. The Yama Divine Weapon blocked the broken sword. It was a head-on clash, strong against strong. There was no unconventional path, only a head-on clash of sword intent. Snake Sharp swung, and the sword twisted. However, the Azure Sparrow Imperial Sword went from fast to heavy. It pressed down heavily and knocked away the strange and nimble sword. Strange against strange, fast against heavy. The changing moves were hard to distinguish with the naked eye. Only when the swords clashed could one sense the rapid changes of the swords. There was no mercy, no concession. This fair and merciless battle of the swords was sublimated between the three, and the light became increasingly dazzling. Desolate City's swords were cold, just like this desolate and cold city. They would not hesitate for any reason. In Desolate City, only the sword was the supreme truth. The swords in the three's hands were too fast for the eyes to take in. Their bodies dodged the sharpness, and their hair fluttered silently. The cold light brushed past their shoulders. If they were not careful, they would end up with the swords slicing their throats. Ning Chun brandished his two swords and shifted his feet. He did not hesitate at all. He knew that if he could not break through this battle, he would not have another chance. If he wanted to meet Mu Bai, he would have to break through their swords. The moment the three swords clashed, Ning Chen's body leaned to the side, avoiding the fatal sharp light. His sword aura changed, and both of his swords pressed towards Snake Rue. Sword Two's eyes narrowed as the serpent edge in his hands coiled around the Azure Sparrow sword. However, at the same time, the Yama's divine weapon arrived, unable to block the Azure Sparrow sword. Rip! With two ear-piercing sounds, blood flew into the air. Sword 2 and Ning Chen's shoulders were dyed red. One sword for the other, forcefully breaking through the tacit understanding between the two swords. The broken swords were dyed red. Yama summoned his orders. Before the blood could drip from the two swords, Su Yi's body erupted with strength, forcing the two of them back half a step. Then, she quickly flew away. In front of the sword pool, Mu Bai looked at the rapidly approaching figure in the distance. A strange expression flashed through his calm eyes. Not bad. A distance of 30 miles was nothing to Xiantian realm experts. Not long after, three figures, one in front and two behind, arrived at the same time. However, this momentary difference had led to a completely different result. Ning Chun stopped, and the two swords behind him withdrew. He didn't continue attacking. Before Mubai, there were very few people who could or dared to use a sword. Although the three of them stood at the peak of the younger generation, in front of Desolate City's undefeatable sword, they were still juniors. You only have 3 sentences. Mubai gave the youngster a glance and calmly said, Senior Mubai. Ning Chun bowed respectfully. 1, said Mubai indifferently. Ning Chun narrowed his eyes and said, The master of the 4 extreme realms is even more durable than the martial monarch from back then. I'm done. A ray of sword light suddenly flashed through Mubai's eyes. The sharpness in that instant made people feel a bone-chilling fear. You should know the price of lying, said Mubai coldly. Junior has exchanged blows with the martial monarch and a master of the 4 extreme realms. I know their strength better than anyone. If I lie in the slightest, Junior is willing to bear all the consequences, said Ning Chun seriously. Mubai calmly looked at him. After several breaths, he indifferently said, In 10 days, Wushuang City will witness the sword. You are permitted to come and watch. Many thanks, Senior. Junior will take his leave first. Ning Chun respectfully bowed and left. Master. Jian Er walked up and was about to speak when Jian Yi stopped him. Jian Yi calmly shook his head, indicating that there was no need to say anything. They couldn't change their master's decision. No one could stop this sword verification battle. In the Grand Xia's imperial city, Ning Chun returned. He didn't even rest for a moment before leaving once more. There were only 10 days left. He had to hurry. This was a rare and precious opportunity. He couldn't miss it. In Wushuang City, a sword scroll fell from the sky like a shooting star. The person who sent it had a broken sword on his back. He was Desolate City's chief disciple, Jian Yi. Within the city, Xian Ji received the sword scroll. After reading it, his eyes began to flicker. In the depths of Wushuang City, Xian Ji brought the sword scroll to a forbidden land covered in ruins. When he arrived outside the formation, he loosened his hand, and the sword scroll automatically flew into it. In the next few days, the news of Desolate City's legend challenging the master of the 4 extremes spread like a flood across the entire Divine Prefecture. It was a big event that shook the entire Divine Prefecture. The sword of Desolate City had disappeared for many years after his battle with the martial lord. Now that he had reappeared, he challenged the master of the 4 extremes, who was now considered one of the strongest cultivators in the world. This battle attracted the attention of countless people. In Wushuang City, the master of the 4 extremes walked out of the Forbidden Land. When he heard the news, he couldn't help but frown. How did this news spread so quickly? Or did someone deliberately spread the news to force him to accept the challenge? In the Eternal Night Divine Sect, the 3 temple lords received the news at the same time, but their reactions were different. The first divine palace was as calm as before. The figure on the throne was indifferent and silent. He had no interest in the news. In the second divine palace, Zhong Qianxiu waved his hand to disperse the chessboard in the void. The smile on his face was difficult to understand. In the third divine palace, the valiant figure standing before the throne looked to the distant east. His battle intent rose. Compared to the master of the 4 extremes, he was more interested in the legend of the sword in Desolate City. A cultivator at the peak of martial arts was always respected. Father, Luofei walked into the temple lord and said respectfully, Go and invite the Demon King to go to Wushuang City to watch the battle. The Eternal Night Divine Sect leader said. Yes, Luofei bowed and left. In the imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty, Prince Yin walked out. He waved his hand, and 2 swords flew out. They turned into meteors and fell into the palace. Then he walked away. The day had come. The atmosphere of the battle was getting more and more tense. In Wushuang City, Xin Tian and the others were waiting. Several of the Khanate cultivators who had gone out had also returned. They were fully prepared for the upcoming battle. The master of the 4 extremes stood on the city wall, waiting coldly. His powerful aura surged. It was impossible to tell that he had been seriously injured not long ago. Right at this moment, The void in the distance suddenly trembled as sword chi that filled the sky soared up, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble along with it. A white-clothed figure walked over unhurriedly. He seemed to be ordinary, but he brought extremely heavy pressure to the numerous Khanate realm experts in the city. An expert. The master of the four extremes narrowed his eyes. The rumors were true. The swords of Wushuang City were indeed extraordinary. Mu Bai's body was like a sword. The moment he arrived, all the swords in Wushuang City trembled. They were about to unsheath. Xian Tian glanced at the trembling sword beside him and narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and pressed it down, stopping vast sword's restlessness. "Master of the four extremes, please," said Mu Bai calmly. Seeing that his opponent was different from before, the master of the four extremes clenched his right hand. Flame calamity fell from the sky and landed in his hand. In the next moment, a five-colored light flashed and instantly arrived in front of Mu Bai. With a slash of his saber, the surrounding space turned into a sea of flames. The master of the four extremes was filled with killing intent. He wanted to use this opportunity to establish his might in the divine prefecture. He wanted to kill a legend of the sword. Mu Bai's brows furrowed. The sword fingers of his right hand came together, sweeping aside the flame calamity that was descending in front of him. His martial soul was clumsy and disappointing. He could only hope that his strength was as that brat had said. In the distance, three powerful auras appeared in the sky. They were the Eternal Night's sect girl, as well as the first and third palace masters. On the ground, an azure-robed figure walked over. His black hair fluttered in the wind. That familiar handsome face made everyone wait with rapt attention. The Grand Xia's legend had also come. The sect master had arrived, and a legend had appeared. The strongest people of this generation were all present. They watched the battle in the sky without saying a word, but they gave everyone a powerful pressure. In the sky, Luofei looked around but didn't see Ning Chen's figure. She couldn't help narrowing her eyes. Although they hadn't known each other for long, this Grand Xia Zhanming Marquis was something she cared about. In terms of shamelessness, it was hard to find someone who could surpass him. This wasn't a derogatory remark. On the contrary, he gave her a good impression. Those who wanted to accomplish great things didn't care about trifles. Their hearts had to be black, and their swords had to be ruthless. Flame Calamity Hell. In the middle of the battle, Flame Calamity slashed open a path to hell. Its ferocious power broke through the sword chi and reached Bai Yi. Devil Monarch looked clearly at Mu Bai's sword, reminded the Eternal Night Hierarch. The white-haired Devil Monarch shifted his gaze. In that instant, he saw an incomparably resplendent sword light rise. It was so dazzling that it could split the heavens. With a bang, the world lost its color and the universe trembled. The flame calamity in the hands of the master of the four extreme realms broke. Blood splashed across the sky. This sudden change caused the expressions of the Xiantian experts in Wushuang City to change. How could this be? Luofei also frowned. Because her cultivation base wasn't high enough, she couldn't see what was going on. Even if there was a difference in strength between the two, it shouldn't be so great. "Can you see why?" asked the Eternal Night Hierarch as he glanced at Xiazi. "Sword domain," said the Devil Cultivator calmly with a deep gaze. The Eternal Night Hierarch nodded. A sword is 3 feet long. 3 feet in front of a sword is a forbidden area for swordsmen. When Mu Bai doesn't have a sword, the further away he is, the stronger his sword intent is. But when he has a sword, even gods and ghosts can't get within 3 feet. In the middle of the battle, the broken flame calamity fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. You deserve 10,000 deaths for your crimes. The humiliation of losing an army caused the fury in the Lord of the Four Extremities to rise to the limit. He took a step forward and his body changed once again. White light rose to the extreme, and the image of a giant white moth appeared behind him. A terrifying pressure suddenly swept out. Chapter 330. A powerful and terrifying pressure spread out above Peerless City. Dense true yuan caused the wind and clouds to churn. Dark clouds covered the sun, and the sky darkened. The white moth appeared behind the master of the four extremities and then entered his body. A pair of huge wings spread, and evil chi surged, shocking the world. Mubai frowned. What was that? In the distance, the eternal night hierarch's eyes flashed. What kind of monster had merged with the master of the four extremities? Could he still be called a human? The white moth spread its wings, and the master of the four extremities disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Mubai and punched. The layers of collapsing sword intent were unable to stop the terrifying evil essence. Mubai raised his left hand and condensed his sword intent to block the evil essence. However, with a loud bang, he was pushed back half a step in the collapsing space. He was actually slightly behind. Since the start of the battle, Desolate City's undefeatable sword had been pushed back for the first time. On the ground, Imperial Prince Yin looked at the monster in the sky and frowned. It was truly a loathsome power. The white moth's aura didn't seem like a living creature of the mortal world. It was more like a monster formed from flesh and blood and true yuan. The battle resumed, and the evil chi rippling out was exceptionally terrifying. It was mottled and chaotic, as if an evil god had descended. It made people feel a bone-chilling fear. Today, I'll let you experience the terror of hell, shouted the master of the four extremities furiously. The fortune jade rose up, and the four essences of water, fire, wind, and lightning surged out. Ice condensed into the shape of a saber. Wind helped the fire quenched the saber, and lightning bolts bolstered it. A peerless divine weapon slowly descended. The fortune jade was embedded between the saber's hilt and body. With the divine weapon and the evil chi, the master of the four extremities reached his strongest state. White armor covered his body, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a fiend god. In the distance, a red-robed, red-haired figure appeared. Looking at his master in the sky, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He's already gone crazy in pursuit of power. You can't hesitate anymore, said Meng Ji. Meng Xuanji said in a low voice. The war was still in the divine great land, and the soldiers sent by the four extremes had already suffered heavy casualties. If the war reached the four extremes in the future, it would be a nightmare for them. Wan Fengchen's heart was pained. Not long ago, his teacher had taught him to live with a clear conscience. Why had he become like this? Above Wushuang City, the terrifying figure in the sky had an increasingly powerful aura. As it flapped its wings, it was as fast as a flash of white light. It was so fast that no one could even catch its afterimage. The four extremes were the most powerful creatures in the last 10 million years. They were neither human nor demon. They were only strong to the point of making others feel fear. Mubai's left arm was scraped by the divine weapon's blade. Fresh blood dyed his white robes red. However, the swordsman's expression was still as calm as before. There was no trace of fear on his face. With a sword in hand, there was no fear of gods or demons. The heart of a swordsman was firm, born for the sword, never wavering. The violent figure floated in the sky. Above the divine weapon of creation, the four great origins continued to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and its power became stronger and stronger. The wind blew, the saber moved, and the lightning roared furiously. With the support of the evil energy, the saber fell and the sky collapsed, and it completely obliterated the heavens and the earth in an area of 300 m around the two of them. Sword form, one sword of 10,000 calamities. Horrifying evil might descended, but Mubai remained unmoved like a mountain. He raised his right hand and waved the chaos sword essence. A crescent-shaped sword chi spread out. It seemed ordinary, but at this moment, it was like the most terrifying heavenly tribulation in the world. Seeing the sword form, the eternal night hierarch and Prince Yan's eyes became serious. It was coming, the 9 forms of heaven proving Mubai's true sword form. When the sword struck out, heaven and earth turned solemn. A huge spatial crack appeared on the sword. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 zhong of space collapsed, devouring heaven and earth. Arg! A waterfall of blood splashed out. The violent, evil energy was immediately swallowed by the collapsing space. The wind and clouds on the sword shook the world. A deep sword wound appeared on the Lord of the Four Extremes' right chest. Blood flowed out, dyeing his white battle robe red. The power of that one sword was shocking. Desolate City's undefeatable sword had finally reappeared. An extraordinary sword intent reverberated through the world. Prince Yan's 3 swords trembled. At that moment, they actually wanted to compete. Prince Yan glanced at the trembling swords and pressed them down. He said indifferently, "Now is not the time." The swords had spirits. Hearing their master's words, they gradually calmed down. The shocking change in the sky shocked the Xiantian experts in Wushuang City. No one had thought that Desolate City's sword would be so terrifying. Not bad, but it's useless. The Lord of the Four Extremes snorted. White light surrounded his body, and the sword wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He really is a monster. In Wushuang City, a handsome young man wearing a black and white cloak appeared. He looked at the sky and squinted his eyes. On the battlefield, white moths spread their wings and white fog swarmed out. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Wushuang City was filled with insects. The figure in the white fog took a step forward and disappeared again. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to predict when his next attack would come. The sword and saber collided. With a piercing sound, Mu Bai's left shoulder was dyed red. The Fortune Divine weapon had pierced 2 inches into his body. Is this the strength you're pursuing? Mu Bai remained unmoved, and he personally sensed the evil and chaotic aura in the surroundings as he spoke. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. This has never changed. You'll regret your stupid choice in hell. The Lord of the Four Extremes added more strength to his weapon. Blood splashed everywhere. You're not worthy of my sword. Mu Bai couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. He raised his left hand and pointed at the sky. The sword of no desires, no desires, no thoughts caused the wind and clouds around him to change. The blood splashing everywhere turned into blood swords. The Lord of the Four Extremes quickly retreated. However, he had never thought that the sword intent would become so terrifying. The further he retreated, the stronger it became. After blocking one sword, he was hit several times. The sword intent pierced through his body and brought forth a dazzling waterfall of blood. Mu Bai turned around and left. He didn't want to fight anymore. Such a battle was meaningless. Such a filthy martial spirit wasn't worthy of being called an expert. You want to leave? It's too late, said the Lord of the Four Extremes coldly. White light flashed, and the white fog insects around him flew back. The wounds on his body were immediately healed by the insect's flesh. In the next instant, a white blur flashed, and a saber slashed down. Reckless, Mu Bai's expression turned cold. Sword intent soared around him. He no longer had a sword heart. Instead, he was filled with boundless killing intent. The ice-cold saber slashed down from behind him. However, the white clothes scattered. It was just an afterimage left behind by the swordsman. The Lord of the Four Extremes felt a chill in his heart. He immediately turned around and raised his saber to block, but it was already too late. Blood gushed out and dyed the sky red. The sword slashed down from his left shoulder to his right rib. The sword intent pierced through his body and destroyed his bones. The Lord of the Four Extremes was covered in blood. His white battle robes were dyed red in the blink of an eye. It was a miserable sight. Impossible. How can you be so fast? The Lord of the Four Extremes was filled with disbelief. Blood poured out of his mouth, and he could no longer recover. In the distance, the Eternal Night Hierarch sighed. The Lord of the Four Extremes had lost miserably. He had pursued power excessively, but he had lost the reverence that a martial artist should have. In this world, no one could be faster than Mu Bai. Wherever his will went, his sword would go. His will had no distance, and his sword also had no distance. In a battle between martial artists, one had to first understand reverence before knowing one's tolerance. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one exploit one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. The Lord of the Four Extremes was too stupid. He was so stupid that he wanted to compete with Mu Bai in terms of speed. The battle was over after losing in one move. Mu Bai didn't have the habit of adding another blow to a dying person. He glanced coldly at the person in front of him before leaving on his sword. Right now, he wanted to know where that brat was. No matter how strong he was, such a person wasn't worthy of being called an opponent. On Matchless City, the Lord of the Four Extremes was coughing up blood. He staggered, but it was too late for him to chase. The white fog insect swarm retreated, healing the terrifying sword wound from his left shoulder to his right rib. However, this time, even a moth body under his heart was heavily injured. His injury couldn't recover as quickly as before. Xian Tian, Xianji. The Lord of the Four Extremes was wary of the several divine prefecture cultivators standing in the distance. Lord, Xian Tian and Xianji obeyed. They brought all the Xiantian cultivators in Matchless City and appeared together. They focused their minds and protected the heavily injured lord. What a disappointing battle. In the distance, Prince Yin shook his head regretfully. He immediately turned and left. Demon Lord Luofei, let's go. The Eternal Knight Hierarch took a light step forward, and the three of them lit up with radiance. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the strongest people had left, the Lord of the Four Extremes and the other Xiantian cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a loud Buddhist chant resounded through the sky, causing everyone's expression to change. Amitabha, the Buddha who appeared in Matchless City, was covered in golden light. With each step, the ground collapsed and the city collapsed. How can this be? The Lord of the Four Extremes narrowed his eyes. When did the abbot of Dui Temple hide here? Why didn't he notice? Are you surprised? Ningchen walked out. The aura of the chaos scroll dissipated. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the Lord of the Four Extremes. You again. The Lord of the Four Extremes' expression was extremely gloomy. He didn't need to think to know that he had been tricked by the person in front of him again. Jiming Marquis, even if I am heavily injured, killing you will be as easy as whisking. The Lord of the Four Extremes said angrily. Then let's try. Ning Chun clenched his left hand, and the remembrance blade flew out. It flashed and appeared in front of him in an instant. Xian Tian wanted to stop him, but the surrounding world changed. Sword will opened in ink painting. Between the mountains and rivers, a snow-colored sword appeared and blocked the clear sword. A swordsman in a black and white cloak walked over. His face was devilishly handsome. Although he was young, he had the aura of an extraordinary master. Your opponent is me. Mu Qianshang held his sword and said indifferently. Xian Tian's expression immediately sank. He looked at the swordsman in front of him, and then at the worldly Buddha and Jiming Marquis in front of the Lord of the Four Extremes. His clear sword was cold, and he released all his cultivation. Chapter 331. The mountains and rivers were painted with ink, and the sword will poured out. The moment the sword was drawn, the mountains and rivers in all directions changed. On the snow sword, ink-white marks appeared, and the sword will was shocking, rarely seen in the world. Deep in the ink painting, Xian Tian blocked the attack with his clear sword. With a clang, he retreated half a step. The two most outstanding swordsmen of the Compassion, Sword Heavenly Pavilion, and the Four Extremities Holy Grounds fought in the mountains and rivers. This battle was a battle between two swordsmen of two realms. Mu Qianshang, as the most outstanding disciple of the compassionate Sword Heavenly Pavilion in the past 1,000 years, his strength had long surpassed many experts of the older generation. In the divine Great Land, other than the two strongest swordsmen, Mu Bai and Prince Yin, he was one of the few prodigies of the sword that could be counted on one's fingers. The brilliance of the battle was merciless. Every move was deadly. Xian Tian's cultivation had already reached the fifth tribulation of the Khanate realm. However, he was bound by gratitude and could not take the final step. He could not improve in the realm of the sword for many years. Because of this battle that was originally not supposed to be on equal footing became white-hot right from the start. The clear sword, the snow sword, the sharpness constantly clashed. The killing light scattered in all directions, drawing a beautiful, elegant demeanor between the mountains and rivers. Outside of this great battle, the Buddhas of the mortal world and the Marquis of Great Xia trapped the masters of the four extreme realms. The curtains of the battle had also been raised. The divine weapon of creation battled against the swords and sabers. The sentiments that were supported by the power of Buddhist faith shone with a golden light and revealed their killing intent. Facing the severely injured master of the four extremities, Ning Chun did not show any mercy. The narrow and sharp remembrance sword was fast and ruthless. The abbot of the Du-Yi temple scattered the Buddha beads in his hand. The Buddha light rose and suppressed the evil power around the master of the four extremities with his supreme Buddha energy. There was no turning back in the intense battle. Victory and defeat were the only results. The master of the four extremities endured the extreme pressure of facing the Buddhas and the Marquis with his destiny weapon. He knew that if he could not kill his way out today, he would not have another chance. Protect the master of the four extremities. Behind Xianji, 7 Khanate experts rushed forward. They wanted to buy some time for the master of the holy grounds. However, at this moment, the world suddenly froze and turned into a cage, trapping everyone. In the battle of the Tao body, the master of the four extremities saw a woman appear not far away. In that moment of distraction, the green sparrow drew light and blood. Damn it! The four extremities realm masters were unable to restrain their anger. The blade of nature slashed out, shattering the watery light. The figure had already retreated. Powerful. He was so powerful that he could not afford to be distracted. The Lord of the Four Extremes was shocked and furious. In the past, he had stood at the peak of power and could suppress everything with his powerful cultivation. He had never thought that after his absolute power had declined, he would discover that the young man in front of him was actually so powerful. Ning Chun was very clear that this was a rare opportunity, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. He exerted his combat power to the extreme, and his sword and saber alternated. His figure was like an illusion, and he displayed a powerful strength that even the 3 disaster powerhouses were shocked by. The abbot of Du Temple also understood the importance of this battle. The Buddhist light around him shone brightly, and his Buddhist power suppressed the evil aura. He gave up all his strength for this crucial battle. The light from the sword and saber became more and more intense. The Lord of the Four Extremities was already heavily injured and could not use his true essence. Now that he was suppressed by the Buddhist power, the situation became even worse. His staggering figure brushed past the saber and sword several times, and he was in danger. Go! The master of the Four Extremities realm secretly gathered his genuine chi. The moment he spread his wings, his evil origin chi suddenly erupted, shaking away the deadly saber and sword in front of him. Then he stomped his feet and rushed out of the killing trap surrounded by the rising Buddhist light. You want to leave? Ning Chun snorted coldly, and the green sparrow sword while in his hand swept out. Then his figure flashed, and he quickly chased after the master of the Four Extremities realm. The sword will broke through the air and instantly pierced through the master of the Four Extremities realm's wings. The master of the Four Extremities realm let out a muffled groan, and his speed did not decrease at all. Seeing that the master of the Four Extremities realm had left, Xianji used his blood origin guide to display a special technique and forcibly broke free from the shackles of the heaven and earth cage. He also followed. Master Abbot, I'll leave this place to you. Wang Yu knew from Ning Chun that the Buddhas in the mortal world were not good at speed. He instructed him, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. The pursuit of life and death was carried out in the divine continent. Light flashed rapidly, one after another. It was the final race between life and death. At the front, the master of the Four Extremities realm's mouth was constantly bleeding. New injuries and old wounds had caused this ambitious and ruthless person to reach the end of his road. He was caught in a hopeless situation, and he was in a sorry and miserable state. Behind him, Ning Chun, Xianji, and Wang Yu's figures flashed rapidly. One was faster than the other, and it was difficult to separate them. Close, close. The sound was getting closer. It was the hope of survival. The master of the Four Extremities realm looked at Ascension Valley, which was not far away. He knew that as long as he entered it, he would have a chance to survive. The ambitious and ruthless person was at the end of his road. He had spent his entire life invading the Divine Continent, but he had never thought that his final hope of survival was still in the Four Extremities realm. As long as he returned, he would have a chance to rise again. However, just as Ascension Valley was in front of him, the most unexpected figure blocked his way. Red hair, red clothes, and a handsome face. Pain could be seen on his face. Although he was unwilling, he still came. It was the holy son of the Four Extremities realm, Wan Fengchun. Beside Wan Fengchun, Meng Xuanji held the golden feather legatee and coldly looked at the incoming figure. Her eyes were cold, and her heart was even colder. You, the master of the Four Extremities realm, was stunned. He had never thought that the two in front of him would appear here. He wanted to change direction, but it was already too late. Master, pay with your life for the thousands of innocent soldiers who died tragically. The golden feather legatee in Meng Xuanji's hand shone with killing light. The sharpest weapon in the world once again shone with its sharpness. Wan Fengchun sighed inside. The fan in his hand turned into a saber, and the rainbow saber also charged forward. With a clang, the saber was a divine weapon. The master of the Four Extremities blocked with his saber, but he was forced back half a step. Blood once more poured out of his mouth. At this moment, Ningchen also caught up. His sword pierced through the air, stabbing 3 inches below the master's heart. Damn it! The master of the Four Extremities realm sensed the danger behind him. He turned and slashed out with his saber, but the azure sparrow sword's tip pierced through his body. His right shoulder immediately turned red. Powerful, powerful, powerful. Without the suppression of cultivation base, the sword in front of him was unbelievably powerful. It was the first time the master of the Four Extremities realm had felt death so close to him. The main body of the white moth in his heart trembled again and again with the beating of his heart. Under Mu Bai's sword, its foundation was injured. Even though it managed to survive with its incomparable life force, its strength had already declined to the lowest point. The master of the Four Extremities realm was furious and unwilling. He needed time. Even if it was a day, 2 hours, or even 15 minutes, as long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to kill all these people. Unfortunately, Ningchen wouldn't have that chance. The cold saber light signaled that death was rapidly approaching. In this battle, he would definitely kill the main culprit who had started the war between the two realms. He was able to block the first saber, but he couldn't block the second or third saber. The rainbow saber pierced through his body, causing blood to spurt out. The master of the Four Extremities realm sent the person in front of him flying. Luan Fengchun, have you forgotten who gave you everything you have? His only disciple had actually helped his greatest enemy to deal with him. The master of the Four Extremities realm was disappointed, but at the same time, he was also angry. A dog should know how to repay its master's kindness, but he had taught a vicious wolf that only knew how to repay kindness with enmity. Wan Fengchun's heart ached. However, the rainbow saber in his hand didn't stop. He knew that if he showed mercy at this moment, even more people would die. It was time for this war to end. After being continuously injured, the master of the Four Extremities realm's injuries became more and more serious. The three people's attacks were more and more ruthless, completely sealing off any chance of escape. Realm Master, Xianji rushed over. Just as he was about to help, the world around him suddenly froze, and the spiritual qi around him disappeared. Wang Yu had arrived in time and sealed off the former's movements, preventing any more variables from appearing in this war. In Ascension Valley, the spatial tunnel was not far away. However, it was now as far away as the horizon. The master of the Four Extremities realm's body was covered in blood as he miserably dodged the saber and sword lights. No one knew whether the Yellow Springs Road would open in the next moment. Seeing the master of the Four Extremities realm in danger, A light flashed through Xianji's eyes. Black qi surged out of his body, and he instantly broke free from his bindings. He entered the battlefield and forcefully resisted the saber and sword, bringing the master of the Four Extremities realm away. Ningchen was the first to react. Glancing at the black qi on his sword, he suppressed his trembling and immediately chased after them. Wan Fengchun, Meng Xuanji, and Wang Yu follow behind. They were also shocked by what had just happened. Spatial turbulence. The master of the Four Extremities realm coughed out blood as he said weakly, as long as they could step into the turbulence, they would be able to shake off the pursuit behind them. Xianji nodded solemnly and rushed towards the spatial tunnel of Ascension Valley. However, just as the two were about to step into the spatial tunnel, a heaven-shaking force smashed down. The terrifying divine power shook the world. Xianji and the master of the Four Extremities realm couldn't react in time and were sent flying with a bang. In front of the spatial tunnel, a majestic and domineering figure stood. He was tall and mighty, and his face was majestic without being angry. It was the current Barbarian Dynasty master, the Barbarian King. The path ahead was blocked, and there was a pursuit behind. Xianji helped the master of the Four Extremities realm up and immediately changed direction, escaping towards the southeast. Behind them, the other four caught up. Ningchen nodded his thanks to the Barbarian King and immediately left. The race between life and death was too fast for the eyes to follow. 5 rays of light sped past, leaving behind afterimages that were difficult to recognize. The master of the Four Extremities realm felt desolate. He hadn't thought that at this time, only Xianji would risk his life to save him. If a Xiantian wanted to escape, chasing was always difficult. Ningchen and the others chased them to an abandoned village, but Xianji and the master of the Four Extremities realm had already disappeared. They should be nearby. Let's split up and look for them, said Ningchen to the 3 beside him. Then he walked towards the village. Wan Fengchun, Meng Xuanji, and Wang Yu nodded and split up. They spread out their spiritual senses and carefully searched every corner of the village. Within a broken house in the village, Xianji used a special technique to temporarily conceal their auras. He helped the master of the Four Extremities realm to a broken chair for a short rest. Realm master, please rest for a while, said Xianji. Xianji, I will remember today's kindness. Once I've suppressed my injuries, I'll bring you out of here. When I conquer the divine prefecture, you will be a holy venerate, second only to me, promised the Lord of the Four Extremes. Thank you for your kindness, Realm Master, said Xianji respectfully. The Master of the Four Extremities realm didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes, and white light rose around him. He focused all his energy to suppress his injuries. Ugh! No one had expected that at this moment, a merciless hand would suddenly pierce through the Master of the Four Extremities realm's chest. Blood spurted out, dying the last of his trust. Chapter 332. The hand that pierced through Xianji's chest was dripping with blood. The white cocoon was shaken out, and the blood that flowed out dyed Xianji's arm red. The Lord of the Four Extreme region, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock and anger as he looked at the last person he trusted in his life. Surprised, Xianji coldly sneered. He pulled back his hand and pulled out the white cocoon. Along with the collapsed heart veins, a waterfall of blood gushed out and dyed the 2 of them red. The Lord of the Four Extreme region breathed heavily. He grabbed the person in front of him. He couldn't accept this. How could this be? Why? Why did you betray me? The Lord of the Four Extreme region's eyes lost their color. He couldn't understand why this was happening. It didn't make sense. The white cocoon was gone, and his heart was broken. The Lord of the Four Extreme region's life force was rapidly dissipating. However, he couldn't close his eyes. Why was this happening? My lord, you're too careless. Have you never doubted that the people around you are no longer your loyal subordinates? Xianji smiled coldly. The original military advisor of the Holy Land had died under the Marquis Ming's scheme. The current Xianji was the Eternal Night Sect's Xianji. The black qi around him kept devouring the white cocoon in his hand. In a flash, The white cocoon entered his body and took root in his heart. You are. The eyes of the Lord of the Four Extremities widened as he stared at the surging black chi in front of him. He finally seemed to remember something, but it was too late. He did not have time to say anything. His arm fell limply to his side. An ambitious and ruthless person had passed away. How ironic and sad. He used to be a hero of a region, but ended up in such a miserable state. It made people sigh. How many great ambitions, how many brave words. Now they were like the blood spilled on the ground. They would never come back. Xianji glanced at the fallen lord of the Four Extreme region. He waved his hand and put away the worldly fortune jade. Then he put away the moth wings on his back. In the village, the four of them suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising. Without any hesitation, they quickly approached it. In front of the broken house, Luan Feng Chun, who was the closest to the house, arrived first. He waved his rainbow blade and cut open the whole house. A blue shadow dashed out, surrounded by black chi, and quickly left. Just as chaotic wind dust was about to stop him, he saw a bloodied realm master of the Four Extreme realm sitting on a chair with his eyes wide open. The hole in his chest was extremely glaring. Master. Although Luan Feng Chun was prepared, seeing her master die with her own eyes, Luan Feng Chen's heart violently shrank, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. At this time, Ning Chun, Meng Xuanji, and Daylily also rushed over. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. Xianji, Ning Chun reacted immediately. His figure flashed and chased after the aura. Without a doubt, the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms was killed by Xianji's sneak attack. Even the white cocoon under his heart was taken away. This white cocoon was a huge disaster and had to be destroyed. Furthermore, there was something wrong with Xianji. There was something wrong with the black gas. In front of the broken house, Daylily looked at the miserable state of the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms. She lightly shook her head and chased after him. No matter how many grudges she had when she was alive, they had all disappeared after death. Meng Xuanji looked at Luan Feng Chun and sighed. She didn't say anything and also chased after her. Master, let's go home. Luan Feng Chun went up and picked up the body of the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms, silently heading north. Within the Grand Xia, Ning Chun chased after Xianji for thousands of miles. The two of them, one in front and one behind, couldn't pull away from each other. Marquis, the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms, is already dead. Are you still not willing to give up? Shouted Xianji. He's dead, but you're not. I can't eat or sleep well, said Ning Chun indifferently as he chased. What I have to do for you to let me go? Asked Xianji. Let's stop and talk about the matter of the Four Extreme Realms retreating. I can give up your life, said Ning Chun calmly. Xianji sneered. Marquis, do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Once I stop, do you think I'll still be alive? Do I really have no credibility? Or do you have no confidence in yourself? Said Ning Chun indifferently. Xianji can't deny Marquis credibility. However, when it comes to life, I have to be careful, said Xianji. The two of them were moving faster and faster. After chasing for nearly 2 hours, Ning Chun looked at the figure in front of him. There was only one place he could go in this direction, the Eternal Night God Sect. However, before that, he had to pass through the Grand Xia's western line of defense. With a flip of his hand, snowflakes drifted down. Under the gradually darkening sky, a bright silver light soared into the sky. Within the Blackwater Army's camp, Marquis' triumphant return narrowed his eyes at the rising aura in the southeast. It was Jiming Marquis. At the same time, Marquis Taiping, Marquis Jiyu, and Marquis Clear River also saw the silver light soar into the sky. The Eternal Night sect was not far away. Just as Xianji let out a sigh of relief, a majestic figure blocked his path. It was the Grand Xia's war god, Marquis' triumphant return. Xianji's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly changed directions, but it was already too late. Dazzling world was unsheathed, and a vast military aura swept across the world. With one slash, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. With his life threatened, Xianji no longer cared about hiding. Black qi surged out of his body, and he spread out his wings. True Yuan condensed, and he used all his strength to block the war god's attack. With a bang, blood splattered, dyeing his blue robes red. Xianji retreated dozens of feet, vomiting a mouthful of blood. He was unable to block Triumphant Return's divine aura. The green sparrow's sword light followed, not leaving any room for escape. Xianji leaned to the side, barely avoiding a vital point. However, the green sparrow brushed past his shoulder, and a waterfall of blood splattered. Seeing that his life was at stake, the fortune jade in Xianji's hand shot into the sky. Rays of dazzling four-colored light rose up like dragons in the sky. Its powerful aura shook the heavens and the earth. Heaven and earth appear with the four extremes. The flames of creation rise. Water, fire, wind, and lightning. The source of the four extremes appeared. The god weapon formed, turning into a sharp sword that blocked the green sparrow's killing light. Ning Chen's pupils constricted, and the remembrance blade in his left hand slashed down. The cold light was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Xianji's throat. Xianji quickly retreated, and his hair fell down. He barely avoided this calamity. The two Marquises worked together to kill the remaining evildoers without any gaps. At this moment, Wang Yu and Meng Xuanji rushed over. Looking at the three of them fighting, although they did not attack, they carefully stood at the sides to cut off their paths of retreat. Hall Master, save me. Facing the cold light of the blade and sword, Xianji was both shocked and terrified. He anxiously shouted. The moment he said that, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed, and lightning struck down from the sky, landing on the battlefield. Ning Chun and Marquis, Triumphant Return's expressions sank. They raised their blades and broke through the lightning. Martial Marquises, I trust you've been well since we last met. A light purple figure appeared in the sky, and then two powerful figures slowly walked over. One was valiant, while the other was cold. Their suppressive auras spread out, shocking everyone. The Eternal Night God Sect's three Hall Masters appeared at the same time. The pressure they brought with them was unprecedentedly terrifying. Meng Xuanji and Wang Yu's expressions changed. This was going to be troublesome. 4 against 4, the situation was instantly broken. Xianji took advantage of the gap created by the lightning to retreat 30 meters, temporarily breaking free of the blade and sword blockade. Marquis, Triumphant Return, Marquis, Wisdom, Enlightenment, and the two guests who have reached the four extremes. Do you want to fight today? Asked the Eternal Night God Sect Master calmly. To fight or not to fight was the most difficult choice for Ning Chun and Marquis, Triumphant Return. Logically speaking, their chances of victory were not high. However, if they retreated now, they would be letting a tiger back into the mountain. Once Xianji completely merged with the white cocoon, he would become a new enemy. The Eternal Night God Sect was already too powerful. If they added Xianji, the situation would become even more difficult. Senior Marquis, Triumphant Return, how long can you last? Asked Ning Chun. 15 minutes, said Marquis, Triumphant Return. Then let's go all out, said Ning Chun resolutely. All right, said Marquis, Triumphant Return firmly. Eternal Night God Sect Master, please advise me. As soon as he finished speaking, he brandished his saber and a vast military might sword. Victorious Return stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, his saber fell with the force of 1,000 caddies. An extraordinary martial artist, worthy of respect. The Eternal Night God Sect Master clenched his right hand, and the sky desolate halberd appeared in his hand. With a boom, dust and sand shook around the two of them. Ning Chen knew that time was of the essence. He circulated his body to the limit and instantly appeared in front of Xianji. His sword pressed forward, and the blade light seized the soul. Xianji raised his weapon to block the attack. The two swords collided, and in that moment of deadlock, the blade light once again slashed through the air of death. The white cocoon was injured and hadn't completely merged with the cocoon, so Xianji couldn't display its power. Just as he spread his wings, half of them were cut off by the blade light. Seeing that Xianji was in imminent danger, Zhong Qinshu immediately used his special technique to help. However, the spiritual qi around him suddenly disappeared, turning into a barren cage. On the other side, Meng Xuanji looked at the silent, white-haired devil cultivator. Her pupils constricted as she waited. Although this person's aura hadn't reached the three disasters, the pressure he gave off wasn't any weaker than the Calamity King's. Xiazi stood there silently, his dark eyes watching the three battles. He only acted as a distraction, but he didn't have any intention of joining in. The three battles were all different. The Grand Xia's war god was facing the Eternal Night god sect master alone. Saber light and halberd light were flying everywhere. On the other hand, Zhong Qinshu and worryless battle was too quiet. If it weren't for the space constantly trembling, people might even think that the two of them hadn't fought at all. Most importantly, Ning Chan was going all out to kill Xianji. His blade and sword moved together, causing blood to fly everywhere. He didn't leave any leeway, causing Xianji to be in imminent danger. The falling snowflakes were dyed red. Finally, a sword pierced through the white cocoon in Xianji's heart. Blood splattered everywhere. Xianji held the green sparrow sword with his left hand and slashed down. Then, Nianxing waved her sword and sent his right arm flying. It was at this time that the heavily injured white cocoon left Xianji's body. It rose into the air and spread its wings, sending down a terrifying might. Chapter 333. The white moth spread its wings in the sky, sending out waves of evil and chaotic energy that made people feel a strong sense of disgust. As the white moth left the body, black energy surged around Xianji's body. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his heavily injured body found it difficult to hold on for a while. Ning Chun stomped his foot and drew his sword. He quickly rose into the air and unleashed a green sparrow frost sword. The white moth screeched, filled with fear and anger. The ear-piercing sound was extremely sharp, like a blade scraping against iron. With a slash, the green sparrow sword sliced open the white moth's body. White blood sprayed all over the sky as evil energy flowed out wildly. The white moth was terrified. It screeched once more, and its body rapidly disintegrated. A white mist swarmed out and scattered in all directions. Ning Chen's eyes sank as he circulated the life scroll around him. Extreme cold energy surged out, wanting to freeze the dispersing insect swarm. However, there were tens of thousands of insects in the swarm. Their numbers were shocking, and with their tenacious vitality, they broke through the ice and fled in all directions. Ning Chun turned around and shouted, "Daylily!" Daylily understood. She raised her slender hand and immediately sealed the surrounding area, using all her strength to trap the insect swarm within. On the other side, Zhong Qinshu snorted coldly. With a flip of his right hand, 4 dark green talismans flew out, transforming into raging lightning bolts that descended to break the heaven and earth prison. Zhong Qinshu, you're still so annoying. Ning Chan waved his blade to disperse the descending lightning bolts. His figure flickered as he closed in and slashed out with his sword. Jiming Marquis, the same goes for you. Zhong Qinshu blocked the sword with a flip of his palm. His true essence surged, and his body swam around the tip of the sword, avoiding the killing intent. On the other side, the battle between Marquis' triumphant return and the Eternal Night Hierarch had been going on for close to 15 minutes. Although the Grand Xia War God was extraordinary, he was gradually showing signs of weakness in the face of an absolute disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Marquis' triumphant return, what are you afraid of? The Eternal Night Hierarch calmly asked as he waved his halberd. A wild wind howled and forced the person in front of him back with a clang. Marquis' triumphant return retreated 3 steps. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, but he refused to yield. The military saber in his hand slashed down with awe-inspiring might, courageous and unyielding. However, Faced with the gap in strength, even the most unyielding fighting spirit would be dimmed. The hierarch of eternal night held the glorious world military saber with his left hand and said coldly, "Is it because of the great Xia behind you that you don't have the courage to take the last step? Or are you scared of death?" At this moment, it was hard to say whether it was a question or a taunt. The martial Marquis of de Xia had killed his entire life, and stepping into the Xiantian realm was already extremely difficult. Not to mention the three disasters realm that stood at the peak. Every generation of martial Marquis did not dare to try, because the responsibility on their shoulders did not allow them to try. The great Xia dynasty had been established for 1,000 years, and the Marquises had been passed down from generation to generation. Every generation of Marquises could only retire after they had succeeded, and when they had put down the heavy burden of being a Marquis, then they would continue to pursue their dreams of stepping into the martial way. However, after many years of fighting and killing, coupled with the decline of blood and qi in their later years, the number of people who could succeed in the end could be counted on one hand. Looking at the valiant Marquis, triumphant in front of him, the hierarch of eternal night's eyes flashed with regret. He could have been stronger. If you don't take the last step, then you don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Back down. After saying this, the hierarch of eternal night's left hand spread out, and a vigorous aura surged out. The injured great Xia war god was immediately pushed back by 30 meters, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Senior Marquis, triumphant. Ning Chen's heart sank, and he raised his sword. Just as he was about to step forward to help, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his spiritual sense, and his body suddenly staggered. Oh! Zhong Qianxiu was surprised, but he did not let go of this rare opportunity. He struck out with his palm and imprinted it on the former's chest. With a bang, Bai Yi flew out, stained with blood, and directly fell from the sky, smashing into the ground. Ning Chun. The sudden change greatly shocked Meng Xuanji, worryless, and Marquis triumphant, and they all looked over. In that split second of distraction, Zhong Qianxiu's feet moved, and he instantly appeared behind Worryless, turning his palm over. Worryless came back to his senses and blocked the attack. However, he was unable to condense his qi in time and was forced back several steps. After being injured in one move, a flaw appeared in the heaven and earth prison that trapped the insect tide. Zhong Qianxiu seized the opportunity and activated his mutant technique, instantly suppressing half of the insect tide. Retreat. The sudden change caused the battle to be completely out of balance. Marquis triumphant glanced at the unconscious figure in the dust and made a prompt decision to retreat. Meng Xuanji and Worryless nodded and quickly retreated with the unconscious Ning Chun. Marquis, triumphant, brought up the rear, displaying his military might. With a slash of his blade, the 300 meters of earth collapsed. Following that, his figure flickered and he also left. The hierarch of eternal night took a step forward, waving his halberd to block the blade light. Looking at the four people leaving, he frowned, but he did not chase after them. Hierarch, Zhong Qianxiu said. Let's go back. The hierarch of eternal night said calmly. The four of them were not ordinary people. Although he did not know why Jiming Marquis had suddenly fainted, with Marquis triumphant and those two women present, even if he went all out, it would not be easy to keep them all here. Not far away, Xiazi directly turned and left without saying a word. Zhong Qianxiu snorted coldly, waving his hand to bring away half of the insect tide and the heavily injured Xianji. He also left. Half a day later, Ning Chen was brought back to the Jiming Marquis Manor in the Imperial City. However, ever since he had fainted, he had not woken up. His constantly trembling eyebrows showed that he was enduring unimaginable pain. Ningxi immediately called Imperial Prince Yan over. However, this time, he was unable to find the reason for Ning Chen's fainting. "Go to the academy and find your teacher," said Imperial Prince Yan gravely. Ningxi hastily complied. Without any delay, she brought her brother to the Heavenly Sky Academy. Not long after the two of them left, a white-robed youth with a broken sword on his back appeared in the imperial city. He directly walked toward the Marquis manor. When the old steward heard that someone had come to visit, he went out to check. When he saw that person's extraordinary temperament, he immediately realized that this person's identity was not simple. I'm Jian E from Baron City. My master has ordered the Jiming Marquis to go to Baron City, Jian E said calmly. Hearing the identity of the young man in front of him, the old steward was shocked. Although he did not practice martial arts, he still knew about Baron City. However, the Marquis was seriously injured and unconscious. He had just been taken away and was not in the manor. Furthermore, Princess, she had ordered that this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Mr. Jinny, please wait a moment. I'll go in and report, the old steward said respectfully and immediately walked quickly to the backyard. In the backyard, the old steward walked over and looked at a woman in the courtyard. He said, Miss Shi, a young man called Jian, he has come to visit. He claims to be a disciple of Baron City. He said that his master has ordered the Marquis to go to Baron City. Hearing this, Lu Ruashi's beautiful face flashed with surprise. The legendary figure of Baron City had actually sent a disciple. She had heard the Marquis mention some things about Mu Bai and knew that the Marquis had received Mu Bai's kindness. Now that the Marquis had sent a disciple from Baron City to visit, he must not neglect. At this moment, a gentle voice came from the room. This Jian Yi is not simple. It's best not to provoke him. Okay. Lu Ruashi nodded and immediately walked out of the backyard. Jian Yi was invited into the front hall. Lu Ruashi served him the best tea and treated him with the best gift. Mr. Jian Yi, the Marquis has something to do and is not in the mansion. When the Marquis comes back, Ruashi will definitely pass on your message, Lu Ruashi said sincerely. Jian Yi frowned slightly. How could it be so unlucky? Or did the Marquis deliberately avoid meeting him? He spread out his spiritual sense and scanned the entire mansion. Sure enough, he did not find anything. However, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Jian Yi got up and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Before leaving the mansion, he glanced to the backyard. His intuition told him that there must be something wrong there. Lu Ruashi watched him leave and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She turned and walked to the backyard. In a guest room in the backyard, Wang Yu also looked in the direction Jian Yi left. His eyes narrowed slightly. What a terrifying sword perception. At the same time, in the Lingbo pool of Tiansong Academy, a white figure was floating in the pool. His face was full of pain. The master stood in front of the pool with a dignified face. The situation was not good. The invasion of a foreign sense could not be helped by external forces. No one knew if he could wake up or if he could maintain his original consciousness after waking up. Master, you have to save him. Ningxi begged with tears in her eyes. The master sighed softly and said, After today, take him back. This time, he can only rely on himself. No one else can help. Ningxi's eyes flashed with sadness. How could this be? If even the master could not do anything, then when would brother wake up? Not far from the Lingbo pool, Mu Chengxue, dressed in a snow-white dress, quietly looked at the unconscious figure in the pool. Her heart felt oppressed for no reason. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for her to breathe. After dawn, Ningxi once again left with her brother. Her delicate little face was full of hesitation and sadness. She did not know what to do. In the Marquis estate, the atmosphere was the same as usual. The news of the Marquis being seriously injured and unconscious had been suppressed. Only the old steward and a few people in the back courtyard knew. In the back courtyard, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Even the usually carefree Ning, she could no longer smile. Meng Xuanji came once and left in a hurry. Wang Yu stayed in the Marquis estate and used heaven and earth Ling Qi to heal the unconscious Ning Chun. However, it was not of much help. The latter showed no signs of waking up. Day after day, half a month had passed. Zhang Sun, who was in the Weiyang Palace, finally noticed that something was wrong. This time, Ning Chen didn't say goodbye to her that he was going there. It was impossible for him to not show up for half a month. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Just when Ning she did not know how to lie, the voice she was most afraid of finally arrived. Zhang Sun had personally arrived at the Marquis estate. Ning Shi and Lu Ruo she were shocked and immediately went out to greet her. They knew that this time they really could not hide it. "Where is Ning Chun?" Zhang Sun's expression was not good. He walked directly to the back courtyard and asked in a deep voice. Qing Ning gave him a look, telling them to tell the truth. She indicated that they could not hide it anymore. She had tried her best to delay it, but she really could not. Chapter 334. Zhang Sun had come in person in anger. Everyone in the house of the Marquis kept quiet out of fear. In the backyard, the two girls knelt down and didn't dare to breathe loudly. In the past, when he killed Lu Lanjun, his hand was stained with blood. He had seen countless life and death situations, and his heart was incomparably firm. However, when facing the angry Zhang Sun, he was still filled with fear, not even daring to raise his head. "Are you all mute? Where is Ning Chun?" Zhang Sun shouted, unable to restrain his anger. And in the room, Ning Shi's voice trembled. Zhang Sun snorted angrily and strode past the two. Qing Ning carefully accompanied him at the side. Looking at the two kneeling people, she sighed softly. The worst situation still happened. They couldn't hide it anymore. They couldn't hide it anymore. The two women felt bitter in their hearts. They didn't expect that in the end, the Empress would still come. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open. Zhang Sun entered, and what he saw was a heart-wrenching scene. The figure on the bed had a pained expression on his face. His body trembled from time to time. Although he was unconscious, he was still experiencing the most unbearable pain. Zhang Sun staggered, but Qing Ning hurriedly supported her. Zhang Sun's heart ached so much that it was difficult for him to breathe. He strode forward and raised his hand to touch the former's pained face. His chest felt unusually heavy. Was it pain, or was it something else? At this moment, he could no longer tell. Nyang Yang. Seeing the tears in the corners of her eldest grandson's eyes, Qing Ning's heart ached. Her heart ached, and she was even more worried. She had lost sons and daughters in succession. Her Highness could no longer endure such a blow. Ning Chun had gone through hundreds and thousands of tribulations to protect the people he treasured the most. Ning Chun had no regrets. After sensing Chang Sun's qi, the pain on his face lessened a lot. Maybe, subconsciously, he still didn't want Chang Sun to see his weak side. There was nothing difficult or easy in this world. The price to pay for killing the King of Calamity would eventually come. How difficult was it to fight against 3 disasters with 3 tribulations? No matter how many schemes there were, they would not be able to make up for this enormous difference. The disaster king died, but a portion of his consciousness remained. It merged into the 9 drops of phoenix blood, and at this moment, it erupted with destiny, knowing great calamity. In the void of time and space, the 9 drops of phoenix blood formed a circle, trapping the candle of life that could be extinguished at any time in the middle. In the knowing destiny state, one did not believe in gods, Buddhas, or destiny. He only believed in himself. If he did not work hard in everything, he would only end up regretting it. His weak flame of life stubbornly held on. No matter how much pain he felt, he still didn't give up. The most crucial battle of life and death, without the sharpness of swords and sabers, was cruel and irredeemable. There was no other outcome. East of Grand Xia, in Wushuang City, a figure clad in white armor appeared. He no longer wore his blue robes. Xianji, who had fused with half of the power of the white cocoon, looked completely different. He wielded a destiny-ranked divine weapon and suppressed all voices of resistance. With the fall of the Lord of the Four Extremities, the forces of the Four Extremities in Wushuang City were torn apart. Xiantian had left, and 3 Xiantian lords had fallen under Xianji's sword. A new era had arrived, and the eastern border of Great Xia was once again under the pressure of war. After the upheaval, the Four Extremities realm army was no longer as prosperous as before. However, a new disaster appeared. Tens of thousands of white mist insects descended, turning the war into a living hell. Facing the sudden white mist of death, The Great Xia army found it hard to defend against and suffered heavy casualties. Even the experienced Zhongyong Marquis and Jingwu Duke had no choice but to retreat again and again to reduce the casualties. After devouring flesh and vital energy, the white mist insects returned to their bodies. The strength of the white moths grew stronger, and Xianji, as the host, became more and more powerful. He became a new great threat to the divine continent. The consequences of the unfinished business of eliminating evil were finally revealed. The eastern border of Great Xia was shrouded in a terrifying white mist. Even Xiantian lords couldn't resist it and died with hatred. Great Xia needed time to find the weakness of the white mist insects. However, Xianji wouldn't give Great Xia this opportunity. He led his troops to attack and was determined to destroy all the defenses of Great Xia in the shortest time possible. In the western border of Great Xia, the Eternal Night cult exerted pressure at the same time. The Lord of the First Sacred Hall came out, accompanied by the sect's daughter. The Great Xia god of war couldn't be distracted. The emperor who had lost his heart had changed his mind and appearance. He was full of demonic nature. Marquis' triumphant return endured the pain in his heart and didn't show any mercy with his Yaoshi army saber. The heartless demon held the reincarnation demonic sword and fought the Great Xia god of war without showing any signs of weakness. They were both at the peak of the fifth tribulation, and their battle strength didn't lose to the three disasters. The army saber and demonic sword intertwined and killed each other. Luo Fei stood in the distance and watched this battle quietly. She didn't intervene in this battle between the Emperor of Great Xia and the Marquis. At the same time, in the imperial city of Great Xia, an extraordinary figure walked over. His red and black battle clothes fluttered in the wind. It was the Eternal Night cult master. He didn't bring a single soldier or general. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere of the imperial city of Great Xia became heavy. Powerful, so powerful that it was clear. He was even more terrifying than the master of the four extreme realms who had descended with his complete body. All the warriors in the imperial city felt it at the same time and couldn't help but tremble. In front of Marquis Jiming, the Eternal Night cult master stopped and looked at the guard in front of him. He said calmly, "Please inform your Marquis that an old friend has come to visit." The guard in front of the manor didn't have enough cultivation and couldn't feel the aura of the visitor. However, an inexplicable fear still rose in his heart, and his body trembled nonstop. In a guest room in the backyard, Worryless sighed softly and walked out of the room. She knew that the Eternal Night cult master was here to capture her. She didn't expect that after avoiding the demonic monarch's pursuit, she still couldn't avoid this disaster. Lady Worryless. Seeing the former walk out, she suppressed the fear in her heart and hurriedly stopped her. Worryless smiled gently and raised her hand to stop Ningxi. She said softly, "Thank you for taking care of me these days. If he wakes up, please thank him for me." Ningxi wanted to stop her, but she couldn't even say a word. She could only watch as Worryless left and disappeared before her eyes. In front of the Marquis manor, Worryless walked out and looked at the figure in front of her. She said calmly, "Eternal Night cult master, I will leave with you. Please don't implicate others." Seeing that the person who walked out was Worryless and not Marquis Jiming, the Eternal Night cult master's eyes flashed. He asked, "Marquis Jiming hasn't woken up yet?" Worryless knew that hiding anything from him was useless. She shook her head and said, "No. What a pity. Let's go." The Eternal Night cult master sighed regretfully. Worryless turned around and looked at the Marquis manor one last time. Just as she was about to leave, a green-robed figure slowly walked over. Looking at the two of them, he said, "Eternal Night cult master, you've overstepped your boundaries." "Prince Yen." The Eternal Night cult master frowned slightly and stopped. He replied, "This woman isn't from Grand Xia. Is she worth you stopping?" "If the people in a manor were taken away by you while he was unconscious, Xia Yan wouldn't be worthy of being called senior," Prince Yen said calmly. The Eternal Night cult master glanced at the woman beside him and said, "Step back." Hearing this, Worryless silently retreated to the side. She couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. The sword rack fell to the ground, and the halberd flew out and landed in Prince Yan's hand. The sword hummed, and he said calmly, "Please, please," the Eternal Night Cult Master said seriously. With this word, the legend of Grand Xia, the Eternal Night Cult Master, finally faced the enemy head-on. His sword moved, and the wind moved. With a clang, the sword and the palm collided. Although the aura was restrained, it was still powerful and shocking. The halberd was as heavy as a mountain and could break mountains. The Eternal Night Cult Master wasn't afraid at all. He faced the palm head-on and wasn't at a disadvantage. The battle between the strongest was unusually fierce. The aftershocks were restrained by their aura within 10 feet. Outside 10 feet, no one was hurt at all. But within 10 feet, it was like hell. The strong were always proud. The Eternal Night Cult Master was a true martial artist. He didn't want to hurt the common people. He and Prince Yin restrained all the aftershocks of the battle. In the distance, Jian Yi, who had chosen to enter the world, appeared. Seeing this unparalleled battle between the strong, his eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed that Marquis Jiming really wasn't in the Marquis manner, or something had happened to him. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't have not appeared at this time. Within 10 feet of the forbidden area, the sky collapsed and the earth fell. The two people who stood at the top of the divine land met with martial arts. Sword and palm, they didn't show any mercy. Killing light flashed, and the earth kept collapsing. The sword was heavy, and the palm was strong. The space couldn't bear the power of the sky. It distorted and collapsed. While the two were fighting, a figure in a purple coat walked out from the distant sky. He was surrounded by black mist, and all of his aura was concealed. He activated his special technique. The sky above the imperial city of Grand Xia suddenly filled with black mist. Huge formation runes appeared one after another. The next moment, a black radiance fell from the center of the formation and enveloped Worryless without warning. No one had expected this sudden change. Worryless' delicate body trembled violently as she let out a painful groan. The descending black radiance carried an irresistible suction force. Worryless tried her best to resist, but she was restrained first. She couldn't use her cultivation, and the origin of her Tao physique was continuously stripped away, turning into stars that sank into the formation. Zhong Qinxiu, do you not trust me by interfering? The Eternal Night Cult Master glanced at the figure in the sky. Displeasure flashed across his handsome face as he said coldly. In the sky, Zhong Qinxiu's lips curved into a cold smile. Please forgive me, Cult Master. The Tao physique is too important. I've overstepped my boundaries. There won't be a next time. The Eternal Night Cult Master snorted coldly. He flipped his palm and trapped Prince Yin, who wanted to help, to buy time for Zhong Qinxiu. Seeing Worryless' aura weakening, Prince Yin was finally enraged. He waved the sword in his left hand, and 3 swords flew out from the sword rack. They turned into a radiance that went against the current. The shocking sword intent shook the world. 3 swords in the sky, a pact of life and death. The strongest sword stirred up the wind and clouds as it soared into the sky. The terrifying sword aura caused all the swords in the city to tremble and prostrate themselves before it. Seeing the strongest sword in the world personally, the Eternal Night Cult Master's expression became serious. He leaped up and condensed true yuan in his palms. Lightning descended from his hands, roaring and surging. The terrifying might caused the world to wail. The 2 ultimate moves collided with a loud bang. The shocking shockwave violently spread across the sky. In an instant, the world darkened and lost all color. In the Marquis manner, the unconscious figure on the bed was affected by the 2 supreme battle souls. His fingers moved so slightly that it was difficult to detect. Chapter 335. The Hierarch stopped the legend of legend, and the black light locked the Taoist body. Specks of light drifted away from the Worryless and disappeared into the big array in the sky. The Daylily's body began to stagger. In the end, it could no longer resist the evil formation's suction and began to rise into the sky. Was it despair or regret? It was hard to tell. Perhaps there would never be a chance to see the light again. Within the black light, the figure that was rising into the sky carried a final reluctance. The blurry scenery in front of her would be the last thing she would see in her life. Why was she so reluctant? The Daylily didn't know. Perhaps the life of a Tao body was supposed to be so short. Daylily, where are you going? At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. White robes fluttered in the air as a hand grabbed the Daylily and brought it out of the black light. The azure sparrow let out a cry and flew out of the Marquis manor, entering the hand of the white-robed figure. In an instant, the cry of the azure sparrow shook the heavens and illuminated the world. Ningxi, take good care of the Daylily. Ning Chun sent the Daylily out with a wave of his hand. His figure flashed into the sky and slashed out with his sword. The dazzling sword light carved out a 300-meter gorge in the 9 heavens. The great formation covering the imperial city collapsed and vanished. Zhong Qinxiu, you bullied my people while I was unconscious. Are you prepared to pay the price? Ning Chun looked at the person in front of him, his eyes filled with killing intent. He took a step forward, and his sword disappeared. Zhong Qinxiu was startled. Before he could see the sword clearly, it had already pierced through his body, and blood sprayed out. The Eternal Night Hierarch's pupils constricted. He flipped his palm to block Zhong Qinxiu's power and used the momentum to leap into the sky. He brought Zhong Qinxiu's body with him and retreated 30 meters. Blood sprayed out like rain. The backlash from the formation breaking made it difficult for Zhong Qinxiu to react for a moment. That life-reaping sword had injured his vitals. The Eternal Night Hierarch flipped his palm and sealed the former's last bit of life. At this moment, the sword light arrived once more, vowing to take Zhong Qinxiu's life. The enlightened Marquis has already received his punishment. Let's stop here today, said the Eternal Night Hierarch as he pushed aside the azure sparrow sword. Since Sect Master has spoken, I will naturally obey. I just don't know if the people of my Marquis estate would have their vitality completely stripped away by this grand formation if I didn't wake up today. Although his words were obedient, the sword in his hand was fierce. Ning Chun could not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He had been so close. There were too many things he regretted in his life. He would not allow such a regret to happen again. The Eternal Night Hierarch frowned slightly as his figure drifted among the blades. He was quite apprehensive for the time being because he was worried about Zhong Qinxiu's life. A watery afterimage flickered as the green sparrow sword's radiance followed closely behind Zhong Qinxiu's body. The Eternal Night Hierarch blocked the attack, but the momentum of the sword immediately changed and locked onto Zhong Qinxiu's vitals. The swift and fierce moves were merciless and ruthless. Coupled with the aqua shadow body, it was impossible to guard against. The Eternal Night Hierophant's frown deepened. Among the martial marquises of the Grand Xia, the victorious return was the most powerful, but the most difficult to deal with was undoubtedly the Jiming Marquis. He used every trick in the book, including his schemes, his martial prowess, and his schemes. Your martial spirit is extraordinary. Marquis Jiming, you shouldn't have fallen so low. The Eternal Night Hierarch supported Zhong Qinxiu with one hand while condensing his yuan energy with the other to block the flashing, killing light. If there were no wars in the world, Ning Chun would naturally want to be a gentleman. However, there are no ifs in this world. Hierarch, don't you think so? The words in the sword light carried a questioning tone. In this chaotic world, there was no room for righteousness and benevolence. The flames of war were merciless, and the Jiming Marquis Jiming was even more merciless. What a pity! The Eternal Night Hierarch sighed softly. He raised his finger to summon the wind and clouds. Raging waves roared and rolled, breaking the sky with one finger. The profound finger locked onto the body, making it difficult for Ning Chun to dodge. Ning Chun focused and clenched his left hand. The remembrance came into his hand, and the sword and blade were parallel. The 3 scrolls were opened together, and the 3 scrolls were combined once again. The sky rose and the earth fell, and a world of ice and snow filled the eyes. The scene of the beginning of the world appeared on the horizon. When the two collided, a berserk shockwave spread outwards. Bai skidded back 10 steps before stopping herself. She took a step forward and charged forward once more. That's all for today. Jiming Marquis. We'll meet again if fate wills it. The valiant figure in the aftermath of the shock wave gradually dispersed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, only an afterimage was left. Ning Chan looked at the person who left with a cold gaze. The Eternal Knight Hierarch was indeed extraordinary. He was as strong as a monster. In the distance, Jian Yi sheathed the broken sword that was about to be unsheathed and turned to leave. Prince Yin waved his hand, and the 4 swords fell and returned to the sword rack. He looked at the young junior in front of him and said calmly, "It's good that you're awake." "Thank you, Senior." Ning Chun bowed respectfully. Fortunately, Senior made a move. Otherwise, there would be no chance to redeem today. Prince Yin nodded and did not say anything else as he walked away. In front of the Marquis residence, Ning Chun watched as Senior left. In the past, he thought that Senior was omnipotent and relied on him a lot. However, after today's battle, he realized that there was a limit to a person's strength. Once Senior was delayed, the people around him would also be in danger. He did not want something that he would regret for the rest of his life to happen again. He had to be more ruthless than before. In this chaotic world, there was no room for naivety. In the Weiyang Palace, Ning Chun came to see Zhang Sun. After this battle, Zhang Sun's body was even worse. She was bedridden in the palace and could not withstand any more storms. Zhang Sun, who had once sheltered the younger generation from the wind and rain, was gradually growing old. Her beautiful face was covered with traces of wind and frost, making people feel sad. "Empress, the battle will end soon. Once Grand Xiao wins, I will bring Ziyi and send you back to serve you." Ning Chun held Zhang Sun's hand and said softly with tears in his eyes. A pure child's heart was revealed silently in his tears. If one said that Zhang Ming was heartless, it was because he was forced by the world. Only by being heartless could he better protect the people around him. "Sister Qing Ning, take good care of Empress," Ning Chen said softly and left. His aura was as cold as ice, without a trace of gentleness. In the barbarian palace of the barbarian dynasty, the barbarian king was sitting on the throne. Suddenly, he stood up and looked at the cyan armor that appeared in front of him. Zhangming Marquis. Ning Chun had changed into the cyan armor that represented the Grand Xia's martial Marquis status. The barbarian king was extremely clear on what this meant. At this moment, the person in front of him was just the Grand Xia's Zhangming Marquis. "Zhangming Marquis, if we fight in the barbarian palace, what do you think are your chances of winning?" "Words are useless. Please." Sword and saber appeared in the barbarian palace. They had come to seize karmic luck. This battle had already been decided, and there was no turning back. The barbarian palace suppressed the karmic luck of a dynasty. As the ruler of a dynasty, the barbarian king possessed endless karmic luck. As long as he didn't leave the barbarian palace, he would be in an undefeatable position. This unavoidable battle unfolded in the barbarian palace. The barbarian king stamped his foot and punched out. The sound of it breaking through the air was deafening. With a loud bang, blood spilled out of the barbarian king's mouth. The cyan figure that hadn't moved in the slightest took this punch and took half a step back. "Barbarian king, the Zhangming Marquis has returned the favor to you." A punch for a punch. This was the punch he had used to stop the master of the 4 extreme realms from escaping. After this punch, the Zhangming Marquis' body erupted with power. Light flashed in the barbarian king's eyes. His fist collided with the saber light. The majestic power of the collision surged in the barbarian palace. Lines of formation appeared indistinctly, protecting the main hall from being destroyed by the powerful aftershock. Putting aside his personal feelings and steeling his heart, Ning Chen's sword and saber constantly flashed with cold light. Each move was faster and heavier than the last. The barbarian king's eyes were grave. He used his divine power to block the saber light. The rumbling of battle constantly resounded in the hall, causing the wind and clouds to rapidly change. In the princess's courtyard, Hong Zhu anxiously walked in. She pushed open the door and said, "Princess, it's not good. The king and the Zhongming Marquis are fighting." A man was stunned. She didn't say a single word before she picked up the Sword of Origin on the table and immediately walked towards the main hall. Within the main hall, the sounds of battle became increasingly intense. Layers of runes rose up, suppressing the fluctuations. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would know that an earth-shaking battle was taking place here. The clash between the divine power of the corporeal body and the sharpness of the sword and saber caused the sky to darken. The figures that kept crossing each other left streaks of light in the barbarian palace, shocking the generals outside the palace. So it turned out that their king was actually so powerful. So it turned out that the Marquis of Grand Xia was actually so extraordinary. The outstanding war spirits in the hall were so dazzling. The battle between the king and the Marquis shook the world. There was no conspiracy or calculation, only a battle of strength. This was the highest respect that the Marquis could give to his opponent. The saber was strong, the fist was stronger, the fist was faster, the fist was faster, the sword was faster. Both of them had their own persistence, and neither of them was willing to give in. When there was nothing to talk about, they could only settle it with force. Only the winner had the right to speak. Zhongming Marquis, have you realized? Seeing that the young man in front of him was no longer the same as before, the barbarian king stepped on the ground, and the airwaves around him soared into the sky. In the depths of the barbarian palace, the blood-red halberd that suppressed fate flew out with a violent red light and fell into the barbarian king's hands. The halberd struck down with a loud explosion. Ning Chun blocked it with his saber, and his legs sank into the stone floor. His chi and blood surged violently. At this moment, a phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Drops of phoenix blood rushed out of the body of the Zhongming Marquis and condensed into an illusory figure of the phoenix. A terrifying pressure swept out. The Hall of Eternal Life had researched the cultivation method of the phoenix body for more than 10,000 years. Now that it had appeared, it instantly displayed an unparalleled sense of oppression. Other than the real phoenix, Ning Chun became the person with the most phoenix blood in the world. He also became the first person in 10,000 years to condense the shape of the phoenix. The illusory figure of the phoenix was red with a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, the figure of the phoenix disappeared into the body of the Zhongming Marquis. In the bloody mist, a powerful pressure that was not inferior to that of the barbarian king surged. The tilted balance was instantly leveled again. The saber and the halberd collided. The formation guarding the barbarian palace finally could not withstand the terrifying aftershock and quickly collapsed. "Don't fight." At this moment, a slightly angry voice sounded outside the hall. Man rushed over and saw the two people fighting fiercely in the hall. For the first time, anger appeared on her beautiful face. Chapter 336. When Wild appeared, the two of them didn't stop fighting. They simultaneously used a move to seal the palace's entrance, preventing anyone from entering. Within the palace, the battle continued. The result of this battle was related to the future of the two dynasties. Neither of them dared to be careless. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by a bloody mist. The phoenix was of the fire attribute, while his body was of the ice attribute. They were incompatible. Forcibly fusing the power of the phoenix form naturally caused him to suffer unbearable pain. No one could take all the benefits in the world. If you wanted to reap the benefits, you had to bear the weight. The Long Life Hall's phoenix body cultivation technique allowed one to fuse their phoenix blood back together, gradually reverting to their ancestral phoenix form. But behind this powerful strength came an even more powerful repulsive force. It was impossible for the ice attribute to fuse with the fire attribute. Normally, one could rely on a life scroll to suppress the repulsive force of the phoenix blood. But now that the phoenix form had been condensed, suppressing it was harder than ascending to the heavens. The barbarian king also saw that Ningchun wouldn't be able to maintain his strength for long. Scarlet karmic luck revolved around his halberd. Ningchun swung his sword to break the halberd. Their weapons clashed, causing shockwaves to spread. Scarlet blood dyed the palace red, making it seem as if a blood calamity had descended. Their auras filled the palace, suppressing the shockwaves. This was a fair battle. It wasn't to start a feud, but to protect their own perseverance. Heaven scroll, pardon the heavens. Blue light sword, and the heaven-pardoning saber slashed down with a loud bang. A huge ravine was instantly cut open in space. Dragon subduing heaven-shaking tower. The barbarian king's left arm swung, his divine force increasing. Scarlet karmic luck shook. The two attacks collided, and shockwaves caused both of them to retreat. At this moment, the blue sparrow entered the ground, and the earth scroll appeared once more. Earth scroll, earth destruction, mountain destruction. The endless swords that soared into the sky were like a reverse rain of swords, sealing off all paths of retreat. There was no way to dodge. The barbarian king's eyes narrowed. His halberd soared into the sky, and after 10 meters, it fell from the sky. The sword images scattered, and a strand of black hair fell to the ground. A sword light slashed across the barbarian king's face, and blood flowed out. The barbarian king coldly snorted. He spun his halberd in a circle, and a violent force pierced through the sword shadows, directly penetrating through them. Ningchun used both his sword and saber to block the attack. With a loud bang, he was pushed back half a step. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. The brilliant battle was difficult to determine a victor. A martial Marquis of a dynasty, a mighty ruler of a dynasty. At this moment, no one held back, using all of their strength to display all of their abilities. The faint sound of the phoenix echoed in the hall. The repulsive force was getting more and more difficult to suppress. Ningchun knew that a prolonged battle would be disadvantageous for him. He circulated the two scrolls of heaven and earth at the same time. His Zhenyuan was pushed to the peak. His saber and sword struck out. Both the saber and the sword struck out at the same time, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The boundless saber intent turned into a disk of clouds that descended, and the earth's sword tide surged. The strange change in the sky had a world-shaking might that made people feel that the end of the world had arrived, and fear rose in their hearts. Seeing this, the barbarian king held his halberd in front of him. A violent red aura spiraled around his body. His entire body erupted. The collapsing aura turned into smoke and scattered. The cloud of swords also disappeared. The saber and sword fell, stabbing into the ground. At this moment, a stone-colored figure appeared in front of the barbarian king. He held the blood-red halberd in one hand and formed a sword with the other. The sword pointed at the barbarian king's heart. "Barbarian king, you've lost." The sword stopped an inch in front of the barbarian king's heart. Ningchun let go of the blood-red halberd and took a step back. The phoenix image left his body and collapsed. Drops of phoenix blood turned into streams of light that flowed into Ningchun's body. The powerful pressure immediately disappeared. The barbarian king's eyes were filled with shock. However, a king had a king's bearing. He restrained his shock and waved his hand, returning the blood-red halberd. He said, "The winner takes all. Come with me." Dense mist floated in the depths of the barbarian palace. A berserk pressure revolved around the halberd, making it difficult for people to approach. Ningchun looked at the surging aura of the barbarian dynasty. His expression became serious. The Nianqing flew out and floated in the air. A moment later, a powerful suction force appeared. The red aura around him immediately poured into the halberd like a tide. At the same time, the pure white blade began to change color, gradually turning into a bright red color. It was abnormally dazzling. There were countless inheritances in the world. Sects, aristocratic families, large sects, they all came in different forms. However, the most difficult to establish was a dynasty. Controlling a dynasty's territory and controlling the well-being of its people meant that the amount of karmic luck it possessed was far from what an ordinary sect could compare to. The barbarian king had established his dynasty for over 600 years. His karmic luck was boundless. Although it couldn't compare to the Grand Xia, it still couldn't be underestimated. The blood-red blade's aura was berserk and sharp. It contained the barbarian dynasty's 100 years of karmic luck. Ning Chun waved his hand, and an extremely cold chi sealed the blade, stopping the flow of karmic luck. "Many thanks. I'm sure the Grand Xia's gift will satisfy you," said Ning Chun calmly. "I'm looking forward to it," replied the barbarian king. Ning Chun didn't say anything else. He said his goodbyes and left. In front of the barbarian palace's main hall, the door opened. Wild was standing at the front, her face filled with anger. Ning Chun walked out and looked at her. An apologetic expression flashed across his face. "Sorry." Wild walked up and lightly hit him on the head. She said unhappily, "You can't fight." Wild had carefully memorized the things Qing Ning had taught her. However, the little girl was kind and couldn't bear to use force. Compared to the violent Qing Ning, she was much lighter. Ning Chun nodded and solemnly promised, "Just this once. There won't be a next time." Only then did a man give him a smile and forgave him. Within the main hall, the barbarian king helplessly shook his head when he saw this. This girl really didn't know how much her father had sacrificed this time. Now, he could only hope that this kid's promised gift would be able to make up for some of the barbarian dynasty's losses. Although he was dissatisfied, that was only because of personal matters. Disregarding that, the barbarian king felt more admiration for this young man. His tenacity and hard work far surpassed the reliability of someone his age. The Grand Xia was fortunate to have this person. The Grand Xia's Empress Changsun was truly the most admirable woman in the world. Back then, she had ignored her reputation and the Grand Xia's fury to protect this youth. Now, he had grown to such a shocking level. Only this kind of kindness could make the current Jiming Marquis protect him at all costs. Shi Qing, who was wearing a green battle robe, didn't stop and headed towards the east of the Grand Xia. The disaster of the insect swarm was still spreading everywhere. 2 of the Xiantian experts of the Great Xia dynasty had already fallen. In the face of the endless white fog insect swarm, the Hotian experts were not of much use. Only the Xiantian experts could barely resist it. The pressure on the Xiantian experts of the Grand Xia was unprecedentedly heavy. In order to protect as many people as possible, they had no choice but to face the terrifying white fog insect swarm. Ning Chun arrived at the eastern border but didn't immediately take action. This time, he had to deal with all the 4 extremities in one go and completely end this war. The scattered insect swarm was difficult to completely eliminate. Ning Chun was waiting, and so were the others. The insect swarm was deadly. The heavily injured white moth was recovering day by day. Xianji's strength was also increasing day by day. At this moment, time became so important that it made it hard for people to breathe. For extremities, sacred ground. After Luan Fengshan returned with the 4 extremities realm masters, he never left. Meng Xuanji appeared in the sacred ground. Looking at the red-robed figure in front of the tomb, she said in a low voice, "Saint, are you really going to hide here forever?" The once bustling sacred ground was now silent. The figure in front of the tomb didn't move at all. There was no response. "Coward!" Meng Xuanji snorted coldly and turned to leave. Ning Chun had already told her how to deal with the white fog insect swarm and how to seal the passage between the 2 dynasties. Unfortunately, he was still unconscious when she left. She had to find another blade expert. Since she couldn't count on Luan Fengshan, there was only one person left. Tianchun General Family's Jianghua. Tianchun City General Family. Meng Xuanji came. When Jianghua heard that the Realm Master had died in battle and Ning Chun was unconscious, he was shocked, and at the same time, he nodded solemnly and agreed. The 2 of them left on the same day, flying into the sky and disappearing into the spatial turbulence. Half a month later, Meng Xuanji and Jianghua came to the manor of the Marquis of Jiming. They came to see the forgotten sorrow and to borrow the sentimental blade. After the previous disaster, The forgotten sorrow had only been awake for a few days. Her body was abnormally weak, and she couldn't fight anymore. The forgotten sorrow was the most important person to seal the passage between the two territories. Seeing her in such a state, Meng Xuanji's heart sank. Fortunately, Ningchen woke up, so it wasn't all bad news. Miss Meng, the Marquis said if you come, you can go directly to the brave and loyal Marquis camp. Ruoshi whispered. Many thanks. Meng Xuanji responded and left with Jianghua. Inside the brave and loyal Marquis camp, Ning Chun sat quietly waiting. Jiming Marquis, you've waited for so many days. Are you confident? The brave and loyal Marquis asked. 100%. Ning Chun calmly replied. Before his voice fell, Ning Chun narrowed his eyes and looked outside the tent. They're here. In the distance, two figures walked over. The guard stepped forward to stop them, but before they could touch them, they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already outside the commander's tent. Luan Fengshan didn't come. Seeing the person who came was Jiang Hua, Ning Chun looked at Meng Xuanji and asked, He won't come. Meng Xuanji shook her head. What a pity, let's go. Ning Chun sighed softly and immediately walked out of the tent. Originally, he had other things to do, but now he could only take one step at a time. Just as the three were about to leave the camp, a red-haired figure slowly walked over. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his extraordinary appearance attracted people's attention. Ningchen stopped and looked at the person who finally arrived. The corner of his mouth slightly curved. This time, there were enough people. With a wave of his hand, Nianqing flew out and landed in front of Luan Fengshan. The blood-red blade was awe-inspiring and dazzling. I'll leave Xianji to you. If you fail, next time when the barbarian king comes, you'll have to face him yourself. I'm not thick-skinned enough to go again, Ning Chan said with a smile. Definitely. Luan Fengshan nodded seriously. Looking at the two, he said, Let's go. Meng Xuanji and Jiang Hua looked at each other and immediately followed. In the end, the disaster brought by the four extremes must be solved by themselves. They hoped that after this battle, there would never be another war between the four extremes and the Divine Land. Chapter 337. On the eastern border of Grand Xia, the loyal and brave Marquis led his army to counterattack. His army of 100,000 attacked the alliance army of the four extreme realms. The counterattack came so suddenly that the alliance army couldn't react in time. No one had expected that the Grand Xia army that had been retreating time and time again would still dare to attack at this time. Within Wushuang City, when Xianji received the battle report, he was also shocked. In his view, there was no reason for Grand Xia to counterattack at this time. Such an outcome was like throwing an egg at a rock. At the same time, on the other side, Jingwu Duke led his army to cooperate with the loyal and brave Marquis, attacking the alliance army with all their strength. Grand Xia's dukes and marquises all moved. The fury that the army had suppressed for a long time was unleashed, and their combat strength was on full display. This was especially true for the army that the loyal and brave Marquis had brought from the southeast. A pointless struggle. You don't know the difference between life and death. Looking at the rising smoke, Xianji snorted coldly and soared out of Wushuang City. The swarm of white foggy insects flew out, covering the sky and the sun. Just as the swarm of insects left the body, three figures appeared. Saber lights and shadows crossed each other. It's you again. Xianji's expression was cold when he saw the three people in front of him. He waved his hand, and his creation weapon appeared, blocking the three of them with one sword. With a clanging sound, killing light shot out, brushing past one's ear. The coldness was bone-piercing. Xianji, you're at the end of your road. Meng Xuanji's expression was ice-cold. The golden feather saber shone with a piercing golden light. With just you? What a joke. Xianji sneered. His sword was like 1,000 caddies, and he knocked the three of them away. His hands formed hand seals, and rays of white light rose up. In the next moment, a huge pair of moth wings spread out, and a terrifying pressure spread out. As expected, they're monsters, Jiang Hua said coldly. His figure flashed, and the leaning moon saber in his hand slashed down like a falling mountain. With a loud boom, the overturning moon shook the sword of creation. The gilded feather drake arrived right after. The sharpest weapon in the world collided with the sword of creation. An ear-piercing sound rang out, causing everyone to shiver in fear. In the instant that the three god armaments were locked in a stalemate, Luan Feng Chun activated remembrance, and a blood-red light flashed as he slashed down, causing killing intent to fill the sky. Xianji's expression turned serious. He turned his palm and condensed his essence, pushing the two away. The sword of creation went up to meet the remembrance divine might. His hatred reached the peak, and his heart was filled with heartlessness. The chaotic wind and dust scarlet fate enveloped his body. His saber fate was like a torrential storm, fast and ruthless. Jianghua, Meng Xuanji, and the Tao Mantis worked together to block the creation divine weapon. Sounds of killing and cold light filled the air. In this final battle, no one held anything back. The sword was merciless, and the malevolent blade was even more merciless. The four people's bodies were dyed red. Xianji had the white moth's evil origin, and his self-healing ability was extraordinary. He was injured but not killed. Even though he was fighting one against three, he wasn't at a disadvantage. However, the three of them didn't panic at all. They raised their cultivation to the limit and cooperated with each other to eliminate the source of the disaster. The clashing sounds became more and more frequent. In the blink of an eye, dozens of life and death moves had been exchanged. The three of them took turns to fight. Their weapons constantly clashed, scattering specks of starlight. The weapons wailed, as if they were crying for this battle of life and death. From chaotic wind and Jianghua, Meng Xuanji had unknowingly become the main attacker. She waved the golden feather saber, and every move she made collided with the creation divine weapon. Nianqing and Qing Yu supported each other. The three strongest sabers in the world clashed, creating a shocking scene. Xianji, who was fighting, gradually felt that something was wrong. However, in a battle of life and death, how could he be distracted for a moment? The crisscrossing lights covered his doubts. Clang! There was another violent collision. After an unknown number of moves, the divine weapon of creation let out a mournful cry. A dazzling crack appeared and quietly spread out. Jianghua and Chaotic Wind saw this and combined their sabers, slashing down at the same time. Xianji subconsciously waved his sword to block, but with an ear-piercing crack, the creation divine weapon was broken and scattered. Nianqing and Qing Yu broke the creation sword and landed on Xianji's body. In an instant, blood blossomed, dyeing his white armor red. Damn it! Xianji flipped his palms, enduring the pain, and slammed them on the two's chests. Vigorous, true yuan exploded, instantly sending the two flying. Blood splattered, dyeing the horizon red. The three were all heavily injured. After 100 feet, the two sabers returned, and killing lights rose again. Meng Xuanji also rushed forward, the golden feather saber unparalleled sharpness chasing after his soul. The three creation divine weapons trembled at the same time, and killing intent completely erupted from them. You can't be forgiven. Xianji grabbed the two sabers with both hands. Evil yuan rose around his body, summoning the white fog bug tide. The golden feather saber entered Xianji's body, bringing out a pool of blood. But at this moment, the endless white fog in the distance rapidly flew back, covering the sky and the sun. The bug tide quickly merged into Xianji's body. In the next moment, a dazzling white light soared into the sky. All the energy gathered, and the evil yuan was refined to the extreme. The three of them were the first to bear the brunt. They were affected by the evil yuan and retreated several steps. Can such a monster really be killed? You're not lying to me, right? Jianghua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, mocking himself. I don't know. Ning Chun said we could kill him. If he's lying, then let's go find him while he's still alive, said Meng Xuanji gravely. If I believe him, I'd rather believe that there are ghosts in this world. Jianghua looked at the monster in front of him. Let's not talk nonsense. Be careful, we might have to go all out next. Wan Fengchen's feet moved, turning into a red blur. Nianqing's light flowed, shocking the world with her blood. As expected, friends are used to block sabers. Jiang Hua sighed helplessly and followed suit. The moonlight shone brightly, and the sword spirit appeared. A faintly discernible dragon's roar appeared and spiraled into the sky, illuminating the mortal world. Meng Xuanji also activated all her true yuan and poured it into the golden feather lance. A terrifying sharpness immediately appeared on the lance. Space was unable to bear it, and it shattered inch by inch. The battle started again. The three prides were fighting against the evil origin. Sharp killing lights flashed through the evil origin that filled the sky. Blood splattered everywhere. It was hard to tell whether the evil origin would be victorious or the evil origin would be stronger than the evil origin. Just as the three of them were bathed in blood, in the Lihua dynasty's camp, Bai Yi appeared. After taking 2 steps, his appearance completely changed. In the commander's camp, Jean E. Marquis and a few other generals were discussing the battle. When they saw that figure, they were startled. "Greetings, King Xianhua." Jean E. Marquis immediately walked down from the main seat and half knelt. The other generals also immediately knelt, respectfully bowing to the general who controlled half of the Lihua dynasty's troops. The people kneeling on the ground started to think. None of them had thought that King Xianhua would also come to the divine great land. Did something happen in the Lihua dynasty? Jean E. Marquis, listen to my order. Amidst the calm voice, a complete golden commander seal appeared in front of the 5 of them. A dragon and a tiger were gathered together, emitting brilliant light, shocking all the generals present. At this moment, the last trace of doubt in their hearts was dispelled, and they respectfully listened to the order. The commander seal of the Lihua dynasty could not be faked, not to mention the one who held it was King Xianhua. The name Xianhua was not only a symbol of military power in the Lihua dynasty, but it was also the belief of a strong martial force. The innate bloodline of the imperial family represented a meaning that was not inferior to the Lihua emperor. After the order was given, the Lihua dynasty's army moved out. Under the cover of the night, they suddenly changed sides. They were like the sharpest knife behind the allied army, piercing through all their defenses in an instant. The moment the smoke rose, Zhongyong Marquis and Jingwu Duke, who had been waiting for an opportunity, immediately led their troops to the east. They attacked fiercely from the front, cooperating with the Lihua dynasty to completely destroy the chaotic formation of the allied army. The flames of war lit up the sky in the dark night. This slaughter was bloody and cruel. However, war was cruel in the first place. There was no mercy. In the past, Ningchen had asked for the military power from Li Yuwei for today's counterattack. The allied army was not united in the first place. There were many conflicts between the dynasties. Under the powerful force of the master of the 4 extreme realm and Xianji, they were barely able to unite. What he needed was an opportunity to disintegrate the allied army from the inside. In the flames of war, Ning Chen walked out and looked at the battle in the distance. His eyes squinted slightly. It was about time to end it. He hoped that they could succeed. For 100 miles away, the battle had reached its final stage. The injuries of the 4 were getting more and more serious. Xianji was fighting 1 against 3. Although he had the evil qi, he had lost his good fortune divine weapon. He no longer had the absolute advantage. Rivers and mountains drink hatred, blood maples, October red. Wan Fengchun once again used his ultimate technique. His slender remembrance blade shone brightly. Endless blood-colored light rose up like October maples, spreading out and filling the sky with red. Moon shadow, combining with the Hua Yun blade. The moonlight shone, and the Qing Yu disappeared. In the next moment, where the moonlight shone, a flowing shadow appeared out of thin air and slashed down. 2 streams of blood flew up. The moth's wings on Xianji's back were broken. At the same time, Meng Xuanji took a palm strike head-on. The golden feather blade pierced through her body, bringing out another stream of blood. "I am undying. Your struggles are futile." Xian Ji endured the pain in his chest and back. He gathered his evil qi in his palms and sent the three flying. The blood that flowed out was quickly filled up by white mist. The speed of regeneration was visible to the naked eye, far exceeding the limits of a human. At this moment, a blood-colored blade hidden at the end of the bloody maples appeared. The blade pierced through Xianji's body and dyed the sky red. Xianji's body shook, and he lowered his head in disbelief. Looking at the blade in his chest, he wanted to pull it out, but it was already too late. The berserk, blood-colored karmic luck that suddenly erupted instantly engulfed the moth in his chest. The moth's main body that couldn't disperse in time was instantly destroyed amidst its miserable cries. The blood-colored light flowed and dissipated along with the moth. The only thing left behind was the empty hole in his heart. How could this be? This was an unbelievable truth. No matter what, the schemer couldn't accept it. Xianji looked at his empty chest, his eyes filled with confusion. Why? Why? His white armor scattered, revealing his blue robes. In the next moment, he fell from the sky. He had spent his entire life scheming, and in the end, he had died because of someone else's scheme. How sad was that? How much ambition and betrayal had disappeared along with him? From now on, there would be no more Xianji in this world. Chapter 338. Xianji died in battle, and the Four Extremities Alliance suffered a crushing defeat. The calamity of the Four Extremities finally came to an end. Ning Chun handed the Yin-Yang Jade to Luan Fengchen. The Lihua dynasty's army and the remnants of the Four Extremities Alliance entered the spatial tunnel in Ascension Valley and used the teleportation formation in the Sacred Land to return to the Four Extremities realm. The Yin-Yang Jade was then destroyed by the Golden Feather Centipede, completely cutting off the path between the two realms. However, Worryless had lost half of her Tao source, and her strength was greatly reduced. She could not attempt to seal the spatial tunnel. After the calamity of the Four Extremities ended, the Eternal Night sect did not move and fell into silence. The Great Xia finally welcomed a short period of peace. The remaining martial marquises could also breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the peace in front of them was extremely precious. Almost half of the 10 martial marquises of the Great Xia died in just 5 years. This was the heaviest loss of the Great Xia in the past 1,000 years. The war temporarily stopped, and the martial marquises took the time to heal their wounds. After years of fighting, almost every martial Marquis had accumulated new and old wounds. They needed a long time to rest. Was naughty and was chased around the courtyard by Ning Shi. When Ning Chun returned, Er's mother sent the little prince over to be taught. The backyard of the Marquis Manor was much livelier than before. After the calamity, Worryless could not travel for a short period of time. Staying in the Marquis Manor was the best choice. Ning Chun rarely stayed in the manor for a few days. He did not travel all day. During the day, he spent most of his time in the Weiyang Palace with Qing Ning to take care of Zhang Sun and help with political matters. After the chaos of the Confucian sect, only Hua Prince and Yin Prince were left in the Great Xia imperial family. Needless to say, even Hua Prince, who had fought with the Great Xia Emperor all his life, did not have any interest in the throne. The choice of the new emperor of the Great Xia fell on Qi without any doubt. This might be the most peaceful succession of the throne in history. With Ning Chun in the imperial city, the officials in the court did not dare to say anything. However, although the choice of the throne was decided, Qi was still too young. Who knew how many years it would take for him to take over the throne? The matter of choosing a new marquis was once again put on the agenda. The candidates were still the two people that Zhang Sun had mentioned at that time, the head of the Supreme Court, Kong Yu, and the Marquis of Enling. Ning Chen's final answer was Marquis Anling, which also surprised all the officials in the court. Everyone knew that the current head of the Dali department was a trusted aide promoted by Marquis Jiming. In terms of merit, he didn't belong to Marquis Anling at all. They thought that the final candidate would be the head of the Dali department, but they didn't expect such a change. Kong Yu didn't understand. The first time he mustered up the courage to come to the Marquis's residence to ask why, but he wasn't able to enter. The next day, he was directly transferred out of the imperial city by an imperial decree and sent to the southeastern region of Great Xia. This result shocked the officials in the court. They didn't understand what the Marquis meant by this. When Kong Yu left the capital, Ningchen only left a few words for him. Come back with your own ability. My position is yours. In the southeast of Great Xia, adjacent to the Minyan country, there were constant wars. Ningchen's intention was clear. He wanted Kong Yu to personally experience the cruelty of war and the burden that every martial Marquis had to shoulder. A martial Marquis of Great Xia not only represented glory, but also responsibility. After Marquis, Anling was conferred the title of Martial Marquis. The Yin clan prospered and became the most popular clan in Great Xia. Ningchen didn't care about these things because news came from Northern Ming that Mingyu was coming. The Emperor of Northern Ming personally coming to Great Xia was no small matter. The two dynasties had only stopped fighting for a few years, and the relationship between them was still tense. This time, Mingyu came as the emperor of a dynasty, giving Ningchen a headache. He still didn't understand what this little girl wanted to do, and Zhang Sun handed over the reception to him. For a time, he was so busy that he didn't know where to go. Half a month later, Northern Ming's team entered Great Xia and would arrive soon. Everyone in Great Xia was nervous. The Emperor of Northern Ming had personally come. As long as they entered Great Xia's territory, their safety was the responsibility of Great Xia. No matter what, no accidents could happen. Ningchen wasn't too worried about Mingyu's safety. Northern Ming's visiting team was escorted by 3,000 circular blade Imperial Guards. Most importantly, Yang Hong was also here. He was Fan Lingyue's most trusted subordinate in the past. 5 years ago, he was the first of the younger generation to enter the Xiantian realm. After 5 years, his strength must be even more unfathomable. The young general of the past had now become the pillar of Northern Ming. The change of era always came so quickly. Before one could look back, everything had become a thing of the past. The army heading south was majestic, rushing towards the direction of the imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty without stopping. Behind the imperial dragon carriage, on the luxurious phoenix carriage, Su Fian looked at the familiar central plains, a look of reminiscence flashing in her beautiful eyes. When she came back again, things were the same, but people were different. Jiming Marquis was too powerful. That night, he had completely shattered their hopes of reviving Hushi dynasty. She was very clear that whether it was her or the Wang clan, it would be very difficult for them to rise again. She didn't know why the little emperor wanted to visit Great Xia at this time. It was the first time in the history of the Divine Prefecture that an emperor personally came to visit another dynasty, especially since the two dynasties had just stopped fighting. However, Jiming Marquis was in Great Xia's imperial city. Presumably, the entire world would surround Great Xia. Whoever wanted to make a move against the little emperor would have to seriously consider it. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Everyone knew how ruthless Jiming Marquis was. The bloody lesson of the Confucian sect and Great Wisdom City had just happened. No one wanted to become the next target. In Jiming Marquis manner, Lu Ruo, she saw the Marquis return from Endless Palace. A trace of worry flashed across her face. She said softly, "Marquis, the summons from Desolate City. Are you really not going?" "I've been too busy recently." Although he said this, Ningchen was still on edge. Mu Bai was obviously settling accounts at an opportune time. If he went now, being taught a lesson would be a light punishment. If Mu Bai was unhappy and asked him to prove his sword, who could he reason with? "Brother, are you afraid to go?" She was a typical example of touching the pot that didn't boil. She came up and asked suspiciously, "Go away. If you talk nonsense again, I'll have her ladyship immediately find someone to marry you off." Ningchen pushed the former's face away. "I won't say any more." Hearing Ningchen's threat, Ningxi immediately shut her mouth. What she was most afraid of now was Nyang Yang bringing up this matter again. This older brother of hers didn't speak up for her at all. He was usually so arrogant, but when he saw Nyang Yang and big sis Qing Ning, his guts were even smaller than hers. "Sword One didn't come again, right?" Ningchen looked at Ruo, Shi and asked. No. Lu Ruo, Shi gently shook her head. Ningchen nodded. Then he would wait until Mu Bai's anger subsided. Where's Qi? Ningchen asked. Riding in the room. Lu Ruo, Shi replied. Ningchen nodded and walked towards the study. Pushing open the door, he saw a small figure standing on a chair, trying hard to write on the table. Because the body was too small, it always looked a little difficult. Master. Kira raised a small head and obediently called out. Good, continue writing. Ningchen responded and walked to the table, quietly watching the little guy write. This was the future of the Grand Xia, and also the last thing Z entrusted to him. He would do his best to teach and not disappoint his good friend. Time passed so quickly. It had been more than 5 years since he came to this world, to Fan Lingyue's passing, and to the end of the chaos of the Four Extremes. The change of era was inevitable, and the future would ultimately fall on Qi, and Mingyue's generation. The only thing he could do was to do his best to deliver an era of peace. He had finally completed half of the task Fan Lingyue entrusted to him before his death. The matter of the Four Extremes had basically been resolved. Next was the Eternal Night cult. He was very clear that the current peace was just the illusion before the storm. Once the two sides went to war again, it would be the real decisive moment. The Eternal Night cult's foundation was bottomless, especially this Eternal Night cult leader who had been silent for so many years. If he said he didn't have any ulterior motives, no one would believe him. Fortunately, Zhong Qinqiu had suffered a blow from his sword. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't appear again in a short period of time. The absence of one of the 3 temple lords would reduce a lot of pressure for the Grand Xia. In addition, the whereabouts of a no scroll that the headmaster and Dao Kuei had mentioned were still unknown. This was something he had been worried about. From the headmaster's words, it wasn't hard to tell that the no scroll would play a big role in the future, so he had to continue searching for it. In the next half a month, Zhang Sun came to the Marquis mansion again because there was news from Northern Ming. Mingyue had said that she would stay in the Marquis mansion. This was related to the face of the dynasty, so Zhang Sun naturally couldn't be careless. The number of maids in the Marquis mansion was already pitifully small, and coupled with the fact that there were so many of them getting married over the years, he basically couldn't find one even after walking around the mansion for half a day. Seeing this situation, Zhang Sun frowned immediately. An imperial decree was issued, and the maids in the palace were immediately sent to the Marquis mansion in batches. For a time, the empty Marquis mansion became unusually lively. In front of the mansion, Ningchen felt a little dizzy when he saw so many beautiful maids. He wanted to say that there was no need for so much trouble, but before he could open his mouth, he was glared at by Zhang Sun, so he didn't dare to say more. 3 days later, the team from Northern Ming finally arrived. The mighty team entered from a North City gate and rushed towards the Marquis mansion. The 2 most distinguished people of Northern Ming sat in the Dragon and Phoenix chariot, one at the front and the other at the back. On the Dragon chariot, an excessively handsome young emperor with supreme majesty sat quietly. After 5 years, the little girl for back then had gradually grown up, holding up the sky of Northern Ming with her delicate body. The Great Xia had a place specially for receiving foreign guests, but since the Emperor of Northern Ming had already spoken, no one would speak out against such a small matter. Beside the dragon chariot, a gentle and beautiful woman followed quietly, her focused eyes never leaving the little figure on the dragon chariot. In Zijing's eyes, there used to be only the military counselor of Northern Ming, but now there was only Mingyue entrusted by the military counselor. Seeing Zijing, a strange look flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. This woman was finally going to enter the innate realm. He didn't expect Fan Lingyue's judgment to be so amazing. Chapter 339. The arrival of the Northern Ming Emperor had become the most important thing in Great Xia. There were no eternal friends between the empires, nor were there eternal enemies. Zhang Sun placed great importance on the visit of the Northern Ming Emperor. At this time, one more friend and one more enemy made a huge difference to Great Xia. There were many people in the Northern Ming envoy group, so they couldn't all stay in the Marquis residence. Mingyu stayed with some important people, while the rest were arranged by the minister of Honglu. Yang Hong didn't come to the Marquis residence, nor would he come. Back then, the death of the military advisor had something to do with the Jiming Marquis. Even if the two empires stopped fighting, they were still enemies. Ning Chun didn't say anything about Yang Hong's choice. Some people were destined to never be friends, and he and Yang Hong were like that. They had fought many times when they were alive, and all the grudges had dissipated. Fan Lingwei had let go, but the ones he couldn't let go were those who were still alive. This was also why no one in the world could compare to the woman who had left a deep mark on the history of the Divine Prefecture. Perhaps such a woman was so stunning that even the heavens were jealous of her. That was why she was only given a short life of 20 years. After the Northern Ming envoy group entered the Marquis residence, they rested for 2 days to wash off the dust on their bodies and prepared to officially negotiate with Great Xia. The matter of receiving the foreign guests was handled by the minister of Honglu, so Ning Chun didn't want to interfere. Normally, the emperor of a dynasty wouldn't visit another dynasty. Since Ming Yu came personally, there must be something she couldn't solve. Being in another dynasty, the guards around Ming Yu were even tighter. The east wing of the Marquis residence was protected by layers of circular blade guards. Even if Ning Chun wanted to meet her alone, it wasn't that easy. Among the circular blade guards, there was a Xiantian expert who hid very well. Ning Chun could only vaguely sense it, but he couldn't find out who it was. Every dynasty had its own secrets, and it was impossible to see all of them. For 3 days, there was no movement from the east wing of the Marquis residence. 3 days later, Zhang Sun met the Northern Ming Emperor in the Jinhua Hall of Great Xia. After 5 years, the two people with the highest positions in the two dynasties met again, but their standpoints were different. In the past, Ming Yu was a hostage that Ning Chun brought to Great Xia. In reality, her life and death were not in his hands. Now, the little girl had grown up and ruled the world. She already had the ability to sit on the same level as Zhang Sun. Mingwei was grateful. However, in front of the interests of the dynasty, she did not give in at all and negotiated seriously with Zhang Sun. Beiming lacked grain and herbs, while Great Xia lacked horses. In this chaotic era, only by strengthening oneself could they protect themselves. Just as the two sides were in a deadlock over the issue of the war horses, a young man walked out from the group of Northern Ming's envoys. There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes as he said, "Your Majesty, this humble subject has a request, but I don't know if I should say it." Ming Yu frowned when she saw who it was. "Speak." Di Zhang's mouth curled up as he coldly laughed. "I've heard that Great Xia is ruled by Confucianism and has many talents. Although I'm not that talented, I would like to see it for myself." As the sound of his voice faded, the entire hall trembled. The countenances of the various subjects of Grand Xia all turned unsightly. The chaos of the Confucian sect had already become an unconcealable pain in Grand Xia. The words of a subject of Northern Ming were undoubtedly tearing open the scars of Grand Xia. Ming Yue's expression immediately turned cold. She had come this time to form an alliance with Great Xia, not to become enemies. This Di Jiang was too brazen. At the banquet, Ning Chun sat there quietly, drinking his wine. He wasn't too interested in this matter. The reason he had come was to make up the numbers so that he wouldn't be scolded by Zhang Sun. Just as Ming Wei was about to shout at Di Jiang, Yang Hong, who had been silent this entire time, calmly said, "Di Jiang's words make sense. Since that's the case, let's have a competition. If Great Xiao wins, all the conditions will be set by you. If Beiming wins, you won't be able to object to any of my emperor's requests." Yang Hong's words caused Ming Yue to swallow them back down. Yang Ho had contributed greatly to Northern Ming, so she had to give him some face. "How should we compete?" Zhang Sun frowned. "1 civil round, 1 martial round. As for the 3rd round, there shouldn't be a need." After saying that, Yang Hong looked at the subject who had spoken and said coldly, "Di Jiang, you will compete in the 1st round. If you lose, there's no need to return. I will definitely not let you down." Di Jiang cupped his fists and bowed, his eyes filled with pride. Since Beiming had already made their move, Great Xia naturally couldn't show any weakness. Zhang Suan's gaze swept over the disinterested Ning Chun, so he didn't force him and chose another person. Minister of Honglu. Zhang Sun looked at one of the 9 ministers, the Minister of Honglu. You can go. Of the 9 ministers, other than the Minister of Guanglu who had died in the Confucian sect rebellion, the Minister of Honglu had the best literary talent. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to deal with this youth from Beiming. Yes. The Minister of Honglu stepped out and respectfully bowed, accepting Zhang Suan's order. Please choose a poem, a song, or a song, Di Jiang arrogantly said. Since sire, as the Minister of Chamberlain of Dependencies spoke, Ning Chun, who had been quietly drinking, suddenly looked out of the imperial palace in shock. Ning Chun, come to the academy. An old voice echoed in his ears, hoarse and tired. Even from 1,000 miles away, he still couldn't stop it. There is only one person in the world who could do this. The teacher. Hearing the teacher summon him, Ning Chun immediately stood up and bowed to Zhang Sun. He didn't have time to explain and left under everyone's gazes. Since the teacher summoned him, it should be something extremely important. Zhang Sun was enough to deal with this. In the academy, the teacher stood quietly, looking at desolate city in the east. He said, "Mu Bai, lend me your sword." The primal chaos, sword essence in desolate cities, sword pool violently trembled. In the next moment, it turned into a streak of light and flew toward Tiansong Academy. In front of the sword pool, Mu Bai looked at the academy. His always calm eyes finally revealed a trace of fluctuation. What a powerful righteous chi. The no scroll has appeared. Seeing the white figure quickly appear in front of the academy, the teacher didn't waste any time and bluntly said. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression shook. A moment later, he recovered and asked, "Where is it?" "The homeland of Western Buddhism." The teacher looked at the distant west, a trace of vicissitude flashing through his turbid eyes. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression changed. Was it that a place that only existed in legends? Before he could finish speaking, 2 figures came from the distance, one in front and one behind. One was noble and extraordinary, and the other was charming. It was Prince Yin and Man. Seeing the 2 of them come, Ning Chen immediately had a bad feeling. Something wasn't right. Man, there's not much time left. Cherish it, Prince Yin said calmly and walked to the side, giving the 2 of them time. Man nodded and put down the sword rack on her back. She walked to Ning Chun and gently hugged him. "Remember to miss me." She was so close to his heart that every heartbeat was abnormally clear. A trace of panic flashed through Ning Chen's heart. He tightly hugged the person in his arms, afraid that she would disappear in the next moment. "Why?" Ning Chan raised his head, looked at the teacher, and questioned. Everyone knew that the Marquis of the Great Xia was extraordinarily intelligent. How could he not understand the teacher's meaning? The teacher had chosen Prince Yin and Man to go to the homeland of Western Buddhism, but he couldn't understand why Man was included. In the future, the entire divine land of the eastern region will face a great calamity. The No Scroll is indispensable. The homeland of Western Buddhism is full of powerful people. To get the No Scroll, you have to be at least the top of the 3 disasters realm. Speaking of this, the teacher glanced at the 2 of them and sighed softly. You 2 are the only people in the world who are connected. One of you must go together. Otherwise, even if you can get the No Scroll, you can't send it back. Ning Chun tightly hugged the person in his arms. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. It was the safety of the divine land again. Did he have to let the people around him leave one by one for the so-called safety of the divine land? Then what was the point of him protecting the world? Knowing destiny was originally heartless. It was his eldest grandson, Man, Xia Zi, and the others who made him gradually worry about them. He had been busy all his life and never regretted it. But today, Wild was also going to leave. This made Jinming's exhausted heart feel the greatest fear. After this farewell, who knew if they would meet again in the future? In the imperial palace of the barbarian dynasty, the barbarian king stood in front of the throne and looked in the direction of the academy. A touch of sadness appeared on his majestic face. If the divine land really faced a great calamity in the future, the homeland of Western Buddhism might be the last pure land. At this moment, it was difficult to distinguish between a king and a loving father. For the sake of his daughter's safety, he was willing to give up his familial love and only hope that our man could live a peaceful life. Dao Kuei, make your move. Time waits for no one, the headmaster said and immediately stepped forward. The great righteousness around him surged. The chaos sword essence in his hand suddenly changed. A sharp edge appeared and shone in the world. In the headmaster's hand, the sharpened divine weapon was unparalleled. At this moment, it even surpassed the sharpness of the golden feather lance. Large areas of the space around the sword collapsed. At the same time, in the Taohia stomach in the Chizhou mountain range, Dao Kuei waved his hand and a zither appeared. He plucked the strings, and an earth-shattering sword light flew out of the Chizhou mountain range and towards the Tiansong Academy. For 1,000 years, the strongest cultivators of the Confucian sect and the Taoist sect attacked at the same time. The light of the two swords converged together. The fate of the Confucian sect and the Taoist sect increased their strength. The indestructible space barrier collapsed, and a temporary flaw appeared. "Oh man, let's go," Yin Qin Prince said. He glanced at the divine land one last time, and then stepped into it. "You have to be well." Oh man gently pushed the person in front of her away. She held back her tears and smiled. Then she turned around and left. It was difficult to meet and difficult to part. The moment she turned around, 2 drops of tears fell silently. Only she knew the pain of parting. Ning Chun stretched out his hand to stop her. At this moment, he didn't know why he stopped her. Was he leaving her behind to face the future calamity together? She disappeared, and he couldn't see her anymore. He raised his hand, but didn't put it down. A cold wind blew. The white-robed Wu Marquis didn't move. Who knew what he was waiting for? Or maybe he was hoping for something. In Desolate City, Mubai looked at the leaving legend of the Grand Xia and sighed regretfully. He hadn't thought that, even in the end, he wouldn't have the chance to fight. He would probably never meet such an opponent again in his life. Chapter 340. A man's departure finally froze, knowing Destiny's tired heart. From now on, it would be hard to meld it. It was not that he only knew how to cherish her when she left, but that he no longer had the chance to. Knowing Destiny. When did he ever know his own destiny? Above the void, the space tunnel opened by the headmaster, and Dao Kuei gradually closed. At this moment, a red light shone brightly and an aurora flashed past. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared. After the red light, the sound of Sanskrit was faintly heard. Golden light shone, and a group of people walked out on auspicious light. Their faces were calm, and they held the Suo Luo in their hands. Their black hair danced in the air, and their Buddha nature was extraordinary. "I am Jian Bodhi. May I ask if you have seen anyone pass by here?" The pilgrim asked politely. Seeing the Buddha in front of him, Ning Chun hid the emotions in his eyes and bowed as well. He said calmly, "Master, I vaguely saw that they had gone to the west." "Thank you, almsgiver." Jian Bodhi bowed and thanked him. Then he walked away. Step by step, he seemed to be walking slowly, but he disappeared quickly. The pilgrim's path never stopped. Ning Chun looked at the Buddha, who left. After he came back to his senses, he said goodbye to the headmaster and turned to leave. In the sword pool of the barren city, the chaos sword essence had returned. Its sharpness was gone. Although it was only for a moment, Mubai saw an even stronger sword. It was the headmaster's sword. In the west of the Great Xia, a red shadow gathered and disappeared again in a blink of an eye. Umipa. The pilgrim walked over with a calm face. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The Suoluo's scepter in his hand shone with golden light, trapping the red shadow. "Bald donkey, you have chased me all the way here from the homeland of West Buddha. Are you still not going to give up?" The red shadow said coldly, "Ronglu, it's time for you to pay for your sins." Jian Bodhi pinched his fingers, and an ancient sword flew out from the Suoluo scepter. The Buddha used his army to stop disasters by killing. "Oomph, you alone? Don't even think about it." The red figure walked out and waved his hand. Red light gathered, and a blood-red long saber appeared. When the blood-red saber appeared, the Buddhist light immediately dimmed. Buddha and Rome exchanged blows. Their swords and sabers collided. The golden light was dazzling, and the bloody light was bone-piercing. Brilliant streaks of light were drawn across the divine prefecture. The battle had lasted for 100 years, from the homeland of West Buddha all the way to the divine prefecture of the eastern region. It was still difficult to determine the outcome. In the pilgrim's hand, the Sualuo ancient sword shone with Buddhist light. Sword after sword, it was filled with mercy. The red shadow was surrounded by a bloody aura. The ominous weapon had drunk the blood of thousands of Buddhas. The bloody killing light made the heaven and earth tremble. Bodhi heart meditation, overcoming calamity and heavenly perception. Bodhi's moves appeared as boundless Buddhist light spread out beneath their feet. The sword Bodhi was filled with a merciful Buddhist nature. He unleashed his murderous heart. The Sualuo ancient sword flashed with a brilliant light. The sword moved, the body moved, the heavens and earth split apart. In the bloodlight, Rong Lu's expression turned cold. He flipped his hands, and blood electricity surged. With the support of blood electricity, the bloodlight of the murderous weapon became even brighter. It forcefully opened up a blood-colored world in the Buddhist light. The sword arrived, and the saber shone. With a loud bang, blood flowed out from the corner of Rong Lu's mouth. He took advantage of the momentum and quickly left. The sword Bodhi took 2 steps forward. His body flashed with a golden light and chased after him. He swore to kill this disaster that threatened the world. In front of the Eternal Night sect, the bloody shadow passed through quickly and disappeared. The sword Bodhi followed closely behind. Just as he was about to continue the chase, the surrounding demonic aura suddenly spread. A white-haired demonic cultivator appeared and blocked his path. The Buddha and the demonic cultivator met. The atmosphere suddenly froze. The sword Bodhi looked at the demonic cultivator that appeared in front of him. A strange look flashed across his calm eyes. A person who has lost his heart is pitiful. The Bodhi was merciful. He sighed softly. The golden leaves on the Sualuo scepter swayed gently. Bells rang, echoing in the demonic cultivator's ears. Reincarnation, heaven burial. The ink sword of reincarnation rose again. It was still merciless and merciless. The demonic cultivator moved to kill. Thousands of sword auras surged out. The sword shadow pressed forward. The sword Bodhi's right hand pointed forward. Golden light gathered on his finger, and the sword aura shattered and disappeared. In the next moment, reincarnation arrived. The Bodhi used his finger as a sword. With a clang, he blocked the tip of the ink sword. The Buddha and demonic auras confronted each other. The terrifying might caused the surrounding space to constantly distort. With such ability, you shouldn't have stepped onto the demonic path. The sword Bodhi's left hand formed a seal. Buddhist light flourished, and the swastika spread between heaven and earth. It was about to completely seal the two of them. However, at this moment, a hand reached out from their battle and pulled Xiazi away. Buddha, don't you think you're going overboard by attacking my people before my sect? The Eternal Night sect leader said indifferently. The battle was stopped. The sword Bodhi no longer attacked. He withdrew his true yuan and looked at the demonic cultivator in front of him. He sighed again. It was a pity that his original heart was covered in dust. The Bodhi turned and left, continuing his journey. The Eternal Night sect leader looked at this unfamiliar expert who had suddenly appeared in the divine continent. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this temporary balance would soon be broken again. The path of the divine continent was rugged and difficult to traverse. Everywhere the army passed, not a single blade of grass grew. The Bodhi couldn't bear it. He chanted an incantation, and rain fell from the sky, nourishing the land ravaged by the army. Merciful Buddha, extradite Ci Hang. The sword Bodhi walked forward step by step. Wherever the Sualuo landed, the dried vegetation would be reborn. Specks of green could be vaguely seen. A light breeze brushed past, and the Bodhi's black hair fluttered. The Sualuo hid his sword. It didn't look like a Buddha, but it was true compassion. In the Jinhua Hall of the Grand Xia Imperial Palace, both civil and military had lost. Ning Chun returned and sat down, full of thoughts. He didn't care about what had happened in the hall. Yang Hong looked at the people who had returned and frowned. Although Bei Ming had won, there was no joy in his heart. Could it be that the victory between the two dynasties was so meaningless in the eyes of the Jinming Marquis? Seeing Ning Chen's expression, a trace of worry flashed through Zhang Xuan's heart. Something wasn't right. In her eyes, Ning Chun had always been a strong person. She had never seen him reveal such desolate emotions. Behind Zhang Sun, Qing Ning sensed something. Although Ning Chun had tried his best to hide it, it wasn't easy to hide it from the two people present. Jinming Marquis, do you dare fight? Yang Hong walked out. Ning Chun raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. Why? Why do you have so many reasons? I'll only ask you one thing. Do you dare or not? Yang Hong said coldly. I'm not interested. Ning Chun shook his head. Yang Ho, don't be impudent. Leave. Ming Yu's face finally revealed anger. Coward. Yang Hong snorted coldly and turned to leave. The Grand Xia officials felt abnormally stifled. They had lost 2 rounds in a row, and the Jinming Marquis had refused to fight. The Grand Xia had lost all face. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Today's discussion will be carried out according to Bei Ming's requests. Zhang Sun opened his mouth, putting an end to this gamble. Victory and defeat were common in war. On the negotiation table, there would always be a side that would give in. This time, the Grand Xia had lost. There was nothing to argue about. The negotiations had temporarily ended. The Grand Xia officials and Bei Ming's envoy had all left the Jinhua Palace. Ning Chun got up and left, quickly walking towards the Marquis residence. Teacher and Dao Kuei had bitterly held on for 1,000 years. Every time they used their martial arts, they would become weaker. This time, they didn't hesitate to use up their remaining lifespan to open the space barrier. It could be seen how important the scroll of nothingness was. He didn't know what the calamity teacher was talking about was, but it definitely had something to do with the Eternal Night Cult. When Fan Lingyue passed away, he had also mentioned the Eternal Night Cult. He seemed to know something. The scroll of chaos could interfere with the mysteries of heaven. It was the only thing in the world that could restrain the scroll of light. The Eternal Night Cult's Eternal Night Cult was undoubtedly the scroll of light. Fan Lingyue should have seen something from the Eternal Night Cult. Senior and Man had left, and the absolute power of Grand Xia was once again at a disadvantage. He couldn't deal with the Eternal Night Cult Master alone. Now, the only thing he had that could threaten the Eternal Night Cult Master was the heaven-pardoning arrow. Unfortunately, it was also broken by the demon sword when he saved Wanyu. Although the war hadn't started yet, it was only a matter of time. Before that, he had to find a way to repair the heaven-pardoning arrow. Ning Chun returned to the Marquis residence. As soon as he entered the backyard, he found a woman quietly waiting there. Zijing. Ning Chun frowned slightly and asked, What's the matter? Marquis, Her Majesty asked you to wait for a while. She'll be here soon. Zijing bowed respectfully and said. Ning Chun nodded. He had always thought that Mingyu must have something important to tell him if she came personally. It was just that they hadn't met in the past 2 days, so he didn't have a chance to ask. After Zijing delivered the message, she left quickly and didn't stay for a moment longer. The sky gradually darkened. Just as the lanterns were lit, Mingyu and Zijing arrived. Behind them, 10 circular blade Imperial Guards followed closely. You all wait outside. We have some matters to discuss with the Jinming Marquis. Mingyu stopped and looked at the 10 people behind her. Yes. The 10 circular blade Imperial Guards respectfully replied. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the hidden Xiantian expert was among these 10 people. The 3 of them entered the backyard. Zijing stood guard outside the room, giving them some space to talk. Within the room, Ning Chen looked at little Mingyu and softly asked, What's going on? Why did you come personally? Mingyu's eyes were slightly red as she said, The old minister has passed away and Marquis Yang is now in power. I might not be able to hide my identity any longer. Were those circular blade Imperial Guards outside arranged by Yang Hong? Ning Chun frowned. Yes. Mingyu nodded. Hearing this, Ning Chun immediately understood the general situation. Yang Hong didn't seem like a crafty person but his way of doing things was much more radical than the old minister. Those circular blade Imperial Guards had a Xiantian expert. If Mingyu wanted to keep her identity a secret, it would be very dangerous even with Zijing's help. With Yang Hong's personality, if he discovered that Mingyu was a woman, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zijing, come in. Ningchen opened his mouth. Zijing heard the call and entered the room. She stood there quietly, waiting for orders. Zijing, how long until you reach the Xiantian realm? Ningchen asked seriously. Marquis, it's within these 2 days. But I'm not sure if I can pass, so I'm still hesitating. Zijing respectfully replied. She had been entrusted by the military advisor to protect His Majesty with all her strength. Reaching the Xiantian realm was filled with danger. It wasn't as simple as one imagined. If she failed, the terrifying backlash was not something an ordinary person could endure. Ning Chun understood Zijing's worries. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, there's no need to delay anymore. Let's start tonight. Chapter 341. The night sky was filled with stars, and the moon was like a hook, sprinkling a faint chill on the horizon. There was nothing else on this ordinary night. At this moment, in the manner of the Marquis of Jiming, a purple pillar of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire imperial city of Grand Xia. Outside the pillar of light, Ning Chun stood quietly. Blood mist swirled around his body. The cries of a phoenix shook the heavens as the shape of a phoenix condensed. A powerful pressure rippled between heaven and earth, causing all the warriors in the imperial city to feel fear. The heavenly demonic tribulation descended from the light pillar. Previously, Ning Chen's cultivation level was not high enough, so he could not see it. But now he could see it clearly. Traces of demonic qi loomed in the light pillar and was about to enter the purple crystal's spiritual consciousness. The first pre-celestial tribulation, the heavenly demon tribulation, had always been considered to be the tribulation with the greatest variables among the 5 tribulations. It was not something that could be decided by strength. Someone as strong as the great Xia Martial Marquis, who was almost invincible in the post-celestial stage, could even fight against pre-celestials. However, because of the killing karma, before the heavenly demon tribulation, he had a narrow escape. The purple crystal was not as powerful as the Martial Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty. However, it did not have that much killing karma. Passing this tribulation, the chances of success were 50-50. However, Zijing was the only trustworthy person by Mingyu's side. Ning Chun could not allow any accidents to happen to the other 50%. He unleashed all of his martial arts, wanting to compete with the heavens and earth. The phoenix shape entered Ning Chen's body, and a bloody mist spread out. The 3 scrolls rotated, and behind Ning Chun, the image of the primal chaos splitting open appeared again. Heaven and earth were separated, and 10,000 things were born. Snowflakes drifted down, and boundless cold air surged out. Ice and snow swirl within a radius of 10 zhong, turning everything into a world of silver. Phoenix cries resounded through the 9 heavens. At this moment, even the pillar of light that symbolized the Xiantian realm began to tremble. Cold qi rushed upwards, violently colliding with the descending demonic qi. When someone other than the person transcending the tribulation interfered with the heavenly tribulation, the heavens and earth immediately sensed it. The demonic qi instantly increased by hundreds and thousands of times and descended. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He formed a sword with the fingers of his right hand. The silver light was extremely bright, and the wind and snow were swirling. The surging power met the majestic demon qi. Knowing destiny stopped the demonic calamity. The scene in the Marquis' mansion was brilliant. Everyone looked at the shocking scene with their mouths agape. For thousands of years, no one had ever heard of a heavenly tribulation being blocked by external forces. The heavenly Tao was merciless. It would send down even more terrifying punishments to those who went against the heavens. Boundless devil qi surged in the purple light pillar that connected the sky. It continued to grow, and the purple light expanded. In the blink of an eye, The plainclothed figure was engulfed as well. The heavenly demonic tribulation had reached its peak since ancient times. The purple light was devoured by the demonic chi, turning completely black. The terrifying power was earth-shattering. Someone interfered with the heavenly tribulation? What a lunatic! Cultivators from all over the divine prefecture saw this terrifying scene. How could anyone survive such demonic might? In the west of the great Xia, above the scorched earth, a blood-colored figure floated up and down. When he saw the pillar of light rising from the east, he took a step in the air and sped away. Not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard as the weathered sword Bodhi chased after him. After 2 steps, he disappeared. In the Jiming Marquis mansion, the Omen tribulation was getting more and more terrifying. After Ning Chun intervened, the Omen tribulation reached the 4th level of the primordial tribulation and was still getting stronger. Boundless demonic chi completely engulfed the two. Heaven was enraged, wanting to wipe out those who blasphemed against heaven's face. Ning Chun released all of his cultivation to protect the purple crystal. Using his finger as a sword, he resisted the Omen tribulation from the sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds covered the stars in the sky. The moonlight was not visible, making the cold night even gloomier. The Jiming Marquis had reached the 4th level of the primordial tribulation for some time. Heaven sensed it, and the Omen tribulation from the Jiming Marquis quickly surpassed this limit and kept getting stronger. In a reception yard, Yang Hong looked in the direction of the Marquis mansion with sparkling eyes. He was shocked. In the Jiming Marquis mansion, there was only one person who could do this. In less than 5 years, he had grown to such a level. In the Marquis mansion, the 3 scrolls appeared at the same time. With the support of the phoenix shape, Ning Chun, who had reached the peak of his cultivation, was surrounded by endless sword will. Under the gaze of all the people in the divine prefecture, the silver sword light shot up into the sky. Oh, not bad. In front of the sword pool in the barren city, Mubai looked at the sword in the distance. A strange look flashed in his eyes. This junior had surprised him again. With such cultivation in the sword, he could barely be a match for him. This brat had schemed too much and concealed too much of his own sharpness. Only with this sword did people see his true strength. In the Jiming Marquis mansion, the demonic chi collapsed. The light pillar connecting the sky and the earth regained its purple color. Ning Chun withdrew his aura and stood quietly at the side, waiting. Now, he only needed to wait for the purple crystal to succeed. The Omen tribulation had dispersed. The purple crystal had entered the Khanate realm. There would be no more accidents. Just as the people in the Marquis mansion were relieved, Ning Chin's expression suddenly changed. His figure flashed and blocked the purple light. With a loud bang, the ground of the Marquis mansion shook violently. Under Ning Chin's feet, cracks spread out rapidly. A shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. The sudden appearance of the red figure had an aura so strong that it was frightening. With just one palm, it showed its extraordinary strength. Ning Chun blocked the palm. The chi and blood in his body kept churning. He turned his palm into a sword and broke the sword. Junior naive, Rong Lu turned his palm to block the sword light. His vigorous vital energy was activated. His whole body was as bright as a blood phoenix. He made another powerful move. Seeing that the opponent's cultivation was so strong that it was difficult to shake him, Ning Chen's eyes focused. He clenched his fists, and 2 rays of light flew out. He used his sword and saber to block the bloody catastrophe. With a violent sound, the sky and earth were filled with dust. Ning Chun took half a step back. His hands that were holding the sword and saber overflowed with blood and dripped down the body of the sword and saber. It was beyond imagination. It was strange and powerful. Prince Yin was not here. The Jiming Marquis mansion became the strongest force in the imperial city. With just one move, it announced the difficulty of this battle. The dynasty that had been invincible for 1,000 years finally showed the helplessness of having one foot in the grave. It was such a big imperial city, but it did not have the 3 disasters. It could only rely on a martial Marquis who was barely 20 years old to support it. Rong Lu looked at the purple crystal in the light pillar that connected the sky. He raised his hand, and the blood light spread. He was going to swallow this rare medicine to help heal the body that was hurt by the bald donkey. Ningchen saw this. His water figure flashed and instantly appeared between the two. His sword and saber split the sky and the earth. Heavenly tomes. Feeling this familiar breath, Rong Lu's eyes flashed with surprise. There is someone in this strange realm who practiced martial arts from the heavenly tomes. Seeing the legendary moves of the heavenly tomes, Rong Lu also became serious. He waved his hand, and the blood weapon appeared. With one slash, the sky and earth became gray. There was a loud crash. In a storm of sand, a waterfall of blood spilled. Rong Lu took a few steps back, his face cold. "Bald donkey, it's you again." "Umipa." The storm of sand scattered. A peaceful figure walked out from behind Ningchen. The swaying leaves of the Sora tree rustled in the wind. It was pleasing to the ear and made people feel refreshed. "Benefactor, we meet again." Jian Bodhi twirled his fingers and bowed. "Thank you for your help." Ningchen returned the bow and said seriously, "I should be the one apologizing for the trouble I brought." Jian Bodhi sighed softly. If he had not chased Rong Lu to this place, this strange pure land would not have suffered such a disaster. "Bald donkey, are you done with the small talk?" On the side, Rong Lu snorted. The red light around him rolled and gathered endless how you on. "Buddha is merciful." Jian Bodhi waved his hand, and the Sora sword appeared. Endless Buddhist light shone in the world, illuminating the dark world. At this moment, Purple Crystal's tribulation was finally over. Ning Chan waved his hand and sent her away. He looked at the Buddha beside him and asked, "Grandmaster, do you mind working together? On the path of evil, there is no need for formalities." "Benefactor, please," Jian Bodhi replied calmly. Ningchen nodded and walked to the side. His sword and saber shone as they fought the enemy together. "Bald donkey, your hypocrisy is really disgusting." Rong Lu sneered and moved. He was the first to attack. The stalemate that had lasted for 100 years began once more. The only difference was that there was a young, knowing destiny Marquis joining the battle. Jian Bodhi held the Sora sword and met the blood blade of calamity. With a boom, the light illuminated the world. Earth scroll, earth destruction, mountain destruction. Ningchen knew that if this continued, the entire Marquis estate and even the imperial city would not be safe. He stabbed his sword into the ground, and thousands of sword lights soared into the sky. They were endless and flew out from under Rong Lu. Rong Lu's eyes narrowed. He took a step and leaped into the air. His saber spun like the wind and broke thousands of swords. A loud rumble shook the sky. Jian Bodhi and Ning Chun leaped up at the same time. One in front and one behind, they killed Rong Lu together. After 100 years of stalemate, with the addition of one more person, the balance gradually tilted. Even someone as strong as Rong Lu found it difficult to deal with the joint attack of Green Sparrow and Sora. Green Sparrow slashed Rong Lu's left arm. Blood splattered. However, a red light flashed and the blood flowed backward. His injury quickly healed. Be careful. The Rong tribe's martial arts are special. As the king of the Rong tribe, Rong Lu's control of blood vitality is the best in the world. Jian Bodhi reminded. His figure flashed, and Sora slashed toward Rong Lu's heart. Hearing the reminder, Ning Chen also focused. Green Sparrow condensed frost and stopped dragging the battle. Every move was harmful to Rong Lu's vitals. Below the battle, Ming Yu's face was full of worry. The war in the Divine Prefecture had just stopped. Who would have thought that such a terrifying expert would appear again? Could he win against this bad guy? At this time, Yang Hong arrived. He looked at the battle in the sky with a serious expression. In the battle, phoenix cries filled the sky. In order to resist the enemy, Ning Chun had no choice but to forcefully condense the phoenix form again. Immediately, a waterfall of blood mist surged. It was the backlash of the cold and fire. Rong Lu dodged the Sora sword. Looking at the faintly discernible phoenix figure, his eyes narrowed. What a powerful blood vitality. Your strength is mine. Rong Lu's figure flashed. He gathered his essence and forcefully captured the phoenix figure. The bloody light was in front of him. In that moment of crisis, a dazzling blade light soared into the sky. Carrying the might of the heavens and the power of the phoenix form, it slashed down. Heaven is not guilty. The heaven-parting blade split the blood mist in the sky and fell straight down. Rong Lu's eyes narrowed. He changed the direction of his palm and rose into the sky to meet the blade light. The two moves collided. The void rumbled. At the same time, Sora's brilliance rose. Bodhi moved to kill. A sword slashed, and blood fell like a waterfall. Ugh! Rong Lu spat out a mouthful of blood. He endured the injury and forcefully counterattacked. Suddenly, thousands of blood calamities surged like a tide. The world lost its color. Blood calamity collapses the world. A powerful force spread out. In an instant, a 1,000-foot radius turned into a world of blood. Chapter 342. In the sky, the heavy blood yuan vibrated. The two people who bore the brunt of it were both pushed back a few steps, their mouths red. Jin Bodhi stopped himself and gently twisted his fingers. The swastika spread out and condensed Supreme Buddha energy, breaking through the blood yuan world. Bodhi heart meditation, boundless dharma. Bodhi opened his Buddha energy and the swastika rotated. In the blood yuan world, a Buddha light rose, opening up a Buddha world. On the other side, Ningchen also focused. With a turn of his sword and blade, the life scroll was pushed to the limit. Extreme cold chi spread out, breaking through the blood yuan world. 3 people, 3 different worlds, flickering with different splendor under the night sky. World-shocking scenes, shocking the world. Bodhi thought, pardon sins. In the Buddha light, the shining Suo Luo ancient sword drew Bodhi's true essence and turned it into a sin-severing weapon. Facing Bodhi's move, Rong Lu's expression was very serious. Vast chi gathered around him, and suddenly, the blood-red blade pierced through the clouds. With a boom, the two forces collided. Both sides were injured and took 3 steps back. An opportunity appeared. Ning Chen's sword and blade shot out. The next moment, Suo Luo disappeared and turned into a white light, instantly appearing in front of Rong Lu. In the blood yuan world, the sky and earth disappeared. The blade light covered the moon, and the sword tip paved the way. Ning Chen's sword condensed the power of the 3 scrolls and instantly broke through the blood chi around Rong Lu. The sword pierced through his chest. Ark! With a groan, blood spurted out like a waterfall. Rong Lu endured the pain in his chest and sent the person in front of him flying. Retreat! Seeing that the situation was not good, Rong Lu did not want to continue fighting. He made a prompt decision and quickly retreated. The blood-red light scattered and disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that it was impossible to react. The two wanted to chase, but it was too late. They could only watch the heavily injured Rong Lu escape. Benefactor, how are your injuries? Jin Bodhi put away the Suo Luo scepter and asked. I'm fine. It's a pity that he escaped. Ning Chun dissipated the power of the phoenix form. Looking at the disappearing bloody light in the sky, regret flashed in his eyes. Not being able to get rid of such a terrifying expert was like letting a tiger return to the mountain, causing endless trouble in the future. The Rong race is good at escaping. I've chased him for 100 years, but he always managed to escape at critical moments. This time, it's all thanks to your help that I was able to injure him to this extent, Jin Bodhi said gratefully. Grandmaster is too courteous. Please come in for chat. Ning Chun had many questions he wanted to ask. Thank you, almsgiver. Jin Bodhi did not refuse and followed the young man down. Bad guy, are you okay? Seeing Ning Chun walk over, Mingyu ignored the crowd and immediately went forward. Her small face was filled with worry. It's fine. Ning Chun gently smiled and comforted her. When Jin Bodhi saw Mingyu in her regal attire, a strange glint flashed across his eyes. Ning Chen knew that at such a close distance, it would be difficult to hide it from a top expert in the three disasters realm. He transmitted his voice. Grandmaster, there are many difficulties here. I hope you can keep a secret. Don't worry, almsgiver. Jian Bodhi nodded. Your Majesty, it's getting late. It's time to go back and rest, said Yang Hong. I still have some matters to discuss with the Jiming Marquis. Once we're done, I'll go back myself, replied Mingyu. Your Majesty, it's too late. If there's anything, we can discuss it tomorrow in the Grand Xiaozhenhua Hall. Yang Hong didn't want Mingyu to have too much to do with the Jiming Marquis. 10 of the circular blade Imperial Guards came forward. Under Yang Hong's signal, they were about to forcibly bring Mingyu back. Yang Hong, this is the Jiming Marquis residence. You can't be so impudent here. Yang Hong's repeated overstepping had exhausted Ning Chen's little bit of patience. He coldly glanced at the former. The Marquis was infuriated. The dragon guards that Zhang Sun had arranged for the Marquis residence immediately came forward and surrounded the circular blade Imperial Guards. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Mingyu looked at Yang Hong. After a moment, she calmly said, Marquis Yang, why don't you take the throne? Her casual words caused the expressions of the Beimeng people to change. Yang Hong was startled and immediately knelt. I don't dare. Withdraw, said Mingyu indifferently. Yes. Yang Hong didn't dare to say anything more. He stood up and left. Before he left, he gave Ning Chen a cold, bone-chilling look. The 10 circular blade Imperial Guards also retreated. No one dared to touch the Emperor's bottom line again. A strange light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. The little girl from back then had truly grown up. She had far surpassed his imagination. In the study, the three of them sat down. Purple Crystal stood behind Mingyu, as quiet as ever. Ning Chen and Jian Bodhi sat across from each other. Lu Ruoxi went forward to serve them tea before leaving. Mingyu was thrown to the side. No one cared about her for the time being. However, she was more familiar with the Marquis residence than anyone else, so she didn't need anyone to care about her. Senior Jian Bodhi, please. Ning Chen poured the tea and pushed it over. He very naturally changed the way he addressed Jian Bodhi. Mingyu poured herself a cup of tea. She had just taken a sip when she heard Jian Bodhi call her senior. She almost spat it out. She wanted to laugh, but she didn't dare. This person's face was truly unparalleled. They had only known each other for a short while, but he had already changed the way he addressed her. Benefactor, this poor monk can do it himself, Jian Bodhi replied, not minding the change in address. Hey, you're a guest. How can I let Senior do it himself? Ning Chen chuckled. Jian Bodhi's eyes flashed with a smile. How could he not see that the young man in front of him was trying to rope him in? However, it was normal for people to be kind and scheming. If Benefactor has any questions, please feel free to ask, Jian Bodhi said. Senior can just call me Ning Chen. Calling me Benefactor is too polite, Ning Chen said with a smile. Ning Chen, hell, what a good name. Jian Bodhi nodded with a smile on his calm face. Senior praises me too much. Ning Chen smiled. He could see that the person in front of him wasn't as hypocritical as the fake Buddhas from Dewey Temple. Respect grew in his heart. After all, not everyone could cause a disaster and not slack off for 100 years. The Bodhi in front of him still looked young, but the hardships in his eyes revealed his true age. His hair was casually tied behind his back, and his clothes were simple. They weren't Buddhist robes, but the most ordinary of clothes. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like a Buddhist. If one had to describe him, he was more like a scholar with a peaceful temperament. His bearing of caring for the world was admirable. Such a person truly deserved to be called Bodhi. What? This poor monk doesn't look like a monk. Jian Bodhi saw through Ning Chen's thoughts. You really don't. Ning Chen nodded. Although he didn't look like one, he was more like a Buddha than those Buddhas. Bodhi isn't like a Buddha, and knowing destiny isn't like a feudal lord. His original heart hasn't changed. What difference does it make whether you look like one or not? Jian Bodhi smiled. Many thanks for Senior's teachings. Ning Chen sincerely thanked him. Bodhi's words had a hidden meaning. As expected, Jian Bodhi had seen through his thoughts. Senior, are you from the homeland of Western Buddhism? Asked Ning Chen. Yes. Jian Bodhi nodded. What about that Rong Lu? Asked Ning Chen. That's true. Jian Bodhi nodded. Just what kind of place is the homeland of Western Buddhism? Asked Ning Chen gravely. Would Senior and Wild encounter any danger while searching for the Void Scroll? He really couldn't be at ease. It's mainly about cultivating Buddhism. 100 schools of thought contend with each other, said Jian Bodhi. How many experts like Rong Lu are there in the homeland of West Buddha? Ning Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. Rong Lu is the king of the Rong tribe. Although he can't be considered the strongest expert in the homeland of Western Buddhism, he's still a rare expert. I haven't returned for nearly 100 years, so I'm not too sure just how many experts like him there are in the homeland of Western Buddhism, explained Jian Bodhi. Ning Chen frowned slightly. From Senior Jian Bodhi's words, he could tell a bit about the situation in the homeland of Western Buddhism. Simply put, although there weren't many experts like Rong Lu, there wasn't a lack of them either. This really wasn't good news. The appearance of the Void Scroll would definitely cause many experts to fight over it. Senior and Wild's safety was something he was worried about. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but little friend Ning Chen has killed countless people. This time, you've blocked a tribulation for someone else. Once the 3 calamities descend, it'll be a calamity you won't be able to pass, warned Jian Bodhi. Blocking a tribulation for someone else wasn't so simple. The heavenly tribulation would increase according to the person's cultivation base. For this young man to be able to break through a heavenly tribulation that far surpassed the 3 calamities with his 4th Xiantian cultivation base wasn't something an ordinary person could do. But karma was a cycle. Today's cause would eventually bear fruit. Junior will remember Senior Jian Bodhi's warning. However, when Junior was still weak, there was a Senior who helped block the heaven's punishment. Today, Junior is only doing what I should do, said Ning Chen calmly. Inheritance. Jian Bodhi glanced at the little girl in front of Amethyst and nodded in understanding. When I came here, I fought with a black-robed, white-haired demon cultivator in the West. Judging from his attire, he should be a noble of the Grand Xia. Does little friend Ning Chen know his origins? Jian Bodhi continued. With a crash, the teacup toppled over. Ning Chen, who was always calm, lost his composure and accidentally knocked over the teacup, spilling tea all over the table. Outside the room, Lu Ruashi heard the commotion and hurried in. She picked up the spilled cup and wiped the table clean. Senior, please forgive me. Junior has lost his composure, said Ning Chen apologetically. Lu Ruashi's eyes flashed with worry, but she didn't ask anything and quietly withdrew. The person Senior met was once the Emperor of the Grand Xia, explained Ning Chen. He could help Violet Crystal cross the heavenly tribulation, but he couldn't help Ze cross the demonic tribulation. If he couldn't overcome the Eternal Night cult, Ze would probably never be able to return. Mingwei, come here for a moment. Ning Chen waved his hand as a gentle smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Bad guy. Mingyu walked over and stood in front of him. Ning Chen glanced at Bodhi, who was right in front of him, and said seriously, Senior, this Junior has long heard that the Wisdom King of Buddhism has all kinds of appearances, regardless of gender. I wonder if Senior can bestow upon me a technique to help me conceal the aura on Mingyu's body? Although he could teach Mingyu the Rui technique, and with Violet Crystal's Xiantian True Qi concealing her aura, they should be able to deceive the world. However, there might be a better way, so he naturally had to give it a try. Jian Bodhi looked at the little girl in front of him and nodded. If this can reduce the world's disputes, Jian Bodhi is duty-bound. Chapter 343. Eternal Night God Sect, Dark Abyss. Beneath the giant image of a god and devil, a powerful aura shook. Stone coffins began to shake. Ever since the Eternal Night Religion Master had left seclusion, he had finally made a move. The stone coffins opened and the last 3 people walked out. 2 men and 1 woman, their ancient robes fluttering in the wind. With a single step, they vanished from the abyss. Religion Master. Within the 3rd shrine, 3 people knelt down and bowed. In front of the throne, a heroic figure stood there. He looked at the three people below, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Even you three have come out. Religion Master, His Majesty is very dissatisfied with your progress. He specifically asked the three of us to leave seclusion to help you. A purple-clothed youth to the right of the three coldly said. Li Chung, don't be rude to the Religion Master, the woman on the left reprimanded. There's no need to quarrel. Religion Master, His Majesty is indeed dissatisfied with your progress. He hopes Religion Master can speed things up. The leader of the three, a black-clothed man, calmly said. The Eternal Knight Religion Master narrowed his eyes and lightly said, By Jiang, I know what to do. He hasn't descended yet, so he has no right to tell me what to do. Father. At this time, Luofei heard the commotion and rushed over. When she saw the three people in the hall, her expression froze. The king had 3 martial crowns. Sec daughter, I trust you've been well since we last met. Bai Jiang stood up. Luofei's eyes turned cold. She ignored him and looked at the woman on the left. She softly said, Chu Li, congratulations on leaving seclusion. Seeing Luofei, a warm light flashed in Chu Li's eyes. She nodded, Many thanks. Bai Jiang, Chu Li, Li Chung, the 3 of you have just left seclusion. You still need time to recover your true essence. Withdraw for now, said the Eternal Knight Religion Master. Subordinate will take his leave. Bai Jiang didn't say anything else. He cupped his fists and left. Chu Li and Li Chung also retreated. Now, only the Eternal Knight, Religion Master, and Luofei were left in the massive shrine. Father, have you really decided? Luofei asked seriously. Even the last 3 martial crowns had come out. It could be seen that terrifying existence wasn't too far away from descending upon the divine great land. The Eternal Knight Hierarch walked down from his throne and looked at the divine land through the temple. He nodded slightly. Jiaozhu. Chu Li returned and saluted respectfully. Chu Li, didn't I say that you don't need to bow when there are no outsiders? The Eternal Knight Hierarch said with a smile. Chu Li gently smiled. He looked at Luofei beside him and said in a soft voice, Noble daughter, Chu Li is happy that you have found your own home. After saying that, Chu Li shifted his gaze to the man beside him and said seriously, Sect Master, since the 7 extinction physique has been found, it's time to sacrifice it. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid the Lord will be angry. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, Chu Li, the Eternal Knight Hierarch said calmly. Luofei's eyes flashed with a touch of worry. Could this matter really not be delayed any longer? In the imperial city of the Xia dynasty, in the residence of the Marquis of Jiming, the light of Suo shone brightly. Rings of Buddha's light shone on Mingyu's body, covering the feminine aura of a woman. All forms are illusions. If you see that all forms are not forms, then you will see Tathagata. Jian Bodhi's fingers twirled as he chanted an incantation. His body shone with a brilliant light, and his black hair danced in the wind. He was as brilliant as a saint. Ningxuan really wasn't interested in Buddhism. However, he truly admired Jian Bodhi's bearing. Such a person was not the slightest bit inferior to the sages of ancient times. He was worthy of respect. Not long after, Jian Bodhi withdrew his hand. The golden leaves on the Suo staff stopped swaying. The feminine aura around Mingyu was also completely restrained. Mingyu, thank you, Senior Jian Bodhi. Ning Chun patted the little girl's head. Thank you, Senior. Mingyu obediently bowed to a junior. Jian Bodhi gently smiled. Since you and I are fated to meet, I can't call you Senior for nothing. After saying that, Jian Bodhi broke off a leaf from the Suo staff and handed it over. He calmly said, The Suo tree is the Buddha's Tao confirming tree. It has the ability to seek good fortune and avoid evil. This tree can help your majesty avoid evil for the rest of your life. Mingyu reached out to receive the golden Suo tree leaf. Her eyes curved and she couldn't hide her smile. She didn't hold back at all. Bad people had taught her that good things had to be taken. All right, you've taken your things. There's still many things to do tomorrow, so go back and rest. Ningxuan smiled. Mingyu obediently nodded and left with Amethyst. Senior, it's getting late. How about you rest in the Marquis mansion for the night? and then continue on your journey tomorrow. Ning Chen suggested. Jian Bodhi thought for a moment and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Just as Ning Chen and Jian Bodhi stood up, a beautiful figure flew over. Moonlight sprinkled down, illuminating the world. With a bang, two palms collided. Wild waves roared, causing the entire study to shake. Luofei, it's you. Ning Chen withdrew his hand. Knowledge Marquis, if you want to save Xia Xinyu, tomorrow is your last chance, said Luofei. Ning Chen's eyes shook and his thoughts raced. He didn't know what this woman's intentions were. If you're afraid, you don't have to come. Luofei waved her hand and threw down a golden scroll. Her figure flickered as she left. Ning Chen picked up the golden scroll. After he finished reading it, his expression changed. This was a map of the eternal night god sect's mechanisms. It marked out the various places the various experts were guarding. However, there were three names that really caught his attention. Bai River, Chu Li, and Li City. They were unfamiliar names and unfamiliar titles. Luofei had specifically marked out the three martial crowns to avoid. Does little friend Ning Chen want to go? Jian Bodhi asked. Ning Chen nodded. I have to go. Whether or not this was the Eternal Night God sect scheme, he had to go. Otherwise, if something happened to Xia Xinyu, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Senior Jian Bodhi. Junior has a presumptuous request. I hope Senior can agree to it, said Ning Chen sincerely. Please speak, Jian Bodhi said calmly. If Junior leaves, the Grand Xia Imperial City will be empty. Senior Jian Bodhi, please stay in the Marquis mansion for one more day. Junior will be eternally grateful, said Ning Chen. Rest assured, little friend Ning Chen. Jian Bodhi will not disappoint you, Jian Bodhi replied. Many thanks. Ning Chen bowed seriously. He then glanced at the beautiful figure outside the room and said, Ruo Shi, arrange a quiet guest room for Senior to rest in. Yes, Lu Ruo, she responded, stepped forward and respectfully said, Please. Thank you for your trouble. Jian Bodhi bowed. After the two left, Ning Chen stood in the study. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the mahogany box on the table and walked out of the room. Luofei had marked out all the guards on the golden scroll. The only one she hadn't marked was the third divine temple's eternal night god sect's leader. Her meaning was obvious. Tomorrow, the eternal night god sect's leader wouldn't be a threat. He and Luofei hadn't known each other for long, and his impression of her was limited to the few times they met at the Haowu Palace. He didn't know her well, and now that their positions were different, he didn't trust her. However, Xinu was in the hands of the eternal night god sect. He had no choice. Even if this was a trap, he had to break through. The eternal night cult was still as sacred and transcendent as it was in the past. The three supreme halls of the eternal night cult were protected by numerous war generals, elders, and attendants. Even during the golden age of Grand Xia, the eternal night cult was a behemoth that even Grand Xia had to be wary of. But now, all the hidden cards of the eternal night cult were revealed. Their strength was so terrifying that it caused the hearts of people to tremble. In the west of the Grand Xia Empire, as the sun rose from the east, a white figure slowly walked over. The cold wind at the tail of her clothes disappeared in the blink of an eye. Knowing destiny had been rational all his life, but today he had made the most irrational choice. He had broken into the eternal night god sect alone. In front of the eternal night god sect, the white robe flashed by. The protective array didn't react. Only in the third divine temple, Luofei's eyes narrowed as she sensed the unique aura of the golden scroll. The throne was empty. 2 hours. This was the most time she could buy. In the eternal night god sect, the white robe sped through the protective array with the help of the golden scroll. Her aura was completely concealed, making it difficult for people to detect her. Behind the third divine temple, above the pool of 10,000 demons, a beautiful figure floated above the pool. Her eyes were closed, and her face was filled with pain. At that moment, a white robe rushed over and stopped in front of the pool of 10,000 demons. Xinu. Ning Chen saw the woman floating in the demonic qi, and his heart trembled. He turned his palm and condensed yuan qi, stretching it out. "Human, you're finally here." Suddenly, a noble and dignified voice rang out. At the same time, in the dark abyss, an endless dark aura spread out through the 10,000 demon pool. A pressure that surpassed the heavens and earth surged out, causing the universe to tremble and everything to prostrate. Ningqian's expression changed drastically. He immediately stretched his hand into the demonic qi, forcibly pulling Xinu back. In the third divine temple, Luofei sensed the terrifying aura. Her expression also changed. At this moment, the three martial crowns sensed the aura at the same time and rushed towards the pool of 10,000 demons. The pressure rumbled in the air, noble and powerful, surpassing everything. It made people feel small and insignificant. Retreat. Ningqian suppressed the shock in his heart. Without a second word, he quickly retreated with Xinu. The demonic qi gathered, and with a single palm strike, the terrifying might shattered the ground. It was as if doomsday had arrived. On the swaying ground, Ningqian took a step forward. His figure was like an illusion, transforming into a watery light that flashed past. A trace of demonic qi brushed past him, and with a bang, blood splattered everywhere. Human, cherish your final moments. After that palm strike, the demonic qi dispersed, leaving behind a final warning. In the blink of an eye, the world returned to normal. Ningqian was injured by the demonic qi, but he didn't dare to stay. He tore off his robe and tied Xinu to his back. His silhouette flickered as he sped away. Knowledge Marquis, barging into the eternal night god sect. I have to say, you're truly audacious. As he spoke, a battle axe chopped down from the sky. It was as heavy as a mountain. Ningqian leaned to the side, dodging the battle axe. His figure flickered, and he continued forward. Right at this moment, another azure spear shadow descended with the power to shatter the heavens. With a loud bang, it caused the 10 palaces to collapse. Knowledge Marquis, you won't be able to escape. A woman in beautiful armor appeared, blocking his path. I really didn't expect to encounter the opponent I wanted to eliminate the most right after coming out of seclusion. How delightful. Bai Jiang walked out without any weapons. He was the one with the most terrifying aura of the three. Seeing the three of them, Ningqian's heart sank. Without a doubt, these are the three peak experts of the Eternal Night God sect that Luofei had repeatedly warned him to avoid. Chapter 344. 3 martial crowns blocked the way, their terrifying auras surging like mountains pressing down, shaking the heavens and earth. The 3 sides were blocked, unable to advance or retreat. Ningqian was between the 3 of them, and the situation was extremely critical. The 3 half-step 3 disasters had all touched upon the barrier of the 3 disasters. Especially Bianjiang. He had almost taken the final half-step. Once his cultivation recovered, he would be able to reach the peak of martial arts. The title of martial crowns did not only refer to their powerful cultivation, but also their terrifying combat strength that allowed them to surpass realms. The most dangerous 3 martial crowns were blocking the way. Luofei did not have much time left. Knowing destiny was stuck in a quagmire and could not break out. Once the Eternal Night Hierarch returned, there would be no more chances. Xiaoxinyu was still unconscious. Ningqian looked at the 3 people in front and behind him. He waved his right hand, and the blue sparrow appeared in his hand. Sword and axe clashed, and the aftermath shook the world. Before it could stop, a blue spear light came from the left, and the sound of it breaking through the air shook the world. Ningqian's figure flashed and dodged the spear. At the place where the water light condensed, a frightening palm energy attacked from behind. Wherever it passed, the void would distort violently. The remembered saber came out, and Ningqian swung it. The saber broke the palm, and the shock waves forced people back. These 3 powerful people were not inferior to the former number 1 divine general, and were even stronger. It was not easy to deal with one of them, and now that they were working together, even gods would be frightened. In the number 1 shrine of Eternal Night, the white-haired demonic cultivator walked out and looked at the battle in the distance. His dark eyes were like an abyss, and no one could see the slightest ripple. Outside the myriad demon pool, the battle was becoming more and more intense. Swords and sabers crisscrossed, spears and axes clashed, and palms were vast. The intertwining lights affected the low-pressure clouds, and under the morning sun, the colors of life and death were drawn. In the third shrine, Luofe looked at the hourglass that was flowing faster and faster, and her heart sank. There was not much time left. Run, there's no time. Let's escape from the divine religion first. In the battle, Luofei's voice sounded in Ningchen's ears. His eyes turned cold, and a bloody light surrounded his body. The cry of a phoenix soared into the sky, and phoenix blood condensed into a form that immediately fused into his body. A waterfall of blood mist collapsed, and his power multiplied. Heaven and earth chime, life and death defying fate. The sword and saber split the heavens and the earth, and the two swept out to open a path of life. The two weapons intertwined and turned into endless saber light and sword shadows that crisscrossed through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the heavens and the earth collapsed, and the violent sand waves covered the sky and the sun. Li Cheng bore the brunt of this attack and was forced back several steps. The corners of his mouth were dyed red. At this moment, Su Yi forcefully endured a palm strike and rushed out from the three people who had revealed an opening. She quickly fled into the distance. "Chase!" Bai Jiang shouted in a deep voice and quickly chased after him. Chu Li and Li Cheng followed closely behind. Today, they were determined to cut off Jiming's path of survival. After the four of them left, the endless runes in the third divine palace of Evernight trembled. An extraordinarily handsome figure walked out of the sealed space. The moment he appeared, all the runes shattered and disappeared. "Luofei, my good daughter, you've surprised your father again." The Eternal Knight, Religion Master's eyes narrowed as he calmly said, "Father, I'm sorry." Luofei knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "For Xia Xinyu, you schemed against your own father. How do you think I should punish you?" asked the Eternal Knight sect leader coldly. "Daughter is willing to bear any punishment," Luofei softly replied. 100 miles away from the divine palace, Su Yi reformed and took 2 steps forward. "Jiming Marquis, where do you think you're going?" Bai Jiang appeared and condensed his origin energy with a flip of his palm. A powerful palm energy surged out, splitting open the wilderness. After the palm energy, 2 figures rushed past, so fast that no one could blink. With danger approaching from behind, Ningchen was worried about Xinu's safety, so he had no choice but to turn around and block. With a wave of his sword, the palm energy scattered. But during the short pause, Chu Li and Li Cheng had already caught up. Spear light and axe light slashed down, shocking the heavens. With a loud bang, dust filled the air. Ning Chen's feet sank 3 inches into the ground as he blocked 2 weapons with his saber. Blood seeped out from between his fingers and dyed the blade red. Blue Sparrow slashed down at Li Cheng, but Chu Li's spear light spun around and pierced through Jiming's heart meridian. The 3 martial crowns were on a completely different level from their previous opponents. Their cultivation was powerful and their combat strength was astonishing. Ning Chen leaned to the side, and the spear light brushed past his chest. He turned his saber around, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Killing light splashed everywhere, bringing with it traces of blood. The bloody mist around Xiao Chen's body became increasingly obvious. The repulsive force caused the phoenix form to enter Xiao Chen's body for a limited amount of time. The plain-clothed figure in the battle was filled with awe-inspiring fighting spirits. Despite facing the most difficult situation, she did not reveal any fear. It's rumored that Jiming is good at fighting. Seeing it today, it's just SOSO. Li Cheng waved his axe. The power of breaking the heavens was unparalleled. Wherever the axe fell, the earth collapsed. It was a shocking scene. Ning Chen didn't respond. His sword was like 1,000 caddies, meeting the heaven-breaking axe head-on. The rumbling sound of the collision reverberated between heaven and earth. The vigorous martial spirits dazzled people's minds. The blue spear light in Chu Li's hand was swift and fierce. It lacked the feminine gentleness of a woman and gained a ruthless killing intent. Every move was soul-stirring and life-threatening. Nian Qing danced like lightning, her light saber fighting the sharp spear light. The exchange of blows was so quick that no one dared to be careless for even a moment. The sharpness of the saber and sword was eye-catching under the light of dawn. Bian Jiang saw the opportunity and struck out with vast yuan. Ning Chun sensed it, and his sword changed direction. He knocked away the axe and used his sword to block. With a pong, he was forced back a few steps. Fresh blood flowed down his sword and dripped onto the ground. Jiming Marquis, bringing a heavily injured person, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings, Bian Jiang said coldly. I'm already sick of hearing those words. Ning Chen laughed coldly. He tore off a piece of cloth and wrapped the green sparrow sword around his hand. His body flashed, and he continued toward the east. Bian Jiang, Chu Li, and Li Cheng swiftly chased up. The sharpness of the encirclement did not stop at all. Each move was faster than the last, and each move was like a path to hell. The saber and sword moved back and forth. The white cloth wrapped around his hand was stained with fresh blood. A cold killing light flashed by his ears. Strands of black hair floated down as the path to hell opened up. In front of us is Grand Xia territory. Stop him. Bian Jiang shouted coldly. Victorious Return's camp was not too far away, and he could not allow the two of them to meet up. Hurricane, 3 slashes. Li Cheng waved the axe in his hand, and a gale howled. 3 slashes shook the heavens. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. He waved his sword to block the axe, and his figure blurred as he dodged another killing move. However, the azure spear light that chased after him broke through his illusions. It was vicious and sharp, following him like a shadow. Heavenly scroll, unparalleled under the heavens. Nian Qing waved her sword, and the pure white saber shone brightly. Rays of saber light shot out, flowing endlessly. Chu Li coldly harumphed. His spinning spear broke through the saber light, clashing endlessly. In an instant, all of the light dissipated. The blazing battle shook everyone's hearts. The unshakable 3 martial crowns displayed their most shocking combat strength. Each one of them was so strong that it made others feel fear. The title of Martial Crown was not exaggerated at all. Grand Xia's territory was not far away, and Victorious Return's camp was getting closer and closer. However, the sharpness of the saber light became even more vicious, and it was difficult to find the path ahead. Xinu's coma restricted Ning Chen's speed, making the path of escape even more difficult. However, once he carried this burden, he would never be able to let it go. Looking at the courageous figure in front of him, Chu Li felt respect in his heart. However, the azure spear in his hand became even colder. Every move sealed off all paths of retreat. Knowing Destiny Marquis, hand over your life. Li Cheng hollered. His axe was like a mountain collapsing as it slashed down from the sky. Ning Chun waved his saber to block Chu Li's spear. The azure sparrow condensed in a frost, and with a loud bang, the white cloth shattered, and the Emperor's sword flew out. The Emperor's sword that flew out cried out continuously, symbolizing the helplessness of the demonic cultivator. In this life, if he could not let go of the burden on his back, it would be difficult for him to spread his wings and soar. Ning Chun, you're in a difficult situation. Just at this critical moment, a cold voice rang out. It was so familiar, as if it had been many years, but also as if it had just happened yesterday. On his back, the unconscious Xia Xinu opened her eyes. She raised her hand and grabbed the flying great azure sparrow sword. In the next moment, the sword was like a flash of azure light, directly piercing into Li Cheng's heart. The piercing sound of the sword piercing through the organs made people shiver. In just an instant, the azure sparrow sword had completely pierced through his body. The sudden change shocked everyone present. The unbelievable truth was driving them crazy. Li Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes flashed with intense unwillingness. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Li Cheng, Bai Jiang, and Chu Li were shocked, but they reacted in an instant. Their anger soared to the heavens. Ningchen also recovered from his shock. He sent Li Cheng flying with a palm strike. Immediately after, he slashed open 100 zhang of land with his saber and retreated quickly. The two of them blocked the saber light and quickly arrived in front of Li Cheng. What they saw was his pierced heart and the unceasing flow of blood. "Help! Help me! Help! Help!" The last words that he could not finish in time carried the final hatred of his life. Li Cheng's eyes were filled with regret. Just like that, the martial crown of a generation disappeared. Chase! Bai Jiang and Chu Li could not suppress their anger and quickly gave chase. However, after chasing for 100 li, they could no longer see that white figure. At the western border of the Grand Xia, beside a flowing river, Ning Chun stopped and leaned the girl on his back against a tree beside the river. His eyes flashed, and he said in disbelief, "Fan Lingue." Blue light gathered, and an illusory figure appeared beside Xenu. Even after so many years, he still could not forget the person he was most familiar with in this life. The beautiful girl had a gentle appearance. Her blue dress fluttered gently in the wind. Without a doubt, she was the Northern Ming military advisor who had once forced the Grand Xia into a desperate situation. "Long time no see. As expected, you still can't let go of the word love," Fan Lingue said with a faint smile. "When did you wake up?" Ningchen suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. "When that monster from the Eternal Night cult appeared," Fan Lingue said calmly. "Do you know what that is?" "An old monster at the perfection stage of the Three Disasters realm?" Ningchen narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. That kind of aura was so powerful that it made one despair. It did not seem like something a human should possess. Even when he was in the tomb of the ancient sages, he did not feel such a terrifying pressure. Fan Lingue shook her head and said softly, "Perhaps it is even more terrifying than what we imagined. Shouldn't the limit of a mortal's martial path be the perfection stage of the Three Disasters realm?" Ning Chen's heart sank. The path of the martial path was extremely difficult. An expert at the perfection stage of the Three Disasters realm was hard to come by even in 1,000 years. A person's lifespan was ultimately limited. A higher realm had never appeared before, and it was impossible for a mortal to reach it.